goes in, that could make it happen.
They somehow wiped them off the map.
Can they get somebody's points in? That's it! That goes in! But look at the Buzzwole going for the Hundo Burger. That goes in. Espo gets leashed back in with a power whip.
But Nouns is coming in and ripping everyone apart.
Tally Bobo Believers stretch their lead out, and they're kind of taking this fight. Buzzwole takes it. Overlord takes it for Luminosity. The pressure is on.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. We are here today for day 2 of the regional finals for the OC region. I'm sure you are all very eager, as am I, to see the matches today. But first, I think we need to introduce ourselves. So I'm Kellosaurus, and joining me today we do have It's Mifu, Nuggy D, and Permasneeze. How are you feeling today, Perma? I can see a great big smile on your face.
Woo! The games we got yesterday did not disappoint. You know, it was short but sweet, just like OC region loves to deliver. Every single time, you know, we thought, you know, it was gonna go one way, bam, just straight out the gates. Surprises left, right, and center, and I don't expect any different, don't you, Nuggy?
No, look, it's been an absolute explosive start yesterday, and I believe that will keep on carrying through today. We've seen great dominant victories, we've seen massive upsets, and I can't wait to see what the day brings. Fu, what do you think?
Yeah, Nuggy, I went to bed hoping the night was going to be over because I just wanted to see more action. What a day we had yesterday. And today, changed my pin. It's got the Squirtle going. I can't wait to see what the OC teams bring today. How about you, Kelly?
I bet we all can't wait to see what the OC region has today. And as you said, they just did not disappoint yesterday. And I think we are going to get heated in here once again, even though it's winter. But for those of you that might just be tuning in for the first time, I think we need to check out what the roadmap has been like for these trainers so far.
Hello, trainers. Regional Finals and NAIC are around the corner, and the season is coming to a close. Let's see what remains for players and how they can still qualify for the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, and claim a share of the $500,000 prize pool. As the season is coming to a close, the only chance left for teams to make it to the World Championships is through the Regional Finals or by scrounging up whatever CP remains to earn their invitation to Worlds. It seems all but certain as to who will make it, but nobody can be counted out just yet. Let's take a look at how the regional finals will go. The regional finals consist of grouped round-robin competition, with the top teams entering a double-elimination bracket. The winning team from each regional finals will represent their region at Worlds with a guaranteed slot. There's also a $50,000 prize pool per region at stake. So expect some of the fiercest matches to happen here, as it's all on the line. With only the regional finals standing in the way of the teams making it to Yokohama, Japan, who will we see advance forward? Watch the regional finals and find out which teams are guaranteeing their spot at Worlds, as we make it closer to the end of another epic season of Pokémon UNITE.
You can definitely see the excitement from those trainers in those videos, and I feel like we are going to experience those exact same emotions today. But before that, I think we need to take a closer look at this season's broadcast schedule. Fu?
Of course, let's have a look at the broadcast schedule for the 2023 UNITE Championship Series. It all comes down to this. This weekend, we'll be bringing you the regional finals for all the regions except North America. We'll actually have the finals live at the end of June. July is the time for the qualified teams to get a much needed break to relax and rest up before they pack their bags in August and head to the World Championships held in Yokohama, Japan. Nuggy, could you please walk us through the format of today's finals?
Of course. Now, with the format, we started with 4 groups of the round robin, leading to yesterday's 8-team double elimination, which is still going, but we are going to finish up with the grand finals best of 5.
Ooh, best of 5 grand finals. I feel like that is definitely going to be super duper exciting. You know what else is really exciting though? The fact that we saw a lot of Pokemon in action yesterday. So in the group stage, we actually had a lovely member from the OC region, was up, so thank you for getting these statistics together, of all of the top picks. So once again, we do have a Alolan Ninetales ruling the map, being picked up a massive 38 times with a 55% win rate. Now, this is the only attacker on this leaderboard. What do you think about this, Perma?
Yeah, I mean, we saw something similar just yesterday, but the one thing I'm not too happy about is the fact the Slowbro is still here. I mean, take a look at that win rate. I've always been saying, you know, yes, it's a strong Pokemon, but at this point, you know, the teams are learning how to play around it. It's looking more like bait. You know, we have so many other nice defenders, you know, we have the Lapras, we have the Blastoise, we even have, the Goodra if you want to get spicy with it. Let's see a bit of a change. Nuggy, what do you think about this lineup?
Look, this really encapsulates all of what OC is picking right now. I love the fact that even though it's currently at a 43.5% win rate, Blissey has made its way into the top 5, you know, so much love to all those Blissey mains out there. I would love to see maybe another attacker creep into there, Fu. What do you think?
Yeah, speaking of attackers, I know Eldegoss is a sub with that 67.9% win rate. I think teams are opting to play this Pokemon more, and if it gets them the wins, that's why it matters today.
That's where it matters today, indeed. Let's see if there is going to be any shakeup, though. But before that, I think we need to have a look at the bracket. What panned out yesterday, Perma?
Yeah, I mean, we had a whole load of action on the broadcast, but of course, we have decided our final 3 teams here. They are none other than ExoClan, iClan, and Legends Reappear, actually making it to the top 3 spots. Now, we still haven't decided which, who exactly is going to Yokohama for sure, but ExoClan, of course, they had a relatively, simple sweep throughout the upper bracket, going 2-0 against DGen Overtime and Zenith to secure their spot in this winners finals. Legends Reappear, though, they had a bit more grit to it. They had to take down iClan in what was one of the biggest upsets of our day yesterday. Now, iClan, after that defeat, they still managed to crawl through the losers. Definitely not very characteristic of this team, but they have a tall task ahead of them as they have to face up against whoever loses the winners in the losers for a chance at the grand finals and Yokohama.
Yes, these teams are definitely crawling their way to the top because there is something that is at stake here today. Fu, please tell me what is on the line for these teams.
Yeah, that's right, Kilo. There is a $50,000 prize pool, with first place taking home a whopping $20,000. I don't know about you guys, but that is a lot of money to me. That's not even all. Nuggy, could you please tell me how the points are broken down with these winners?
Of course. And you know what? This points here is just as important, maybe if not more. First place taking 2,500 points, second at 2,000, and third with 1,600. Now the points go on and on, but with only 3 teams remaining, Perma, let's have a look at where everyone's at.
So I know there's a lot of numbers on screen to look at, and we have more numbers for you here, but let me just kind of make things interesting. Of course, just as a byproduct of reaching this stage of competition, we have decided our 4th to 8th teams. They're none other than Zenith, Hearts Hackers, Ghostly, Team Peg, and DGen Overtime. But that basically means that, unfortunately, these competitors are out of the running for Worlds. But the last 3 that we have remaining are going to be decided today. And if you remember just the last graphic that we had there with the amount of points that you could win, and we see the standings, things could get really shaken up. Some of the Titans could be knocked out there.
I completely agree, Perma. Things can definitely get shaken up indeed. And we know that there is one reason why these teams are here today. Well, actually, I feel like there's multiple reasons. Number 1, they want to go to Yokohama, Japan. Number 2, they want that prize money. But number 3, overall, I don't know if this is the most important one. They want that title. They want that bragging rights. They want to say they are the champions of the regional finals for OC. But obviously, there is that potential for upsets. Fu, what can happen?
Well, if it's anything like what we saw yesterday, LDR knocking iClan out of that winner's bracket, they might be able to do the same with the matchup they have today as well. Nuggy, what do you think? How do you feel about today's matchups?
Look, I completely agree because we've talked about the two powerhouse titans that are still currently there. And, you know, if LDR was able to topple Iceland in such an exciting matchup, then they have that belief, right? That they can do the same to EXO. Herma, thoughts?
Exactly what you said, Nuggy. They already felled one Titan. What is another? EXO Clan, they've had a smooth run through the upper bracket like we saw just now, but it's about to get a little rough and rocky, especially up against such a formidable set of dark horses in LDR.
Yes, I completely agree. Dark horses indeed. Anything can happen at this point. But I think for now, Fu, it's time we say goodbye to Nuggy D and Perma Sneeze and head into our first round of the day.
Absolutely. I am so excited, Kello. This is the matchup of matchups. First up, we do have EXO against LDR. EXO, so good yesterday with a clean sweep in the winner's bracket. But LDR, a team that I did not actually expect to knock out Iceland, is now securing the spot in that winner's bracket as well. So this winner's finals is a very important match for both of these teams.
Look, we've said it time and time again. Anything can happen. They must have surprises up their sleeves today. But let's have a look at who is featured on EXO Clan here. We do have Buster, Challenged, Bemco, Jeb, and Ethos all on EXO. What about LDR? Which players do we see on LDR, Fu?
Yeah, let me introduce LDR here. A very, very strong team. We've got Death Content, Zavi, Chi-Chi, Icy, and to round it up, we have Liz as well. A very formidable team. I think they're going to put up such a good, incredible fight against EXO.
Oh, I completely agree. And we actually saw yesterday from the side, we did get to spectate some of those LDR matches. We saw Zavi rocking that Delphox. Now, the thing is, EXO are a little bit unknown to the rest of the world. We actually haven't seen what they are made of. But if we do have a look, I guess, at the previous months, we know that they have clean sweep the winners bracket so far, and they are actually the most consistent team. They have made it either in first place or second place for each of those months. So whether they're going to be able to keep up that momentum or whether LDR might end up sending them down into the losers bracket, we will have to wait and see, Fu.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see indeed. Now, as this match gets underway, it's going to be very interesting to see for the first match what the teams are going to ban. Now, I think in terms of, you know, how good Zavi's Delphox was yesterday, you can see that EXO is looking to ban that Delphox away. They're saying, no, it's such a strong Pokemon, and Zavi, you're really good. I'm gonna ban this Pokemon.
There's respect ban indeed. And, you know, do you take that as a compliment or would you see that as a bad thing? I mean, look, take it as a compliment. It means they recognize your skill. But on the other hand, that's Slowbro. Now, we did see it in that top 5 overall pick Pokemon. I think the fact to ban it, it is such a strong defender. But another strong defender for that Lapras.
Well, that Lapras indeed. And I think it's quite common and pretty predictable now that as soon as that Slowbro is out of the picture, Lapras gets that picked up so quickly here. Meanwhile, on the side of EXO, we've got Buster choosing to go for that Urshifu and Bemco with that Hooper.
Now, Hooper is a Pokemon that we talk about time and time again. And I think just the kit that it has to not only send your opponents from top path to bottom path, or wait, sorry, not your opponents, your allies from top path to bottom path, but also your allies back home for some healing. And of course, its massive Rings Unbound Unite move is so important to use it at the right time. But another important thing is those Spirit Shackles. Zavi, obviously, doesn't have their Delphox on hand, instead going for another long-range Pokemon here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw how good DC was on that Decidueye yesterday, and I'm sure whether it's Xavi playing or DC playing, they will be able to do a massive amount of damage from that backline there. Chi-Chi picking up that Blastoise and DC opting for the Mew. Now DC is kind of known for his Mew in this OC region, so I'm excited to see whether he actually will be playing Decidueye or Mew for this match. Meanwhile, Ethos choosing that Machamp, with Challenge picking up that Sylveon as well. Let's not forget though, we have the tank of all tanks, Snorlax, on the side of EXO as well, with Jeb picking that up.
Look, the question is though, Fu, is 2 tanks better than 1? You know, that's the thing. They're going to have such a hard time getting into that back line, back into Xavi and DC there on the Mew, especially with a Blastoise and a Lapras up in their faces. Whether Ethos will opt for the Wicked Blow build or whether they'll end up going for the Surging Strikes build to possibly get into the back line, that's something we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, of course, and I think it's all about that balancing act, right? I guess Rapid Strike Urshifu is so good at sustaining in the front line, it could act like a little bit of a tank, whereas the Wicked Blow moveset, such a good secure. And if you're going to try to go up against a Decidueye Spirit Shackle or a Mew Solar Beam, I think you need all the help you can get with that Wicked Blow as well.
Yes, definitely. All the help from those movesets, but also all the help from the team. We spoke about this yesterday. Now, obviously, you know, we have a look mainly at those damage dealers, the ones that, you know, are in the backline, but in the end, there's no Iron Team. It's all about that synergy, that team cooperation, isn't that right?
Yeah, no Iron Team indeed. And LDR, I think we talked about a bit about it yesterday. They don't really have the most conventional way to communicate with each other. Some of them have language barriers. I think DC was said to be some sort of translator, but they've made it so far as a team like this, and they've got a mountain to climb. But I think if it's any team that can do it, it is going to be LDR here.
Well, let's see if that mountain will not stop them and whether they will be able to reach the peak in the top and overcome EXO Clan. As we do see, we have that little Rowlet going into the mid path for EXO, and it looks like we have an Eevee and a Kapu sharing that central area on the side of LDR.
I think that is a very smart move on the side of LDR here. They're able to get that, EXO, they're able to get that Sylveon online. And look at that, the Sylveon is approaching the central area of LDR here, looking to be a pest to that Rowlet. Poor Rowlet there, meanwhile. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, they are just soaking up that Baltoise on their side. Now, this is a very aggressive play coming out from EXO here. I really like to see it. Rowlet can't really do anything until they come online at around level 7. So this definitely puts a little prick, I guess, in the side of LDR here.
I think EXO woke up today and their chant was be aggressive, be aggressive, because this is just what Challenge is funneling right now. They are being so aggressive. They still have only a little Rowlet that hasn't been able to reach that level 5 yet. They were able to get in some KOs there, but you know what? It's just a back and forth. Obviously, we do have some stacks going in. Buster, you know, having those attack weight stacks is very, very important to get.
Look at that, Challenge, relentless in the central area. This is such a good play. Look at that Hooper, just able to get Challenge out of there, you know, away from any danger. And we only still have a Tiny Dartrix trying their best. This is a really good play by EXO here. And as the middle Altarias and Swabbles are coming out, EXO definitely looks like a team that has more of that experience. Look at that, soaking it up with that Wicked Blow. And now we know it is going to be a single strike Urshifu, so they're going to be able to test those secures on that farm. A huge pick by Macho coming out to take down both the Rowlet and also the Wartortle as well. They're going up top, putting immense pressure on that Eldegoss. And I think all Liz can do is just say, you can have this goal, you can score. Please, don't send me back to the home base.
Look, I know that Eldegoss is up there. We talked about it possibly being an attacker and everything like that. Even though it is a supporter, but on its own, it can't really do much. It is a supporter. It needs somebody by its side to actually go and support. We do have a serve coming there from that War Turtle to push that Machoke backwards. Does end up getting sent home, back at full HP, but Fu, there's under 10 seconds left until these first objectives do spawn.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a contest at the bottom path here. You can see that I think the Dartrix is still looking to evolve into that Decidueye to get that Spiral Shackle up and online here. Meanwhile, EXO is looking to chip this basement Reggie as fast as possible. It's going to be a Reggie steal. So this is going to be an important objective here. I think DC is looking to maybe get a miracle to try to secure this. Big surf coming through, but the wicked blow on the single straight Osifu is just too strong.
Look, I know the saying is 2 birds, 1 stone, but I feel like with Ethos or Wicked below there, they ended up just getting down a wild Pokemon or an objective and an opposing member there with them here. So 1 punch is pretty wicked.
1 punch is pretty wicked indeed. Speaking of punches, here comes the Barras Pro coming from Machamp, trying to take down this Lapras. And look at that, the Hooper. So good. Saying, are you low on HP? Do you need a medic? Here's a portal. Come straight back. It's Doctor Strange time. And here we go. We got 4 members of LDR looking to take this down. Lapras is just too good to go, able to secure it. That's probably a sigh of relief, actually, on the side of LDR because they are able to push this in. Oh my god. They managed to get a 26 cap on top, and the Regieleki is just going to walk up in the top half, putting pressure on that tier 2.
This is massive for LDR right now. The fact that they had just enough time to break that top tier 1 pad, and instead the Regieleki into the tier 2 they have completely wiped it out. And now the dangerous thing for EXO right now is the fact that their home base is open for some potential dunks. They are in a dangerous position.
It's 5 minutes in the game and I'm already off my seat. How the heck did LDR turn this around? EXO looks so strong at the start, getting that Reggie steal at the bottom. But it's actually EXO that's on the back foot here. LDR has insanely able to break that top path. And like you said, there's so much pressure now. It's so open up at that top area for LDR to actually push the Regieleki potentially in the home base.
Yes, exactly. Any other Regielekis that do spawn, EXO Clan are going to have to try and steal it off LDR here. But another thing that they might want to try and steal is that bottom objective that has just spawned. Buster, though, does look like to be in a little bit of a pickle, ends up getting taken down by that Spirit Shackle. All the meanwhile, we do have the rings unbound from the Hooper to teleport the rest of EXO down and secure themselves a Regirock.
Yeah, there was just no contest at the bottom side of LDR. I think they just said, you know what, we're going to take this time to maybe farm up some of our wild Pokemon. You guys can have it. I guess the Rings Unbound Hooper is quite scary indeed. They don't want to go against that at all.
No, but you know what? That's the thing. It is quite mighty and powerful and mystical indeed. You want to definitely shut that down. But looking at the levels, we have a level 12 Mew on the side of LDR right now. Like, the burst damage that is going to be coming from that backline is going to be intense. And you can just see Blastoise there putting in the work to try and just surf away and just push away EXO Clan from getting even close to that backline there.
Yeah, they're doing very well to make the space here for the LDR. And yes, exactly. Level 12 Mew at the 4-minute, 3.5 mark is incredible. And here comes some little dunks in from EXO. It's very interesting they have chosen to push that tier 2. Meanwhile, Regieleki is now being contested up in the top area. Big knockout by Machamp on that Eldegoss. And it is ready. It is red. It is ready to make me... Oh no! Lapras just says, I'm gonna just quickly snuff you out while you're in that heated rage. Sylveon here comes though. Oh my god, big Everfizz going on with Blastoise. They do take it out so quick. Someone needs to take advantage of the Decidueye in the backline. No one's paying attention to it. It is up to Snorlax taking a nap and the Urshifu to really secure this for EXO. But no. Look at that. Zavi. So good with those Spirit Shackles. I think for EXO, if they take care of this little bird, little Hawkeye at the back, they're going to have some trouble when the Rayquaza spawns.
Yes, trouble indeed, as we do have Regieleki marching its way down to that home base, so EXO Clan have to answer to it. They have to waste that time, that potential time to farm up wild Pokemon that is on their side. But because of that, they have to enter to that hall. We do have a legendary up here that have enough space to potentially take this Regirock for themselves.
Yeah, I think the good news for EXO here is that even though that the Regieleki was taken in there, Mew gets that secure on that bottom Regi to give that team a little bit of a buff and also a bit of XP. But with 4 seconds to go, the points are really only 70 points apart, even though the bases are broken in this scenario here. So we're going to see which team actually comes out on top. Machamp is on top, potentially trying to get a dunk in that top goal zone. Sylveon going in for a back cap at the bottom. Let's see how much they get in. That's going to be a 58. So that puts them a little bit closer. I don't think both team knows who is in the lead right now, but it definitely puts it in the mix. Both team has that honors again to start this Rayquaza fight.
Yes, a tad closer to victory, but not enough just yet. You can see Mew trying to scope out that tall grass with those solar beams. We can see that Snorlax there in the front line did closely get caught out, but was able to escape. But look at that, Fu. We do have Sylveon dunking in some more points, and now ExoClan actually have the lead.
Yeah, I didn't think Sylveon was a Dodrio, but they're doing a really good work there, putting the points in the lead for EXO here. And now I think LDR has a sense of this. They're going to start the engagement here. Big Lapras Express try to take down the Sylveon. Wasn't enough. Jeb is doing so well just to block and stun lock the members of LDR. Oh my god, Machamp going in for a 50 dunk on the top. Big Hydro Pump will take out the Urshifu. That's going to be very big for LDR. That's one of the scores of EXO taken down. Big Fairy Frolic trying to survive, looking to pick up this deciduous, but it's just not enough. The bubble coming out of Lapras will be to take it down with Mew, and that is going to be 2 members down on the side of EXO. LDR needs to take this advantage in. Big Mew Unite did not manage to save himself. The Machamp takes it out, but the Decidueye says, don't worry Mew, I've got this. And that's going to be the Rings of Bound coming out from Hooper. They're trying to stall out as much as possible for the team right now. Oh my god!
Did you just see that incredible block from Jeb there to just push 4 members of LDR up against the wall? There's only 10 seconds left. That is not enough time to slay this big green dragon that is in the middle. And Fu, I think with those back caps, ExoClan may have just taken the dub.
Wow. What a first match of the day, Kello. That is incredible. Yet again, no one actually was able to take down the big green dragon Rayquaza here, but it is EXO at the end of the day. I know they were behind. I know they had more goal zones broken, but looking at the way they scored, looking at the way Challenge went in to get those back caps, Buster on top to get those back caps, they really made use of the distractions in their team. Yes, Ethos was taken down during that fight, but at the end of the day, they took home the dub here for that first game of the day. And looking at the score graph, you can see, boom, coming out at the end of the day to get those overdunks in and win that game.
Oh, they definitely got those overdunks indeed. I think overall, it was actually a very risky move for EXoClan to go in with those back caps, but the matter of fact is they still had that Hooper Unite move. So even if those back caps went pear-shaped, I think having that in their back pocket, they would have been able to communicate to their team, say, Hooper, you know, give me a portal, and they would have been able to escape and teleport back into the pit. So I think it's just that awareness that EXO just demonstrated to us there. It was chef's kiss.
Yeah, it was definitely very exciting to watch as well. You can see, big shout out to DC as well. Like you said, they've hit that level 12 so quick on the Mew, able to get that 75,000, doing more than 30% of their team's damage. I think it was a very, very good, intense fight for both of them. But it's not over though. That is just the first game of the day, Kello. It is going to be a best of 3. LDR still has a chance, right? When they went against Iceland yesterday, they did lose that first game, but they were resilient enough to take it home in 3. Will we see something happen?
I think that is a really key word you have just mentioned there, Fu. Resilience. And I feel like this is what these teams demonstrate to us time and time again. The fact that they do not give up. They fight up until that very last second. We know that there is obviously a lot on the line today, so they're going to have to recoup themselves, whether they're going to end up sticking with the same picks or whether they're going to do something else. We'll have to wait and see. But first up, I think we need to go recap and look at these highlights.
I am so excited for these highlights. What an incredible game here. Starting off with Challenge being in that center area, being so oppressive early game from that, on that Rowlet, and I think Rowlet did really well to actually evolve into Decidueye on time there to be a force to be reckoned with here. You can see that, you know, EXO went in at the start to try to break as many goal zones as possible in both the top and bottom path, but suddenly, with that flip of a switch, it seems like after that basement Reggie was taken out, LDR just comes flying back saying, we're not a team to be messed with, we want to get that pressure on.
No, they are definitely flying indeed. I know, like this whole moment here with the Regieleki marching their way towards that tier 2 pad. You could see they were trying to defend it, but with just all members there of LDR just putting the pressure on, they managed to break it. But you know what? Even with the objectives, even with that early lead advantage, well, we saw that the EXO clan, they just flipped the script there.
Yeah, they really did. It was really a roller coaster ride, I think, if I could describe this game. It was on the side of EXO, then on the side of LDR. I actually could not predict who was going to win this match until the very end from that Dunks and that Hooper Unite, just bringing people together. I think both teams need to be very aware of whichever team has that Hooper, because that Rings Unbound move, oh my god, so good for either team it's on.
Definitely, and I think moving forward here, obviously they do end up switching sides, so those that did have that second pick now have that first pick, so they are definitely going to have to be aware of what might happen in this next pick ban phase. Now, Hooper, I feel like was a massive presence on the side of EXO clan. We did see it being banned a fair few times during yesterday's matches, so whether it is worth banning that Pokemon or whether they're going to end up sticking with the Delphox there. Now obviously Xavi demonstrated, you take away my Delphox, that's okay, I will just rock that Decidueye, that Spirit Shackle, and still get out that burst damage. But in the end, I guess Delphox, in comparison to Decidueye, it doesn't have that kiting maneuverability that the Flame Charge provides. So I guess that is the downside. We'll obviously have to wait and see what these teams whip up next. But I guess, do you have any thoughts or predictions moving forward?
Yeah, I think that's a great point as well. Looking at, you know, if they want and if they think Hooper is a big problem for them, if they go to ban the Hooper there, that means they might give up Slowbro on the side of EXO, and we know Jeb plays a very mean Slowbro. So I guess it's a balancing act at the end of the day. We are in that draft phase now for the bans in terms of the game number 2, and we can see, ooh, kind of a different to what we expected here. It seems like they didn't want to deal with the Lapras on the side of LDR.
Fu, this is really interesting. You can see DC, Liz, Icy all choosing Lapras. Chi-Chi and Xavi actually selected the Urshifu. Now, this goes to show, and I guess explains the background that we have discussed a little bit in terms of LDR queuing. Like, they're pretty much going into this tournament as a duo and a trio. The fact that Xavi, Liz, and Icy sit in one voice call together and talk together, and Chi-Chi and Xavi in a separate one because they speak Mandarin. Now, you know, whether this obviously causes any issues in terms of communication being, you want your team to be on the same page. We have seen, obviously, they have managed to make marks here, blow us away with their gameplay. But whether that will, I guess, give them that slight disadvantage there. But look at these picks anyway. We do have that Slowbro, the Mew, and the Eldegoss are being picked up on the side of EXO clan, and we do have a Shifu Hooper being stolen from EXO. And hello, Wigglytuff and Goodra? What?
Wow, I was gonna say that. Goodra, a very exciting Pokemon. I think it's probably the first time we've seen in the broadcaster competitive scene from yesterday and today. I'm very excited to see how they do. It seems like they're going to be rocking that double stacking item build here with that special attack specs and Aeos Cookie. I love it when a Goodra is so tanky up the front, especially with its Unite move as well. DC is back on that Decidueye. I think it's a very solid roster pick for LDR here. On the side of EXO though, a little bit of a different way. They've got Mew now. They've got an Ethos on that Gardevoir, but they also have that Blastoise. Now, we've got a double defender roster here for them against a team with only one defender, but maybe quite a tanky one. What do you think, Hello? Do you think, on paper at least, which team looks to be a little bit stronger?
Look, one Pokemon I definitely do have my eye on is that Slowbro. I think in that final stretch there, the Slow Beam can be so impactful. But, I mean, I guess it's interesting. EXO are kind of taking a page out of LDR's book here with the double defender, but we know with the Blastoise, yes, it is classified as a defender, but we have actually seen it dish out quite a fair bit of damage if it does opt for that Water Spout Rapid Spin moveset. It depends, you know, what ends up getting selected. I think the Surf Hydro is still really impactful, just used as a suppressing tool. And I guess these are the things that we have to think about moving into these matches. There's just 1,000 possibilities that can happen.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about like stuff we have to think about, do you think LDR is going to be more aware of a possible another invade coming out from EXO? I think EXO is doing very well. I think that's a great way to disrupt the gameplay of LDR if they know that they might be in different VCs and there's not, you know, telepathy between the 3 and the 2. And I know maybe Challenge goes back in again into that central area. I for sure can empathize when I see someone from the opposite team coming into my central area. I am definitely freaked out here. But as this game 2 comes underway, we've got, look at this, we have a little Glossifur coming in with the Ralts here, looking to maybe get that red buff for that top path. And yes, they do. Look at that Bemco, getting that buff to slow down the enemy team when they hit their auto attacks.
Yeah, but you know what? Chi-Chi doesn't care. I'm a little goomy. I can do what I want. I'm going to get in some early stacks with that Eos Cookie. Able to secure themselves a Bunnelby. You can see Gossifleur is trying to hit with all of their might, especially with that red buff. But you know what? Who else who has a red buff? That Hoopa.
Yeah, it is definitely a very, very exciting thing to see. You don't really see supporters getting that buffs generally in, you know, like a rank ladder, but in competitive scene, it's definitely a worthwhile choice. We've got Curlier now ready in the top path to give that team a little bit more backup. Meanwhile, Urshifu coming in as well. Now, let's see what type of Urshifu this is. Do we get to see it here? Yes, it is going to be a Wicked Blow. They are going for that secure moveset as well. But look at that. Ethos doing so well to put that damage down. I guess the Urshifu just has to back away there. There's not a lot they can do.
Look, pick your battles, right? You want to be careful, especially in these early stages. You do not want to give your opposing team any advantage at all. The experience that you do get from those KOs can be quite a lot, but we do have some evolutions happening. Finally, that Eldegoss is reached their full potential there at a level 5. We're still waiting, obviously, for that War Turtle to evolve a bit later on. But, I don't know, looking at the levels, Fu, I think EXO Clan do have that slight advantage considering they have a level 7 Curlier, and most of those people are up above level 5 right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think EXO Clan has done very well early game just to get their mid laner online and early to go. Look at that Sizer coming in, chunking so much on Zavi. I think it's going to be a real trouble for LDR and, of course, Zavi as well if they cannot access to take down that Gardevoir in the future. If the side shot and potentially sidekick combo is so good in terms of bursting that enemy down here. Mew looking very healthy at a level 7 as well. Now don't forget, Mew gets their Unite move at level 8. So if they can somehow get this by soaking up the experience here of these Altaris and Swablues, they're going to be in a very good position for this next one.
That is a really, really good point. But the fact is there going to be enough experience on the board in that 5 seconds? I don't think so, but it's interesting to see that we do have 3 members of LDR opting to be in that top path right now, possibly looking for that scoring game again. getting that Regieleki, but we do have a Hooper taking and sending that Decidueye down by the Hyperspace Bus to possibly get a steal, but no, the Spirit Shackle was a little too late.
Yeah, there was just no time for that Spirit Shackle to be even drawn to shoot because the Mew Electro Ball and the Sidekick Side Shot combo was just chipped down the bottom Reggie so quickly. Now, I think both teams are maybe looking to approach that top part here, looking to do that Regieleki. Seems like LDR has taken the initiative to start chipping it down. It is going to be up to the Spin Store here to make a difference. Mew comes in. It is going to be so low. Oh my god, how did Gardevoir get to the top part so quickly to secure that Regieleki?
Look, they say that Urshifu and Decidueye are probably one of the best victories in the game. Well, I think Gardevoir has just proved them wrong. They were able to use that Fairy Singularity to solo out that Hooper, take it down. Urshifu is now out of the box as well, sent back home. Wigglytuff living on 1 HP, no, ends up getting knocked down, and that is a 2 KO streak for Ethos there, just showing how strong of a central laner they are.
Yeah, I can see exactly why EXO has put an Ethos in that central area on that Gardevoir. They're just so good to gain levels, to come online, to secure objectives. Is there anything that Ethos can't do right now?
Well, look, in the end, Ethos is nothing without their team. As long as they're protected, they should be able to do their job. But we do have Eldegoss just flying around up in the air, seeing what legends reappear are up. I mean, the fact that they are 81 points ahead of them, you can see why they want to be up there.
Yeah, talking about points as well, it seems like Xavi is taking this opportunity while most of the teammates are in that bottom part to get some attack rate stacks on top. This is going to be very good, not only to gain some experience, but also being able to increase their damage dealt, especially for this basement Reggie fight, which is about to spawn here. Now, don't forget, there is going to be a Blastoise Unite available, as well as a Slowbro, Mew, and Gardevoir on the side of EXO here. Meanwhile, there are only, oh no, there's 4 out of 5 Unites as well. Knockdown comes out from the Decidueye. Big Blastoise. Oh my god, they just shredded that Reggie still so fast at the bottom here. And they are looking so healthy as well.
Yes, they are looking healthy indeed. We do have that Mew trying to get in the back line there with the Mystical Mirage. We do have the Urshifu down for the count once again. PG is trying to stay at the front line, uses that Power Whip and Dragon Pulse combo to get some KOs. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. But the thing is, I feel like EXO, they really took advantage of that fight there. They saw that Hooper was only sitting at a level 8. It didn't have its Unite move in time to teleport Legends reappear there. So, matter of fact, you know, we still have Hooper with its Unite move. Whether it will end up saving it for that Rayquaza fight, it does have a little bit of time to possibly go and push this tier 1 pad if it chooses.
Yeah, that's a great point. I also want to say about this move choice. They've gone for that Sidekick Side Shot combo, which will shred that special defense of the opponent. And that's probably why all the objectives are going down so quick, because it looks like most of the, if not all of the EXO players, in terms of the Pokemon they've chosen, are all special attackers here.
Yes, that is actually a really good point. And the fact that you have that Slowbro, to slow them down and Blastoise to just let it rip, it is such good team compositions here. But we do have PG who is here all alone trying to whip him back and throw him back away. Make up your mind, Chi-Chi. Do you want him closer to you or further away? But they were able to put up the defenses there. You know what? 90 points to 52. Not a lot of dunks have gone in so far, has it?
No, they haven't. And I think EXO, knowing that they have the lead, they might be just playing a little bit safer here. Maybe they're waiting for that Regieleki to be secured to put additional pressure on top and maybe get some dunks in. And look at that. LDR is looking to soak up some of that experience at the bottom. They do have that Hooper Unite now, as you said, as well with an Urshifu Unite to pick off potentially the Gardevoir. Because that's going to be the biggest win condition here for LDR. They need to deal with Ethos right now. Ethos is just way too good. Look at that Wigglytuff trying to access the Gardevoir, trying to sing it to sleep. But it's just not enough. Gardevoir is so quick to just move out of the way. The Reggie still is so low. Oh my god. For the first time today in this game, LDR will be able to secure that, and that will give a big sigh of relief for them, I think. With that Rayquaza coming in as well, they do have that additional damage buff and also a little bit of experience, giving that Urshifu level 13, and you know, we hope that LDR will be able to get that Decidueye as well, level 13 as well.
Look, the thing is, they cannot relax yet. This is now the final stretch as they do get their positioning in that tall grass, waiting for the optimal moment to get a pick. We do have Gudra with its passive there, unfortunately healing on up, so it won't have that later on. But you can see that Blastoise is kind of lurking up the top there. Spirit Shackles from DC trying to poke out and guess where the members of Exo Clan are.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Chi-Chi has taken that opportunity to, I guess, offlane here, because they're going to be the major tank for LDR. And I'm a little bit scared that if DC doesn't have that Gudra in front of it, I'm not sure whether the Wiggly is going to be enough to protect it. Same thing again, EXO is in the lead yet again in this fight here, and I don't know whether what the plan of LDR is. Maybe they're looking for a prime opportunity, maybe to pick off that Gardevoir or even the Mew. There's quite a few damage dealers on EXO that can be so dangerous if left untamed.
Time is of the essence here. There is less than a minute to go. We can see they are chipping away at the Rayquaza. Finally, some Unite moves are popping on out. We do have that Starlight Recital to just cleanse the team of LDR. We have Bemco and Blastoise going into that Ray Pit. But look at that, Fu! LDR! They were able to secure themselves with those scoring shields. Urshifu with that wicked blow. We have seen what a great securer this Mon is. Are they going to be able to take the lead? There we go through 252 to 130. But Slowbro, they're trying to make an attempt at possibly getting a 50. But Cooper just evens it out.
Holy moly, what a turn of events there, Kello. I think the Jeb went in to try to unite a backline of LDR, but actually picked up Chi-Chi instead. That gave the opportunity for DC to just shred that Rayquaza, and then Urshifu comes in with that mad wicked blow to secure it. And that's going to be a possible Game 3 scenario for the first matchup of the day. What an absolute treat.
Look, I feel like that first match, LDR, they were just warming up. I mean, the fact that they were able to take down one of the Titans yesterday, I feel like they are here and they want to show us what they are made of. Obviously, there is still one match to go, but the fact that they were able to take down a match from the top spot championship points, ExoClan, I think is such a momentous moment for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the score graph, you can see how close these games are. Both teams are so meticulous in the way when to score, when to attack. You can see it was 0-9 for a large portion of that game. Up to the 4-minute mark, it was that score, I guess, difference. And then it starts ramping up a little bit. Teams getting the Registeel on both sides as well. And then that Rayquaza fight. They waited, Kilo, until pretty much the last minute to engage, action in. They were able to get that Rayquaza, and with those Hundo Burgers, that gives them game number 2.
Look, you can see that is the mountain that they did climb, and they did reach the top. They were able to take this second game, bring it to a Game 3 situation. But can we just say, even though ExoClan, look, they did put up a great big fight, and you can see Ethos with that 66k damage output is actually insane. I mean, even the fact that Eldegoss was able to get 67k healing, like, they can be ruling the map, but when there is a Ray, there is possibly a way.
There seems to be always a way, and we talked about how EXO had those double defenders, and you know LDR only had that Gudra in the front line, but it was enough at the end of the day. They played it so well at that Ray fight to make sure that they keep their Pokemons alive, that are in charge of shredding that Rayquaza. And Wicked Blow, so reliable. If no one is looking at that Urshifu, that's going to be a major problem, especially coming to this match 3 as well. I'm sure both teams are thinking, ooh, is Urshifu going to be a problem for us? Or are we going to let Zabi play Delphox?
Look, these are all questions that we are just going to have to wait to be answered, as we will go take a look at the highlights of this match, Fu.
Fantastic, here we go. I think it really sums it up at the end of the day, is that the games can go either way. It is no time to give up, even if you're behind, because things like that match has just happened here. Looking at some of the highlights here, we can see the top Regieleki did go to the side of EXO here, and I think they had a really, really good fight, taking out that Wigglytuff as well, just to get those dunks in.
Yes, getting those dunks in, you can see that they were fighting for their lives as they ended up getting taken down by the Gardevoir. Now, that's the thing. Earlier on, Gardevoir was able to get those secures, but I feel like that Urshifu there was trying to give them a taste of their own medicine. They're like, no, I need to take my title of being the best securer on the field. And I think they managed to do that. But there were just so many back and forth moments here. It was so close between these teams. Honestly, it just goes to show, even though it's only 10 minutes, like there is a way to make a comeback.
Yeah, of course. And I'm also glad to say that I think that means Gudra has a 100% win rate in this competitive regional finals, wouldn't you say? It is the first time it's picked up, but also it gave them the win.
Yes, it did give him the win. This is the pivotal moment here. You have those Unite moves coming on out. The rings unbound. The Hooper just putting the pressure on. And you can see that they tried to secure. It was pretty much just a flip of the coin there in terms of who was going to get the secure. But the timing of the wicked blow was just perfect from Xavi.
Yeah, it was perfect indeed. And I think there's a reason why these Pokemons are picked up by teams, because at the end of the day, it's whoever secures that Rayquaza to put your team at that massive advantage. We had Zapdos last year that gave you that instant score. This year, it's more of a shield, a damage buff, but also a faster scoring as well. So I'm excited to see what teams do in this third matchup. I mean, you must be, I guess, in the space of EXO, you must be maybe shivering a little bit. This is the first time that they've lost a match in this, I guess, regional finals, right? They clean sweep the entire way through top 8. They're in the winners finals, and LDR, a team that knocked out Iceland, has that possibility of knocking them out as well.
Look, you can definitely see that LDR, they are ramped up and they are raring to go because they have brought the fire. Now, I know we were talking about spicy popcorn yesterday, Fu, and I bet you everybody at home is probably, their mouths are burning, especially after that match. I know, like, you were just rapping there at the final stretch there, which was so incredible to see. We definitely do not want to let up, but moving forward, I'd be interested to see whether they're actually going to let Xavi rock that Delphox or whether they're going to end up banning it again. What do you think, Fu?
Yeah, that's it. Now, we saw Xavi's Delphox was so good yesterday, but I guess, yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about how comfortable EXO is letting Xavi on that Delphox. We know Delphox's kit is so good. The Unite move, you know, stops the healing, does so much damage. It's a great way to defend your goal zone. Also, siege as well. However, you know, banning the Delphox, that gives chance to Urshifu, which actually secured them the Rayquaza of last game as well. So, I don't know what they're going to do.
Look, I feel like, if anything, my predictions moving forward is there's going to be a defender ban. It's either going to be Lapras or Slowbro, for sure. The other one,
For sure.
I don't actually know.
That is a great way to predict for sure. And look at that. I think you're right, Kello. There is going to be a Delphox ban on the side of EXO. That's a fantastic call. And talking about that defender bans, as you were saying, looks like Lapras. 4 out of 5 members of LDR have said no to Lapras. There we go. They've successfully persuaded Xavi as well to click on that Lapras. So we're not going to see a Lapras, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to see a Delphox in this third game.
No Delphox love for today, unfortunately. So we'll just have to see what Xavi will pick on up. But one thing is for sure, Liz is going to lock in that Slowbro for LDR.
Yeah, very predictable there. I think they might be able to use that Slowbro to disable, potentially, Buster on that Urshifu. Bemko is back on the Hooper. Very, very good pick there. Oh! Is that a potential for a Sableye?
No way. If we end up getting a Sableye this match, no, they baited us. It ends up being a Blastoise. And I feel like this is a little bit of a turn here. The fact that EXO has secured themselves Urshifu and then Hooper, and then Chi-Chi's like, look, you take what's ours, I guess I'm going to take what's yours. It's a little bit of a trade-off here, considering Icy also secured themselves that Eldegoss.
Yes, it secured that Eldegoss indeed. And, you know, on paper here, it looks like a lot of these Pokemon are just so favored, right? We've got the Blastoise, got that Sylveon now, got that Gardevoir. looking at the roster of LDR, why does it look like it's Exo's roster last game? Or the game before? What is going on?
They have actually just completely switched. They have taken away Ethos' Gardevoir. They have taken away Challenger's Sylveon. Bemco's Eldegoss. Like, Legends reappear. Pretty much just mimicking Exoclane. I know there's no Mimikyus yet in the game, but I think this is a Mimikyu in itself.
Oh, I mean, it's like the saying goes, right? Can't beat them, join them. But in this case, LDR can beat EXO, but they're also deciding to join. And maybe this is a mental strategy, Hello. Playing the Pokemons that they've versed and potentially playing better. What do you think EXO is thinking at the moment? Are they looking in a mirror right now? Are they prepared?
Ooh, I don't know. The fact that Ethos has also picked up the Decidueye as well,
so
I think
funny.
this is huge. They've just, I feel like both of these teams, as you said, they're just trying to demonstrate to each other who can play these Pokemon better in this match. But the thing is, there's a lot on the line. This is round 3. Whoever ends up winning this match makes their way into the grand final and, gets to relax a bit. Whoever loses, though, ends up having to go up against another Titan of the OC region, which is Eichland. Neither of these teams want to be in that position.
Oh no, definitely not. And there is, like you said, a lot on the line here for LDR, especially because I think this is the best performance they've ever done in a tournament, right? They've been consistently, top 8 in all of the, the monthly cups and the AOS. But for the first time, they have a chance to go into the grand finals, and what better way to do it in the regional finals? So I'm very excited to see how the teams play. I'm sure both teams are a little bit nervous, but after those 2, I guess, warm-up games, we really get to see some absolute crazy action coming in.
I don't think they're the only ones quivering in their boots. I think we're quivering in our boots, and I think the audience at home are quivering in their boots. They cannot wait to see how this match pans out. Interestingly enough, we do have Ethos on the Rowlet going and opting for that bottom path instead of going into that central lane. I guess it is important. Kubfu is probably one of the weakest Pokemon to have on your side. It can't really do much as that little bear, so it definitely wants to reach that level 5 ASAP. And I guess with experience shit on hand, you allow your attackers to get online as you share it around.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think they might do something like a switch, getting that Urshifu online first, and then allowing the Decidueye to go into that jungle, Rowlet rather. But we can see here, it looks like Xavi is going to be up in that top path to give that support, soaking up that experience, but looks like the new Electroball also had a piece of that cake. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Snorlax waking up of his nap, realizing he's in the bottom path here, looking to maybe get an engagement on that Sylveon, maybe securing this. Oh my god, Wicked Blow Urshifu, so good. With that Snorlax, we'll be able to take down one member of LDR.
Look, speaking of cake, I don't think this match is going to be a piece of cake for either of these teams. They are fired. They are ready to go. They want to show them who comes out on top. But as we do farm on up whatever wild Pokemon is up on the side, we do have those Swablues and Altaria that do spawn in just a moment there. Nobody is there on time. Instead, they are opting to just throw hands and throw fists at each other.
Yeah, it looks like they're more engaged in fighting each other at the bottom, but here comes Ethos though, looking to get that Altaria, but it's actually going to Mew on that team that's going to secure it for them, which is going to be fantastic. I think both teams are maybe going to back away here, looking to gain a little more experience to maybe get their central laner online, or just get some levels so that this little Wartortle can get the spin set, move set ready to go.
Yes, indeed. We do have them just hiding in that tall grass, seeing if they can possibly get any picks here. We do have Urshifu charging up their Wicked Blow, but wasn't able to secure themselves that indeedy. Over in the top path, we can see Challenge working hard to get those Solar Beams and Light Screen combos out. Ethos in the back line there with those Spirit Shackles just trying to chip away at Cheese HP bar there.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage coming on the side of EXO here. As the basement Reggie is about to spawn, it's going to be interesting to see how many members each team sends down to actually contest this. But, you know, like we said before, Hooper so good at putting people down. It seems like Legends Reappear need to actually use their legs to come down to this basement as DCs are looking to chip this Reggie Rock down. There seems to be an overwhelming number of LDR at the bottom here. But here comes Urshifu looking to push this Gardevoir up in the scare, somehow ejects to get out of it. The Fairy Singularity comes out, but it is the reliable Knock Knock and Spirit Shuffle coming out from Ethos. That's going to be securing this basement Reggie for EXO.
They do secure that basement Reggie, but we can see that this Gardevoir and Sylveon are not giving up. We have DC just being super aggressive, but it is no match to those leaves of the Decidueye.
Yeah, definitely. The leaves of the Decidueye hurt a lot, and it's going to be up to perhaps this Blastoise up top to do anything about it. They're still looking to farm up some of the other Pokemon. They're still looking for that evolution.
They are looking for that evolution. It needs to have its Unite move on hand. But we can see Slowbro just surfing around, trying to secure themselves some experience there, as that's another Pokemon that would like to get its Unite move on hand as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on the side of LDR, they really need to look to break one of their goal zones early. If not, that Hooper's just going to be able to pull people up and down. Big Edmund Fist will be able to take down the Blastoise. No, Hooper says, hold on, before you go in, let's heal you up real quick. Here comes the onslaught of LDR, though, looking to push into this top path here. Hooper comes out of nowhere with a hyperspace portal for everybody to come in, and that leaves LDR scrambling back because now suddenly there are 5 members of EXO on that top path looking to contest this Regieleki.
Hooper, being the magician that it is just like, peekaboo, I'm here. You are not taking this path, this pad at all. We do have, once again, the Spirit Shackle of the Decidueye securing EXO Clan another objective under their belt. Regieleki being the secret 6th member of EXO. Will they be able to put the pressure on? And will they possibly be able to get more dunks into this goal zone? You have Snorlax going in with a snooze, allowing Regieleki to go on in. We had Fairy Singularity also popping on out, but it wasn't enough time to deny Urshifu from emptying out the Aeos. And there we go. Look at that overcap.
Oh my god, and instantly Bemco brings the entire EXO clan down to the bottom to this Regieleki. Snorlax will go down though, that's a very good pick. Here comes the Unite of Sylveon looking to do some damage in the backline here. Eldegoss making some space for the team as well. Gardevoir finally turns up to the show. They're looking to chip this down before EXO comes back from this engagement.
Yes, but look at these two ranged attackers, the Decidueye and Mew, they might be able to steal it. We have Gardevoir and the Eldegoss trying to do it, and we just said it. Mew getting the last hit. LDR, they are looking to be in a bit of a pickle. Now we have seen time and time again them being able to, you know, make a comeback in that raid fight. But if EXO Clan are able to keep up this momentum, keep the gap even further, you know, raid might not even matter here.
Yeah, raid might not be a matter indeed, and I just want to say a very good strategy now that I've realized that EXO has used this. Look at how many Pokemon can secure the objective. They've got the Mew Solar Beam, they have the Decidueye's Arrow, and also a Wicked Blow Urshifu as well. And you're gonna feel a little bit sorry for LDR here because they really only have potentially a Blastoise Unite or the Gardevoir Unite to try to secure any objective. And that's probably why they're feeling like it's so hard to secure any of these basement Reggies or the top of Regieleki, because of that potential for EXO to, you know, just burst it down whenever they're not paying attention to it.
Yeah, bursted down indeed, but I guess LDR, they're looking for that final team fight. They want to be able to get the knockouts. Doesn't matter if they have the Securers, if they're able to take out those members, they won't need to worry about that. They will have the ripping potential, the ripping capabilities. Now the question is, do they have enough rip here to take care of this Regieleki as the rest of EXO Clan are just going to heal on back, possibly secure whatever wild Pokemon is left on their side?
Yeah, EXO definitely have a lot of map control right now going into that final stretch very soon. Now, the good news for LDR is they do have that Slow Beam or the Slowbro Unite on their side. So if they see a Decidueye or an Urshifu or a Mew out of position, they can just go, hello, you don't get to move. Hello, LDR, let's take this person down. And that might be the momentum shift. That might be the pivotal moment. So I'm very excited. With 10 seconds to go in the final stretch, Kello, what is both of the teams going to do?
That is a great question, Fu. What are these teams going to do? Thankfully, I'm not a prophet, so I don't know. We are just going to have to sit tight and wait and see. There we go. Rayquaza has spawned in that middle path there. We have Urshifu and Blastoise just battling it out up at the top path. Legends Ring here. They are really holding their ground here, but up against the Spirit Shackles and the Solar Beams, we do have Sylveon getting knocked out and out of the fight for now.
Yeah, that was an incredible knockout on the side of EXO, and EXO, they don't actually have to do anything. It is still on the side of LDR to actually start this fight, because EXO knows they've got like more than 100 points in the lead here. They've got a level lead. They've got a level 14 Decidueye. They're chilling. That Urshifu's up top, looking to come in whenever they need. I think things are looking very good on the side of EXO.
Look, I really feel like LDR are late gamers here. They really like to wait until the last minute to actually make a move here. Once again, they are just circling around. Buster just covering that top base, making sure that there are nobody that is going to get any backcaps. But you can see the pressure that this Decidueye is just doing right now to chip away at LDR. The knock does come out, but LDR are too far away, out of sight, and now they are going to look at securing this Rayquaza, but no, EXO, they are like, nope, here we go, we have some Unite moves, we are going to take down 3 members, and now it's the Slowbro here, it also gets taken down, it's only the Blastoise just fighting for their lives. We did have a 4 KO streak. Boo? He does have a 5 KO streak from Ethos. That is absolutely insane.
The Ethos is literally eating so well with those Spirit Shackles, just kebabbing teammates from left and right on the opposite team. And look at that, Jeff is celebrating by that cute little slug stance up on top. That's going to be an 86 on top there. That's going to be a hundo burger for the Urshifu. And Kello, EXO has shown us, no, they are not a team to be messed with here. Yes, LDR took a game off them, but they are back, they are ready to go. And that earned them a ticket, Kello, to the Grand Finals.
Yes, the Grand Finals indeed. That must be so exciting for EXO Clan here. They must have just breathed a sigh of relief. 626 to 46. And you can see Ethos with that MVP. I think a very much well-deserved, especially with 13 KOs.
Yeah, 13 KOs indeed. Ethos doing so much work from the backline, especially at that Rayquaza fight. But it is not over for Legends Reappear though. But let's have a quick look at the score graph though. You can see yet again, over 4 minutes of intense, I guess, on par in terms of points and maybe in terms of levels as well. It's just up to that breaking point at that 5 minutes when EXO just said, let's ramp this up. We're done fighting. Let's do the objectives. Let's get that Registeel. Let's get that Regieleki. And then at that Rayquaza fight, oh my god, just the arrow shooting from the back line, and also Urshifu on top, putting so much pressure as well. Wow.
Fu, look at this, 122,000 K damage. You can see that Ethos was just, as you mentioned, just a thorn in their side. They're just whipping out those Spirit Shackles. But you know what? That is not to discredit the rest of EXO there. There is no IN team, and I think just the front line that Jeb was able to provide, but also Bemco with those hyperspace holes to send back their members for that much needed healing when necessary was on point.
Yeah, and yet again, it seems like, yes, LDR had that double defender, but it seems like today's story has all about the team that only has 1 defender that will take out the game here. And it just seems like, yeah, having an Urshifu, having a Decidueye, having a Mew there was just overwhelming in some of the team fights in order to secure that objective. Because once you get the objectives, they can just back away. They've got the buffs, they got the levels, you know?
I guess that's the thing. Is that the key? Is that the formula to this game called Pokemon Unite? Get those Pokemon that can have the best securers, get those objectives, and then you've locked it down. I don't know. I mean, it worked for EXO. Whether it'll work for anybody else, we'll have to wait and see. But I think we need to go rewind and see these highlights once again, Fu.
Yeah, I definitely want to watch that back. That was such an exciting third game of their first matchup here. And you can see, you know, even though LDR is looking to make space and chip down this Regirock, But here comes that truthful arrow, that reliable ability for that Decidueye just to get this, you know, in that space of that fairy singularity placed down by the Gardevoir. It just wasn't enough. I think the story for the entire way is, yes, LDR tried to make a comeback in the top lane. The Hooper was just so fast and bringing the team up and down, up and down.
Yeah, up and down, and especially itself, it just appeared out of nowhere. A bit like a jack-in-the-box, wouldn't you say? But
Yeah.
we can see another jack-in-the-box is those spirit shackles just popping out from behind. You know, you cannot see them coming at you. We do have that Regieleki just taking place in that top tier 1 pad, and a failed fairy singularity there. I mean, look, Urshifu did get the dunk, but they did get the KO, but it just wasn't enough. Once Regieleki is in, that's pretty much dunskies for the pad.
Yeah, for sure. And I hope this highlight actually captured Ethos, because I think he did a 360 no-scope arrow at the end with that, after that 4 KO streak. I'm hoping it actually comes up. Let's just quickly have a look at the end of this game here. Now, you can see LDR looking to start that Rayquaza, but that Gardevoir just gets taken down so quickly. Mew, so much damage coming out from that Unite move. And here we go. I think we might be able to see it here. Look at that spin from Ethos. We're going to get that KO streak of 4. Oh my god. Ethos is here not only to play, but also put up a fantastic show for us customers.
Look, I feel like Ethos doing a little dance there. I know we did Spectate Gem. There we go with the little dance move there. Look, their motto is to exist to excel. And I think EXO, they definitely excelled in that match. But the thing is, it's not over for EXO just yet. There is still that grand finals to go. But before that, we need to go and have a look at that bracket. Where are LDR going, Fu?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the updated brackets here. So you can see LDR, yes, they've been knocked out. That means EXO will be in the grand finals. The story's not over yet though for LDR. Legends reappear. They will reappear in the losers finals against Iceland. Now, they've gone against them before. Can they do it again to make it back into the grand final? Or will it be Iceland, who has had such a good run in that losers bracket, hoping to prove themselves once again why they are one of the titans of OC?
Yes, that is the big question that we are all asking ourselves now, aren't we, Fu? We will just have to wait and see. I think LDR, they need a bit of a breather, right? But you know what? I don't know. I think we also need a breather. But moving forward, we will be bringing back a Nuggy and a Perma to bring you these games. So please hang tight, breathe, please, because
Breathe.
we need you here to witness this losers final, Iceland versus Legends reappear.
A very warm welcome back to the OC Regional Finals, where we just saw legends reappear. Take a little bit of a hit to the knee from EXO Clan here. My name is Permasneeze, and I'm joined by Nuggy D, and we've seen this one before, Nuggy. I'm getting a bit of deja vu.
You know what, Perm? How did we come back to this spot? I thought we just already did this segment with these two colossal teams, but here we are back at it again. And, you know, this is such a story, you know. iClan wants that revenge. These are the guys that brought them down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and iClan, they're definitely going to be hungry for a little bit of vengeance here. And what a way to end back up in this situation. You know, brilliant, casting and storytelling of the game by, Kilo and Fu just now.
Yeah.
But at the start of the day, things were a complete mess, right? We had no idea because iClan, the once dominant titans of the region, back from what I remember, at least now with the new recruit in Joe, they looked so strong until they didn't, right? LDR with DC on that Decidueye just sent them packing with one Spirit Shackle shot straight through the heart, and they find themselves in the lower bracket now, but this is their chance to get revenge on these fledglings.
Yeah, exactly that. You know what? These are the newcomers, LDR coming in. We do see a Joe there. He is the newcomer for iClan, but talking about these LDR peeps, they showed, against the veterans who they mean business. They are here to put on a show. They are not afraid of people who were former regional champs of last year. So yeah, they just really want to show everybody that no matter who you are, iClan, EXO, we are here just to do a job. We are here to entertain, and we are here to show you that we want this just as much as you guys do. And I think for newcomers, that isn't fantastic to see.
So I know my whole place here, we got three brilliant representatives of the OC region, fresh from OC, the region itself. But of course, I was back there when it was with APAC and OCE. 1 year ago, we were right here in this exact situation leading up to the grand finals. I want to just bring you guys back in 2022 OCE Unite Finals. Wow. Take a look at this bracket. A bit of a flashback, a bit of a chill running down my spine as I just kind of, soaking back in this, how this all played out. You take a look at how it ended up. It was iClan that just showed complete dominance up against the 1620 Kings. Now, for those of you who weren't here last year, guess who's in the 1620 Kings? Some of the members of EXO Clan here. And you just take a look at the winners bracket. iClan just take a complete sweep through. Defeated Team Unknown, defeated Team Collateral, Ground Zero, slapped them aside, and just really, even the one game that they lost the 1620 Kings kind of felt like they were just like, we can give you one. It never really felt like iClan were threatened. But this year, let's switch it over to 2023, just as, all of this is shaking out with how, how our brackets have been so far. Follow the path of iClan now, the once regional titans. These guys who basically weren't even breaking a sweat, they were undisputedly the best team in OCE. Now struggling through the lower bracket, sent packing by legends reappear. Let me remind you, this is a team of kids. These guys are not. These are some young'uns. They are gonna be, the future of OOC Pokemon Unite. But here they are already, maybe telling iClan, you know what? Maybe it's time to retire.
Wow. That's fantastic to hear. But you know what? This is true. We've got some fresh blood in the new scene of Unite with this year, especially with LDR. They may have studied iClan from last year, maybe even idolized them, and just wanted to even either be like them or be better. So the fact that we see iClan now in the losers bracket, just trying to claw their way, stay afloat, and get back into that champion title, that's what they really want to be, and to see fresh teams like LDR giving them that sort of stiff competition, that is amazing to see. It lets you know that Unite, for at least the OC region, and obviously hopefully all the other ones as well, is going to stay fresh, it's going to stay healthy, and we just can't wait to see every time there's new, every new team coming in. So right now, Perma, we are heading into the draft. This is a great rematch if we ever saw one.
Yeah, you talk about fresh and healthy, nothing fresher than this game we have right on our hands. Hot off the press, we're gonna see iClan, no surprise at all. Xavi, his Delphox has been such a pain every time it gets picked up. Now, we've already seen Exo Clan up against Legends reappear. They ban out the Delphox as well, and they snatch away DC's very own Decidueye, taking out 2 of those power Pokemon for Legends reappear. Now, grabbing the Slowbro for 5th, that's been a stable one. The Lapras ban from Legends reappear, and they instantly snag up that Poopa that has just been such a titular pick.
Yeah, this is excellent picking by iClan yet again. You know, they're sticking to their guns. This is most likely one of their main compositions that they've run throughout the tournament. But again, you know, getting that Delphox pick away from Zavi is a very, very smart move, you know. And this is really true respect to Zavi. It's one of the characters that they fear the most that could hinder their chances at getting them back into the grand finals. So looking there, we do see though, do you see a Dodrio bird on a certain new member of iClan there? He has definitely showcased a lot of power in yesterday's matches.
Absolutely here, but speaking of power, we got those muscles swelling up on the side of Legends reappear. It's going to be a Buzzwole, which is something TT really likes. I think this player, he really likes his Garchomps, his Tyranitas, his Buzzwoles. These Pokemon that can really get up to a huge size and just pummel you into the dirt if you're not careful and give them that space. The last pick is going to be the Chandelier from DC, so a new Pokemon that can just dish out such a metric ton of damage if he's left alone. So both of these drafts really, really solid, but like you said, the Dodrio, it's in play.
Yeah, but you know what? Like Chandelure being an excellent pick with the Imprison, even the Wigglytuff with the Cute Charm, and dare I say the Buzzwole. They do have quite a few good counters against the bird. Now, we're going to wait and see how that's going to play out, but, you know, watching DC picking yet another range attacker, this guy loves to be at the back line and just sniping away with his shot, so he is going to be instrumental to keep LDR afloat. But we do know that iClan, you know, maybe they were a little bit overconfident from the first time these guys went together in the regional finals, but now they do not want to slip up. They mean business, and we are going to see how sharp these two teams are going to be against each other.
Yeah, you want to go to Yokohama, you got to be putting on your best performance. No room for shenanigans. You want to get that ticket there, you want to hop on the plane, you better be air ready. I think the main Pokemon and player that I'm going to be looking at this game is Liz on that Wiggly. Now, we take a look at the team composition of iClan. Very, very strong team fight. You got the Blastoise, you got the Triple Trample, and you combine that with the Bliss Assistance from Puff. It's gonna just throw everyone up in the air. That's not if the Starlight Recital comes right on cue. Liz is gonna have such a huge responsibility to make sure the team fight goes safe and secure, and that they're the ones who are just tucked into their, you know, airline seats and ready to catch that flight.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. And you know what? Bar from the Slowbro, I do think that LDR does have more suppression and lockdown potential against iClan. iClan, obviously the bro, that we said, but it's going to be a little bit of like kind of a dodge, trying maybe not to let them go into a team fight situation. But we've seen again LDR opting to not pick a defender, whereas we've seen iClan multiple times. They love their double defenders.
Absolutely, and I mean, we've already seen what a performance the two, you know, supports on the side of iClan can put down. Just yesterday, the Snorlax and Puff on his signature Eldegoss, just two of them alone bullying everyone else across their Sky Ruins here. As TT putting the hands on the Puffs, just getting on that early stacks onto that attack weight and ramping up. He's going to try and get that to maximum stacks as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, and while we look at the Litwick here trying to fight off against the Mew and the Jigglypuff, it does look like Litwick needs all the help they can get. He really spikes his damage when he becomes a Lampert. But you can see right now, Dodrio has arrived at the scene. Not sure if LDR has seen it just yet. Well, if they didn't, they did now, as Dodrio quickly makes work of that Litwick. But in response, Buzzwole gets rid of the Chansey at the top half.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, he has one job this game, and he's like a moth to the flame, except the moth is out to get that candle. Not gonna get burned up. He's trying to peck that wax all the way until it melts. I think DC, you know, we talk about him liking to be on the back line. I mean, Joe's job is to make sure there is no line.
Yeah, and you know what? You talked a lot about the Wigglytuff. I think Liz is going to be absolutely instrumental to keep units like Litwick staying afloat and not fainting to the Dodrio. Because if Wigglytuff is not aware and they see the Dodrio too late, then he's going to do his job. But we can see there that right now the Boswell is flipping that on the bird. But no! The hyperspace hole actually interrupted the rest of the attack. So that was just a very slight misplay there that may cost them later on.
I mean, you can really argue it both ways, right? On one hand, I see perfect with the timing that a Buzzwole going down there would be pretty huge for the Dodrio, but at the same time, they would have loved to get their hands on that pesky bird. Now, right now, they're getting their hands, Xavi, the liquidation not going to connect, and Pups able to just scurry out of that situation. So a lot of pressure coming out, and altogether, even though they don't get that KO, it's not too bad of a look for Legends to reappear up on this top side.
Yeah, it looks like they are trying to prioritize to possibly get rid of that tier 1 pad down as fast as possible. You can see that bottom path is struggling in the meantime because iClan is making advantage of this. Wigglytuff trying to stay defense, but there goes the hyperspace hole. Reinforcements are coming in from LDR. 4 members that are down there now. Hooper's staying at the top path, and look at this poor Mew. Probably not going to be able to get away and just gets flipped to smithereens. Dodrio, though, trying to be the defender at the front. There goes the rapid spin from the War Turtle, but there's not enough iClan members at this point in time.
This kind of feels like a wrestling match, except you're just a spectator, and suddenly out of nowhere, out of a hyperspace portal, out comes the ref. The Hooper goes, okay, you're up, fight, and then suddenly there's a Buzzwole just pummeling your face into the dirt. I mean, Shep, that's not gonna feel so good. He's gonna be sent packing. But yeah, right now, tough job here. Needs to defend this goal zone as iClan. They choose to prioritize the top side instead, getting massive dunks out and points as well.
Yeah, you know what? It's not a big overcap, but considering they do have an enemy Hooper that is in the LDR side, that is important to get rid of those tier 1 pads down as fast as possible. That just restricts the mobility that LDR can use.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, we talked a lot about this Chandelier being able to do a lot of damage, but I don't think we've gotten a glance at what the second move option was just yet. As TC, he might not get to glance at much else for now, as he's getting focused down, turns it back around, the Buzzwole slam comes through, keeping himself up and running, and even in the face of 5 members of iClan, he stands supreme!
Yeah, but you know what? I know that Buzzwole Slam was meant for that Dodrio, but Dodrio, even though it's a flightless bird, got away just in time, so he didn't get targeted by that move. So, you know what? In a way, well done to both sides that did not get fainted there. But we do see that Urshifu trying to get that pad down. Would have been a great overcap, but they are now funneling together. Imprisoned now in play. DC does have his Unite ready to go. They are trying to figure out a way to push these things forward because currently there are no Reggies in either paths.
Yeah, they need to be careful here. Like you said, the Imprison can be such a huge tool in terms of keeping Joe in place, even stopping this Blastoise from just spinning away like this and getting Shep into a tough position. The Imprison is just so scary, and mostly because it's not that it's a bad visual indicator or anything, it's just amongst the flurry of the fight, amongst being slapped around by Urshifu and the Buzzwole, it's so hard to see, you know, that little line on the ground. Suddenly you're just like, you're pressing a move, you just can't go anywhere.
No, I definitely agree there. And you know what? I'm going to add here, all I've seen throughout this whole game for iClan, I'm watching at Curry Puffs. He's running up and down, just throwing eggs, just soft-boiled on his allies. He is running an absolute marathon. But you can see Reggie still being done right now. Legends reappear with the Hooper unbound. You can see the Surf going in. Is it going to be taken? No. Chandelure does manage to get that Sakura off the road. Urshifu in a little bit of trouble, but no, manages to get rid of the Mew. There goes the Hydro Typhoon as well.
Triple trample!
But my god, Hooper's still getting out of there right now. Urshifu managed to get rid of the Blastoise as well, and this was a great win for LDR.
Yeah, I mean, LDR, both the central area Pokemon heavy as well as Joe on that Dojo pass each other like ships in the night. They get KOs, but Joe might be in some trouble, and there's the Imprison, keeping him locked down, and what can you do?
Well, not just in prison, Perma, it was also the passive of Q-Charm as well as Sing. That is almost guaranteeing that Dodrio will be knocked out if he went through there. And that is what Liz is doing, protecting that Chandelure like no end.
Absolutely. You can see the focus they have on keeping DC in a safe position. I mean, right now, he's not too safe. He's just running himself. This man doesn't care. He wants to light him up and knock him down.
Goodness.
I mean, this slow bro not going to be standing for long. And Shep can't do anything but watch from the sidelines. They get a nice dunk off, time it perfectly with that reset. Nicely done. Just some clean plays altogether from Legends reappear.
Yeah, fantastic fantastic plays, a massive 45 over dunk there in the tier 1 pad, and that does give a huge advantage to LDR. You can see Blastoise trying to really get that committing to get rid of that Reggie Alecki to get at least a little bit of pressure back in their way. And you know what? With a minute and a half to go, this is going to be the last Reggie Alecki that we're going to see.
Yeah, level department, take a quick check. Level 13 already. Davey, he says you can ban my Delphox, you can take away my special attackers. I'm gonna come right straight for your skull. Now, right now, it's Liz, who might be in a bit of trouble. Reinforcements here, thanks to the highway. And it's Blissey, Puff, who has to make a dash for it. The wrong side, but once again, the Puff's effect, they just chase him around and they don't get him. I mean, they finally do, but still, just it almost feels like a universal bait, right? As soon as you see Puff running by, you're like, oh my goodness, get this guy, and you just ignore everyone else.
Yeah, look, it's a great time waster, and that's what they're trying to do, stall for time. Just kind of ruin their momentum of what they're trying to do. We can see that Reggie Rock has appeared in the bottom path. The fight there, Chandler Wood making quick work of that. And this is going to be absolutely huge as the trio falls down. But with this Reggie Rock as well, LDR has great chance to position themselves, especially still having that tier 1 pad standing. They are in a good spot right now, Perma, and this is... You know, right now, for the first time, I think iClan has their backs to the wall. They're going to need to find a way to position themselves perfectly to start this because they need this Rayquaza.
You know what's crazy, Nuggy? I respect you. You're such a good caster because you're over here, you're doing analysis, and you're really laying out the stakes for everybody. I'm just laughing because TT turned that dojo into an ostrich, slammed his head straight into the ground, and this might be a sign of things to come. Now, TT, if he gets caught out here, it's gonna be a bad start, and he's falling low. Where's the backup? Trying to punch them through. Still has the Unite move available and forced to use it out. Manages to get a storm roll. That's actually a pretty good situation for the side of Legends reappear. Now, Untamed, he's getting slapped down by the flowing fist. Disaster strikes for iClan as they lose 3 in one fell swoop. Shrek just calls the dash back. And oh no, but the Jojo, it's still around, up against 4. Can he pull off a miracle here? iClan backs against the wall, one bird to rely on. Starlight Recital sings the final song, and the bird doesn't stand a chance.
Wow, and you know what? Not just the bird, the Mew had literally had 1 HP, but had to stick around because he was the only left Pokemon left standing to hopefully get that secure off the Ray. But Urshifu just showed how strong they were. And again, this might be giving nightmares to iClan because LDR has trumped them. This is you know, if we go back to the tally, this is the 3rd time in a row that Legends Reappear has taken a game of iClan. This is going to be an absolute mountain of a war to be able to claw back. This is a mental game now for iClan Perma. They need to find their way to get out of this rut, to be able to assert dominance, to show the world that they were the 2022 regional champs because they are trying to protect that title.
I mean, this is something we expected to see in the finals, iClan versus EXO, but here we are with iClan potentially being taken out. Let me remind you, Nuggy, you talk about the momentum 3 in a row, as you know, TT, he's still laying in, but you know, you talk about the momentum, they've had an entire day to reassess. They've had an entire day to step back, rethink, okay, how are we going to approach this team again? What are we going to employ to try and take them out this time? Just in the last series, at least iClan won the first game, right? They had the momentum flowing. Even in the second game, it felt like Legends Reappear narrowly ripped that apart from them. But this game, Legends, they just seem like they're a tier above. I dare say, I mean, they feel like they're on fire right now. It doesn't even feel like they just lost their last series.
It just, yeah, you know what? It's just on a high. You know, in a lot of sports, you have those players that you just can't beat and they get into your head. And this must be what iClan is feeling right now. They had, and I think a big thing is one of the games, they were up like 300-0. And all of a sudden, LDR flipped that on them and ended up winning the whole thing. So with little segments like these are like seeds of doubt that is planted in, and you can see in the graph it's always close, but when it came to the Ray, LDR just outperformed. They were able to win the team fight, and then they proceeded to take all the tier pads that iClan had, and they just, you could see the flatlining there from 6 minutes to the end for iClan. They really need to just find a way to reset their mind because this is it for them, and it's so strange to say, Perma, that a team that is as good as iClan is struggling against these new young guns. You know, we talked about how strong they are, and Savi, an absolute, we talked about him as a special attacker, but the physical attacker, my god.
iClan, they're rocking their up to the regional finals. They're like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take on the entire OC again. But OC's got hands this time, and they might be young hands, but they'll still pummel you to the dirt. Specifically on TT, I think Xavier, of course, he did mad work on that rapid strike Urshifu, but the Buzzwole was the one to watch. I felt like that guy, especially in the last few moments, they did all the right things. iClan, they tried to focus down that Buzzwole, but he managed to get the Unite move off and instantly eviscerate the Slowbro. That's your frontline tank. Frith is just looking around like, how every time you pop Amnesia, you have some question marks. Right now, he doesn't even have his head. He's just still like, yo, where did I go?
Yeah, well, look, let's have a look at these highlights because we're going to get a little bit more of the story as things went down. Just, we talked a lot about LDR just really sticking to their guns. They're just committed to that objective cause. Chandelure with a great takedown there of the Registeel. They proceeded to just further on attack and knock out fellow iClan members in the bottom path. This was already the start of something that we saw, even though the scores are currently quite close. But then they proceeded to further on, carry on with that. And this was a really big one. At the end, just being able to take out iClan members, there were only 3 of them at the time at the bottom path, and getting rid of them quickly without any sort of significant damage in terms of support for iClan, they were able to sweep them. And then after that, they were able to score that massive dunk of 45 overcap in the tier 1 pad.
Here's the problem that I'm seeing as we're looking through these highlights. Who is dealing with this Urshifu right now? He's just running an absolute riot at the moments where it feels like he's almost gonna go down, maybe a bit of target misprioritization, but nobody else actually can go toe-to-toe with him. Who's gonna stand out and face him when he pops the flowing fist? And in this final fight, that's where things just went catastrophically wrong, right? Take a look at Untamed. He was trying to set up a perfect team fight, but where's the follow-up? Your damage dealers are too busy trying to recover the fact that the Buzzwole already destroyed your tank. It just isn't a good look, and I mean, iClan, they're gonna have to find something a bit more substantial to match up against what Legends have.
Yeah, look, LDR is showing something, and we'll discuss it later after this highlights, but this is just showing the dominance of what LDR is able to achieve. iClan definitely on the receiving end of potentially losing this, in the losers finals, which is absolutely insane. And you know what, talking about composition, as you said, they had no answer for Urshifu, and I think this is the one thing that we're seeing in iClan is they love their comfort picks. They don't really stray away from those Pokemon, the Mew, the Bro, either the Chansey or the Goss. And like Joe's the only one I see so far is either switching between, other all-rounders and whatnot. They need to find a way to be able to complement the enemy side, whoever they are. It's LDR right now. And LDR has shown time and time again, they have variety of picks. We thought Xavi was someone who was just a special attacker extraordinaire. Pop him on the Urshifu, he just went to town and did over 100,000 damage. So this is really showing the ability that these young guns have, is that they're more flexible. Right, and it's time now for iClan to really be flexible and expand their hero picks, so that their Pokemon picks, so they can find a way to counter something like Urshifu. Otherwise, if they choose to ban Urshifu, there's a Delphox that's opening for Xavi. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's just they need to find that go outside of the box thing.
This is the age-old parable, Nuggy, of the teams or the competitors that have sat for far too long at the top. You're enjoying that seat, it's comfortable, it's warm, nobody's in the horizon, or at least so you think. You start to relax a little bit, you rest your spine. But then finally, when you need to get back out of your seat to show these kids who's boss, a little bit of backache. My spine don't really bend as much as you're just lacking that finesse, you're lacking that flexibility. But the crazy thing is, iClan, world-class players, I know they have it in them. And it's just not something we're seeing thus far. Legends reappear just have seemed to completely knock them off their rocker. They need to get back up and find their momentum in this game. If not, iClan, this could be their chance at Yokohama, just out the window.
Yeah, this is like points on the line, regional finals chance on the line. Everything is on the line for iClan here. If anything, LDR has the chance to do the biggest upset in the history of regional finals that we've seen thus far. Now, interestingly enough, we've seen them actually banning Urshifu, and iClan again sticking to their guns, getting rid of that Delphox.
Yeah, I mean, let me remind you, Nagi, that in our first few games of Iceland that we saw, Untamed was piloting that Urshifu to a very, very high proficiency as well. So it's not necessarily something that Iceland aren't comfortable with. It's just that they really defaulted to some of these other picks. Speaking of favorites, they're actually going to grab that Slowbro over from Frith. So one thing I want to point out is, even though Slowbro definitely a very strong Pokemon with a lot of ways to contribute to a team, the win rate, Nagi, it just isn't looking too hard.
Yeah, look, we do know how strong Slowbro is, but in terms of the OC region, he just hasn't been performing as well as people would have thought. But what's interesting to see the picks here, it almost looks like a bit of a reverse. We see Lapras and Slowbro being picked for LDR. Now, I've talked about how they don't even pick defenders, but in this match, they chose the two strongest ones.
Absolutely here, and Zavi gonna be able to snag up that Decidueye. I have a feeling that's going to the hands of DC, but Joe gets his Machamp. If I know this is a Siggy right here, I'd be surprised if they don't switch that one over.
Yeah, look, it does. Yeah, definitely, Joe. There is only one champ in the realm of iClan, and it's Champ Daddy Joe. He is going to do everything he can to get to that back line, especially the Decidueye. Now, saying that, though, we have seen time and time again how skilled not just Azabi, but DC are at taking objectives. They have two of the most prolific sniping characters we've ever seen in Pokemon Unite. They can get the job done, and they have the front line to defend them. So all job here, I think it's actually going to be very key for Joe to be able to get rid of those attackers in the back line. Otherwise, all that's left is Untamed. He's the only one that can maybe compete against those two.
Absolutely, but Legends reappear. They have a very tall order ahead of them. If you take a look at their lineup, the Lapras as well as the Slowbro, sure, they can form a very formidable front line, but they're just like a huge wave, right? If you just kind of step aside, the water ain't gonna touch you. You can just kind of take a little side step, go straight for the back line, and they don't really have the best ways after they've expended their initial sort of flurry of moves to protect their back line. It's all gonna be on iClan to make use of the Wiggly, to break that wave, crash it straight into a Starlight Recital, and suddenly you're at the beach, you're having a wonderful time, it's a party, and iClan's Big Daddy Machamp is just gonna go ham.
Yeah, look, if anything, iClan has to be aggressive in this round. They need to give it all they have. If not, they will be in a lot of trouble. They're gonna be leaving this scene for the first time, not actually making it to the grand finals. And this puts them in jeopardy of entering Worlds. So they need to really do that. Otherwise, I'm scared for them, Perma. I'm actually I just don't know. I don't know what they're gonna be able to do, but I just want them to be aggressive.
I want a Game 3, regardless of how this ends. iClan going out with a whimper would be a sorry way for the OC representatives from last year to be taken out here. Now, that's not to take anything away from Legends Reappear. They've looked so formidable.
Yeah.
But like I said, we just know these guys, they have it in them. And now Joe, on his signature Pokemon, can he pull the weight here?
Yeah, that's all eyes are going to be on Joe for sure in this engage. But right now, Joe is struggling, having a Lapras and Gossifleur. However, Hooper really going for that Gossifleur right now. Does manage to get that KO, which is nicely done for Team iClan. They need these little bits of victories to be able to pump up their true carry potential, which is the Machamp and the Chandelure, let alone the Sylveon as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the age-old issue in Machamp is up until he reaches that level 9, it's going to be a bit hard for him to contribute to the team fights. Now, we've already seen some adjustments in some of these Machamp's builds, right? Going for submission instead. I talk about contributing. Joe's going to prove me wrong. Just chop down that little owl. No nesting over here in these trees. Getting another. Joe's popping off. The muscles are on and the man is ready to fight. He saw the wrestler on the other side. He's like, bring me another. I'll challenge you in the ring.
Yeah, this is exactly what iClan needs to do. They need to show aggression. They need to really pump out that all-rounder because he is going to be pivotal for the end game stages. But not just that. You can see that Hooper and Lampert right now is really putting up the pressure on Zavi. This is actually fantastic. This is aggression. They maybe heard me. They are really preventing LDR from getting any sort of ground.
Yeah, and I love this adjustment here from iClan, already putting on so much pressure. You You know you're against two of these special attack players on the back line. Love to get their EXP, love to stay at a distance. What do? You close it. Don't give them any room to breathe. Make them sweat for every bit of wild Pokemon EXP they want to grab.
Yeah, well, sorry, I just had a quick look there. That Wigglytuff is not moving. Something may have happened at this point. He looks like he's frozen. He must have disconnected. This is terrible right now for Iclan. That gives just free experience right now for LDR. They have such a great start, and if we have little bitty issues like this is going to be a little bit difficult because they do have that lead.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether there's anything done or whether Fripp is, maybe he's just taking a little bit of a beverage break. It's the middle of the day. Tea time is important. Need to refuel. We'll have to see. As Iclan, ever the soldiers, they're just gonna, in spite of it, they're still playing on. Of course, we'll need to wait for word, but for now, they're still holding on, right? I think one Wiggly KO isn't the end of the world. It's just, okay, your tank's gonna go down. You're still getting pretty decent levels on your core Pokemon. Iclan are still being able to ramp up that Chandelier, ramp up the Sylveon, and get that Machoke up to speed. But seems like on the back of this Legends Reappear, able to get a good position on Regice and grab that with relative ease.
Yeah, look, with all things considered, the show must go on. If things were already not hard enough for Iclan, they are now a man down, but they are going to fight their heart out. At least the best thing we can say is Wiggly's does have that EXP share, so it will be able to come back quickly if he's able to come back quickly. Now, carrying on, at least Iclan is still able to keep up the pressure. They are still in the lead, and Regieleki been taken is a great sort of pressure that they needed. This is now their 5th player, Perma, for their team.
Yeah, they're Fripp going on a little bit of break. Okay, we need to conduct some recruitments here. Regieleki, you're up. Just getting some pressure onto the goal zone here. And I mean, it's actually not too bad. They still have the Hoopa on their side, which means the entire just kind of, map still is relatively small for them. They can rotate. They still have those tier 1s up and running. And they just need to be careful to get singled out and picked off.
Yeah, and this is the hard part. Without that Wiggly in the front line, you've got the Mew and the Decidueye being able to pick up units like that Sylveon. There is no real other front liner except for, you wouldn't even call Machamp a front liner. He's just there to do the damage. But you can see Machamp waiting there with this barrage blow. Going in for an absolute stellar Unite, but missing one of the punches. They do all manage to get out of there though, but this is just enough time for Iclan to kind of go back. LDR falling back to their tier pad. They do manage to successfully get out though. So now we have to reset for Iclan. They're going to go back to get as much experience as possible. And really, they're just defending the pads with their lives here because there's not much else they can do in terms of pressure. We finally see though, Perma, Wiggly is moving.
Okay, Fripp is back in the game. We're good. So we just need to check in whether there's going to be any sort of, adjustment to the current state of the match. But as far as we're concerned, game on, right? Everyone's back in it. They're back into the fray. And with that Wiggly, like you said, EXP share still relatively keeping up. Now, Iclan, that was a beautiful setup by that Machamp, right? We just need to see a bit more. For what it's worth, Legends Reappear, they had an excellent disengage with the Mystical Mirage, but now they're onto Registeel, forcing out that Starlight Recycle. Cotton Ground Crash coming in as well, fighting for the secure. It's gonna be Mew. Once again, DC finds it yet again. Actually, rollout selected from Fripp here. Not very common and gonna go down for it. That is okay. But the wall on the top side.
Oh my god, that was fantastic gameplay by the Hooper. That was gold. Untamed actually used as a great distraction there. Knock Knock is being used, but no one's getting hit right now. And you can see LDR responding in time. Wiggly trying to defend by himself. But here comes the reinforcements. Great job by Iclan. They're actually pulling this back. This is actually a fantastic story to tell. 4 members of LDR are down. Now, they may have won that Reggie at the bottom side, but they have just lost a tier 2 pad. And not only that, all the experience that we thought may have been lost was just regained as Iclan did manage to defend their tier 2 pad.
All my OCE friends watching, Iclan haters, Iclan doubters, where you at?
Wow.
But goes for a little bit of a drink break, he's like, I haven't really hydrated enough. Maybe that's the problem. Grabs a sip, takes a chill pill, reassesses the calm mind of the team, holding it down. Perfect rollout into Dazzling Beam. We saw the eject button, sheer desperation, but picture perfect with the timing. Allows Iclan members to dogpile in one by one, just like a real wrestling match, and they just overpower them. Iclan, for once this series, for once in the past 2 days, momentum is on their side, but Regieleki is not.
Yes, you know what? My heart is pumping. This is one of the most exciting plays
Okay.
we've seen. iClan yet again getting that Reggie Alecki secure. There goes the Machamp going in with the engage. You see Wiggly, Friff up and awake, really saying, hey man, I am here. I am ready to roll. I'm ejecting and getting rid of that Lapras. And I am rolling out onto that Decidueye. Decidueye put in a lot of pressure, but gets the snipe off the Chandelure. However, we do see that Decidueye is down by the Machamp, and now there's a Reggie Alecki pushing towards their home pad. We haven't really seen this throughout the entire history of the regionals in the OC region, and this is absolutely crazy. What a roller coaster event right now as we see iClan now doing the Reggie Ice.
Yeah, Nuggy, we gotta remind everybody that Legends reappear. They are one game up. Let's take a moment to take
Yes,
stock of the situation.
yes.
Just a quick recap for everyone who's just joining us. I don't know how you missed the earlier part, but essentially, Legends reappear. Shocking upset against iClan in the earlier stage of the tournament, looking for it again. But iClan in this second game, a bit of an issue with Friff, where he just kind of stepped away, maybe took a moment to breathe, came back with a calm mind, and they're into the final stretch. This could decide if iClan stay or go home.
Wow, this is an absolute quick flip.
And they get it!
Oh my goodness, the Chandelure gets rid of the Rayquaza in like 3 seconds. You can see right now that iClan didn't want to make any mistakes this time. They went straight in on the Ray. We don't normally see flips from iClan, but they wanted to make sure that they got this ASAP. Now, LDR, all of a sudden, in a lot of trouble. They can't even find a way. Do they defend or do they have to attack? They actually have to attack. They're behind by nearly 250 points, Perma.
Untamed looking for an angle, but doesn't want to get that shield pop by the Lapras. And meanwhile, iClan, it's that decision-making split second. They came back in, they knew exactly what they needed to do, and they wasted no time at all. No more messing around. The Decidueye goes down again. And iClan, what a brilliant flip of the switch. We were talking about these two backliners, Legends reappear. They're very clear play style. And you know what? Fitz just said, you know what? We can't close the distance, I'll do it myself. Picks up the rollout. We've never seen that before. We just haven't seen that build. And on the back of that, iClan, they're slamming the double dunks home.
That is absolutely insane. The fact to think to just go ahead and rip that Ray, you know, going up against Mew and Decidueye, it was such a great element of surprise, Perma, because they weren't ready for that. But iClan was. They brought all hands on deck, and all they have to do now is just comfortably defend. Now, we do see that LDR is really putting 5 members on the top side. Sylveon still at the bottom. Machamp now coming in to help out. But this is going to be hard. They need 400 points to be able to get there, but they've already lost a few. Now the Bro, now the Decidueye, Eldegoss, and all that's left is this poor Lapras. iClan, we thought we were worried, but my god, Perma, there is nothing to be worried about these guys for this game. They showed absolute dominance.
One thing about Untamed the G, one thing about iClan, the more you doubt them, the more they show up. These guys, backs against the wall. We thought they were messing around. We were like, yo, okay, what's going on with iClan this time round? Take a look at them now. Lower bracket, struggling. This isn't the iClan we know. Well, they've just showed back up, kicked the door down. Joe is back to play on the Machamp daddy himself. What a performance coming out from this team. And really, they just didn't let that mid-game hiccup get to them. They held strong. Everybody knew. We just hold. Friff's gonna come back. He's gonna come back with a plan. And boy, that rollout just shocked them all.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I don't even know if it was a plan. Did he disconnect before, and maybe his bot actually chose the rollout? We actually, I'm not. You know, we might have to look at when he actually disconnected, because it could have been a mistake rollout. But if it was the best mistake ever.
No. Nuggy, there's no such thing as a disconnect in these parts. This guy, you know, the age-old, okay, it's time to meditate on the problem. Like Shikamaru, you know, you gotta think about it for a little bit. Hold your hands together, really think about how you're gonna defeat your opponents. Bam, snap of the finger, roll out Wiggly. That's the recipe, that's the secret sauce. And Legends reappear. They were looking hot in this game, number 1, but now things have evened up in a big way.
Yeah, this is truly dominance if we've ever saw one. And on top of that, it was down to 4 versus 5 for a period of time, and even during that 4 versus 5, iClan was able to make an outstanding play, sacrificing the Reggie at the bottom just to be able to push through that top tier 2 pad and getting rid of it. Them actually getting rid of that tier 2 pad most likely really spooked LDR because it was so unexpected. They did a lot of unexpected things, but these things were absolutely aggressive, and that is what I asked for, and they did it. And I'm so proud of these guys because it really showcased that this was the iClan of 2022. This is what got them to Worlds last year, and they are showing us that they are going for Worlds this year as well.
That's the crazy thing, right? When iClan were back when they were so dominant, it was exactly this form. Snap of the finger decision making, no hesitation at all. You could tell that they had many, years of experience playing together and working together as a team. As we'll jump straight into the highlights, take a look at just how that panned out. But really, this game was a completely different story from game number 1. This was iClan start to finish.
Yeah, and nothing to break away from LDR, but the iClan really needed this. They were on the chopping block. You can see with the first engage, great attack there. Started off really well. And then later down the track, we do see that Wigglytuff was in trouble. But once Friff came back, you can see that they're fighting hard for it. Untamed through no ends actually did amazing here, trying to really keep up with basically the snipe walls of getting those objectives. Now, they do lose this one here, but look at the top side. You can see iClan with the rings unbound, just quickly getting rid of that tier 2 pad as Regieleki goes and spawns. That was a pivotal moment. Now you can see LDR going to try and repeat what iClan did to them, but just because of Frick, we thought he was sleeping on the job. He was there, Perma. He was ready to defend, and in comes the reinforcement, the cavalry to get rid of that push, and that was the defining moment for iClan to really assert their dominance.
Oh, and this steal, what a beautiful one. Untamed just lines that up so nicely. So disgusting on that chandelier. And oh, did you see that? We must have missed it during the game.
I did miss that.
it's not an overheat. It's actually flamethrower, if I'm not wrong.
Flamethrower.
Wow.
Flamethrower from Chandelure. Now, we do know overheat is a very popular pick, and people actually talk down a little bit on Flamethrower, but Untamed may have just showed the world that Flamethrower is just as effective. It's got the great range there, and every time you hit, the cooldown comes back a lot faster than before, so great job for Untamed to actually secure that, going up against units like Decidueye and Mew. Maybe that was the plan. If you've got sniping Pokemon as well, I'm going to snipe with Flamethrower.
Absolutely, and once again, it's really just a thing of beauty to see these two iClan supports play together. Their synergy is just unmatched. Take a look at them not even needing to call upon their reinforcements for the large part of it, holding their own. And iClan, we talked about the slight lack of flexibility potentially. We talked about, maybe being part of the old guard, you're not quite as prone to change. They switch things up completely. They take the pizza, flip it, put some cheese on the backside, bake it in a microwave, put it in the oven, trash it, bring it back out, pour some soda, and then they serve it to you ice cold. Legends reappear. They've never had something like this before.
Yeah, it's, you know what, it makes me think, are they just playing with my emotions, making me think that they are getting weaker, or are they actually just putting on a show? And you know what, we're gonna find out for the Game 3 situation, because this is now do or die for both of these teams. One of these teams are going home, and one of these teams are going to advance to go and face off EXO, who have been absolutely stellar. So this is going to be just the biggest match for both of these teams. iClan fighting to stay in the competition. LDR fighting to just cause the biggest upset that we've ever seen, because so far we've talked about these two titans so many times, they actually haven't met in this entire regional finals.
iClan on a journey of redemption, on a journey of proving that they are the representatives for a region, and for a reason. Right? Legends reappear on the flip side. These young upstarts ready to bring the heat, and boy, have they been packing. If they make it back to the grand finals, EXO Clan are gonna be a difficult team to beat, but with how resilient they're being, I don't think it's past them. Now, once again, Nagi, before we get into the specific picks and bans, I must remind you that this decides who's gonna go to Yokohama. Let me remind you that EXO, in that winner spot, waiting in the finals, largely already has their seat secured. Unless some crazy drop of the hat happens, they're basically already set. But Legends and iClan, it's not booked just yet. The seats are still unnamed. They're still untagged. Yeah. This is going to be the one to decide it.
Oh my gosh. And, just you saying that the seeds are not even decided puts a shiver down my spine, because right now we are seeing absolutely insane picks. We've got the possible Garchomp, Chi-Chi. That is an interesting one. And we talked a lot about LDR being kind of like flexing for heroes. They're the new guns. They're going to show what they're made of. They're not afraid to just go outside the box here. We've got the Gardevoir on Zarbi. We've seen great Gardevoirs in the past, and Zardi's a fantastic special attacker. Liz picking up that bro. Icy with the Hooper. Now, we're going to talk about this. Hooper has been so dominant throughout this region. It's just really got a high win rate. So this is really going to be a test for iClan to go up with these picks. Now, Untamed on the Urshifu, as you said earlier, he is amazing at it. And we see Frith on Trevenant, which we actually haven't seen a lot of, given how much of a buff this tree has been given. But if my eyes do not deceive me, they are going with Joe as the Blastoise. They are mixing it up. Joe's going to be a bit more durable, but most likely, I can just see Joe just going with the Rapid Spin here. I feel like that's the only way he's going to go, and he's going to target the Gardevoir and Sylveon down.
A lot of work for the side of iClan. They are robust, yes, but finally they're picking up the Alolan Ninetales again, a Pokemon that was curiously a miss from the previous 2 games thus far, right? We've talked about this Pokemon being the most picked, but you talk back about that stat that was wonderfully brought to us by What's Up. It's another situation where when we saw Trevenant at the top 5, the win rate, once again, not looking the prettiest. If there's anyone who can do it though, it's gonna be Frith, this prolific, absolutely beastly tank player on the side of iClan. He's made miracles happen for his team before, and right now, you know, we're calling it a miracle, which is just insane because they're up against Legendary Pier. Like, who are these guys even 1 year ago, right? Like, now we're talking about iClan, you know, if it's gonna take a miracle for them to pull this off, what is even going on anymore, Nagi?
Well, you know what? It's funny because we never saw them appear last year, but they've reappeared this year. So this is just really showing that OC just have these little gems of players that's just come out of the woodwork, and they are giving the former champs a run for their money. You know, they are trying to let you know that we are here, we mean business, and we can go toe-to-toe with you guys. And they've done this not just to iClan, but they did that to EXO in the previous match as well. They can take games, so which means that they can win. And that is the belief they need to stay on, because as we said, if all hope is lost, I think that LDR is the one team that has just fought tooth and nail to the very end. And if this is going to be a repeat of last time, that's what they're going to have to do. Now, you talked about Trevenant as well with the low win rate. We've seen Slowbro with the low win rate. So both of these defenders on either side have low win rates.
The low win rate warriors here in the bot path going to try and face off to get a little bit of an advantage. But let me just remind you, back up the stakes again. This is the losers finals. EXO Clan watching comfortably from the grand final seat, waiting to find out who their opponents will be. Now, EXO Clan, once again, already more or less set for Yokohama. But the thing is, you talk about Legends reappear going through such a slog to make it here. Even if they beat iClan, they need to defeat EXO to be able to secure their spot at Yokohama, just because of the point difference thus far. It's a huge undertaking, and it's a huge hill to climb.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that you've got to fight one group of Titans just to have another set of Titans waiting at the grand finals. This is a massive mountain for LDR to climb, but you know what? If there is any underdog dark horse team that we've thought of who can do this, it can be LDR. Now, we are already a minute and a half. No team has been able to score any AOS right now. I feel like pressure is surmounting to both of these players.
Absolutely here, and you can kind of already see the adjustments, right? It's interesting that Urshifu is going to go for that single strike. I was wondering whether he was going to go for the rapid strike just to close the distance on the Gardevoir, on the Sylveon, just to really smash him to bits here. But of course, the wicked blow from the single strike does add a nice sort of dimension of objective secure that you definitely need against a team like Legends Reappear.
Yeah, especially in a team that iClan has picked right now, Untamed. We've seen in the last game, he is an objective securer. That is his role. A great run away there from Sylveon. You can see the central wild Pokemon being put up. Gardevoir being able to take most of that, but Trevenant finally is evolved. Frith is now online, but he's getting bursted down. Great eject, but no, misses that Wood Hammer in the wrong direction. Maybe a flick back, and that does let Zavi run away there.
Yeah, maybe misjudging the, you know, the distance that he would get from that eject button, but it's not all hope lost. It's just, you know, a bit of disable that you could have gotten on this Curlia. In reality, I don't think they would have really been able to get that KO because the War Turtle's still at that early stage, not at the Blastoise just yet. Now, one player I'm really keeping an eye out for is Chi-Chi. We saw him absolutely take over the game on his Buzzwole, and now the Gabite in some trouble. Good move here from iClan to address that problem bright and early. Don't let it sprout any roots. But speaking of sprout roots, the whole squad pops out from that portal. They're not able to get anything though. Clean retreat from iClan, in and out in drop pad.
Yeah, that was very interesting to see Legends reappear, bring out all their teammates. That did put their bottom tier 1 pad extremely vulnerable. And now you can see only one member being able to go down there, and he's taken out. So this may have been a little bit of a mistake to put all their eggs in one basket at the top part.
Absolutely here. I mean, TT has made it worthwhile in the past. He's gonna take a few more levels to make it happen, but once again, going down. So not really the, start to the game, the cushy sort of comforting and the slow ramp up in EXP that we wanted. And now with Regice appearing as well, that's gonna be something we need to contest for. I mean, this Alola Ninetales has just done such a good job locking them up, but the Gardevoir damage, it has to be respected, and they are forced to eject button and back off. Xavi can dish out so much pain.
Yeah.
They need to be careful of the angle that they take.
Yeah, we see how difficult this is going to be for a Legends reappear. We have 3 members here, Hydro Typhoon being put up, but no! Xavi managed to get that along with a singularity. We can see the Ninetales with its Unite going up, and there goes Joe as the Blastoise spinning away to go after that Blastoise. So, sorry, the Gardevoir. So, well done there by the Blastoise, and now he's still spinning to win, to go against that Gabite. Gabite has no way to get out right now. Chi-Chi really trying to stay there to defend, but there goes the Trevenant. Thorn Leech, Woodhammer, Chi-Chi taking a lot of pain.
Absolutely, yes. It's an absolute emergency, right? iClan backs against the wall. They call him in. Joe on the Blastoise, the absolute Chad, just spinning to win there and getting the secure on these crucial KOs. Tracing the Gardevoir, not allowing Xavi to create the distance. Staying right on top of everybody who dares come close to his team. And Joe, he's really going to be the crucial player here. Now, the Hydro Typhoon was a bit off the mark in terms of securing the objective,
yes,
but can't really blame him for that one. I think he tried to get that timing. It's just a lot of damage to work with against on Legends reappear. But now Regieleki claimed by iClan as well.
Yeah, look, at least we finally have Garchomp online, but they are down. They haven't been able to score a single point. Now, we see that iClan is still moving forward. They have split the forces of LDR. Garchomp cannot do this by himself, and Garchomp is now down. Here comes the reinforcements of LDR. Ninetales and Urshifu sticking together. It is going to be an absolute crazy one, because we see that Regieleki has actually gone through to the top tier 2 pad, and this is going to push Ninetales and Urshifu to try and score. And if this happens, this is going to make Hooper even weaker, as he cannot bring mobility to his team to these pads.
Absolutely here, but you can see that's a little bit of a bait. That might have been what Legends reappear wanted. They instantly snap up that for Alola Ninetales. Now, I want to remind you guys of the previous game, the previous series, iClan against Legends reappear. Once again, it was this Alola Ninetales that found itself caught out on the wrong side of the map that ended up giving Legends reappear this opportunity to win the game. Shep, I mean, he's got to be careful. Don't want to be having those flashbacks and nightmares for days to come.
Yes, we
Bring
can
them
see
down.
now Hooper unbound going through. Regirock is being pushed out. Here comes the reinforcements of LDR. All hands on deck. It looks like iClan is only leaving 2 members there. There goes the Phantom Forest. But no, it does look like Gardevoir again takes the Regirock. But as you can see in the top part, we see Urshifu and Blastoise applying that pressure to do all that they can. But Garchomp managing to defend himself even at level 10. You know, that was a great defense by LDR. They did very, very well there, because they just cannot afford to lose any more tier pads.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Garchomp has definitely reached the point. TT has been waiting the whole game for this moment that he can stand up and fight. You're going to have to be a lot more careful with who you bring. But all things considered, that was a pretty decent move from iClan. They understood that with the rings unbound, the commitment was already made in the bot side. Ooh, Xavi getting caught out. Nice pullback from Frith. Catches him by surprise there. And that is a huge pickoff. But, I mean, iClan, they're making all the right moves. Whether they end up working out, you know, it's another story. But they're moving on the map. They're going to the places they need to. They're contesting where they can. And 234 to 0 points right now.
Yeah, look, I am just going to have a look at the cap here. We are seeing that iClan has a good level lead, but they are trying to starve out LDR from getting any sort of wild experience from their side. So well done to iClan there. They are applying the pressure when need be. You can see that Hooper's already put that hyperspace hole ready to defend against the Regieleki. And you know what? With 40 seconds to go, iClan has a tremendous lead. But we do not count LDR. You said this before. They were in this predicament before, but they managed to cause a massive upset. Are they going to be able to do it again? Will lightning strike twice?
That is, I couldn't have put it better myself, Nagi. You know, these stakes, they're higher than any other match we could possibly see. Sure, we have a grand finals, but with the way the points and the standings have panned out, this is just gonna be the preemptive decider. I mean, this could just close out iClan entirely, and Icy, he's the one being frozen right now. He gets caught up by the Alolan Ninetales, and now I'm scratching my head. I'm wondering why we haven't seen this Pokemon so far. Shep is just absolutely handling them. Now here comes the Fairy Singularity on the 5th. There's the Phantom Forest in response. The Wood Hammer as well. Finds 2, gets TT into a bit of a tough spot. 3v5 situation, and even Fist held in place by the Soul Beam.
Oh my
This could be the one that makes
gosh.
the difference, but it's not enough. Davey is being picked up by Joe, and Joe, the absolute champ, waters them down. TT desperately trying to life steal.
Oh my gosh.
Can't finish him off, and a Hydro Typhoon, it's slightly off the mark. Things are completely a mess right now as both teams scramble to try and get a hold of the legendary pit.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. Both teams down, both teams losing a lot of health, but iClan still out on top here. They just need to be able to win the brawl. Even if there's one left standing, iClan still has a massive point lead. This is pushing LDR to the brink to be able to just go for the Ray. But you can see the defense that iClan is doing right now. They are doing everything they can. There goes the Evan Fist. Gardevoir gone down. That's Zabi, one of their strongest players. Currypuff really tanking a lot of damage from Chi-Chi, and there goes the Blastoise. Hooper trying to bring some of his teammates back. Garchomp being able to recover there, and now they're going back for another reset.
Look at the clock, Nagi. 50 seconds. Take talk, Legends. You might have
freaking
rolled a
crazy.
really nice run thus far, but your time might just be running out. Untamed, waiting in the wings, looking for an opening, but managing to get one final
my
KO before it
goodness.
goes down. Legends, had they done it here, they're all very low on HP. TT
Oh my
desperately
God.
trying to heal up. It's just puffs. It's just
Oh my
puffs.
God.
They're not falling for it
Oh my
this time,
God.
and they can
Oh
get
my
the
God.
Ray. They get the secure, but they need to
It's
make it to
tough.
the goal zones.
my
iClan
God.
in the last moment. 20
Oh
seconds
my
left.
God.
You need a safety situation, but nobody
Oh
is
my
up.
God.
The Titans of OC fall to the new legends who have just appeared out of nowhere,
my
stealing
God.
the slot for Yokohama and
Oh
making it to the grand
my
finals.
God.
Legends reappear. What a historic run.
Wow. I cannot believe this. This is... I mean, look, they've done it again. Lightning has striked twice. This is absolutely insane that LDR was able to pull off the impossible. Now, Perma, I remember when we first introduced LDR for the very first time, you did not believe me.
I did not. I did not. Be
You
real.
were like, I have never heard of LDR, and I told you that these guys have potential, and they have just pulled up one of the most amazing upsets. Look at that flatline. It just doesn't make any sense. iClan dominant for so long, but where there's a Ray, there is a way, and LDR has done that time and time again. Look at all those score pads broken by LDR in the last few seconds of the match. They just put everything into their heart and soul, emptying their pockets. Everything. I don't even think they had any spare change. They just got rid of all their Aeos energy in those last few seconds. And this is such a devastating blow to iClan because they have been so strong throughout. They showed us in game 2 that they did everything they can, you know, in terms of aggression and dominance. But LDR, they are just, you know, in terms of the mental capacity and the Garchomp, you know, just such brave picks to be able to go in this do or die situation to end up on top.
I'll be real. I mean, I'm really excited to see the highlights because I think especially in that last fight, there were just pixel perfect moments. I don't know if you saw, but right before Untamed went straight in for the even fist, locked down by the slow bro, but they didn't have enough in the tank to take off Untamed. He was able to escape, but then when he finally comes back around, cleans up the Gardevoir, that's when he doesn't manage to finish off TT, who just off that boosted auto attack and off the passive, heals up, gets back into the fight, and finishes that objective. I mean, iClan, they pulled out all the stops here. They put Joe on the Blastoise. He looked amazing. He was just bullying the side of Legends Reappear. But we talked about the Garchomp. Takes a while to ramp up. But once he gets to those significant levels, TT was a beast.
Yeah, it was incredible. You can see through all these highlights, Iceland actually dominating in essentially the first 8.5 minutes of the match. They did everything right. And even here, this was probably the turning point. LDR bringing all hands on deck to the bottom Regia Rock because they were so under-leveled. They managed to get that. They got rid of the Ninetales. And then Garchomp actually defended really well by himself at the top tier 2 pad. Even though we see here Icy falling just as the Rayquaza was about to pop. We see that they just kept they kept composed. They knew that Hooper was down, but they were staying there fighting for for their lives. You could see right there with the Garchomp holding off 3 to 4 members of Iceland.
Yeah.
I don't know how he did it, but he did, and he actually stayed alive. You can see him on 1 HP, literally running away there. And here, this is where we thought this might have been over as Urshifu managed to get the Gardevoir.
But Chi-Chi,
look at the dominance of this Garchomp really going in. And you know what? Credit to Icy. We talked about Hooper's win rate, and this is exactly why. To be able to bring your teammates back in an instant, come back with literally full health, and go ahead. And of course, Zabi, the executioner of that Rayquaza, being able to take that down. And look at that, less than 18 seconds to go, Perma, dunking all of their Eos energy plus more.
That was just an absolute jaw-dropper if I've ever seen one. I think that might just be the best game we've seen on broadcast thus far. And LDR throwing that Fairy Singularity into the base. They have every reason to celebrate. They just took down the Titans. If it wasn't an argument before that they were the better team, it is solidified now. LDR, without a doubt, 2 series in a row against the odds with their signature Pokemon banned out. Still just suppress the Titans, and now we're in a situation, a very uncomfortable one, where everybody who saw Iceland just last year, they're gonna be like, wait, who are you? Who are you?
Yeah,
That's
look,
not
let's see the bracket update to just kind of, if we see it, we believe it, right?
Oh
Maybe
my
we're
goodness.
dreaming,
Oh my
but
goodness.
we're gonna have a look. Look at
my
that.
goodness.
Legends reappear. An absolute fight to the finish, getting that 2-1. Now heading back into the grand final against ExoClan. We talked about this, Perma. They just had to defeat one of the best Titans that OC region has to offer, only to go up against another one. And this one is even scarier, as they have just been dominant throughout the entire match. However, if we looked at the scorecard, LDR is the only team that has managed to scrape a game off of EXO. So, as I said earlier, if there is any team to be able to do this, as we've seen so far this weekend in the OC regionals, this is going to be LDR. This could be an absolute magical story if we ever saw one.
Yeah, I mean, this is history in the making in this region. Now, I do want to remind you guys, just look at this bracket. Legends reappear. They started out against Hard Hackers, but every single game for them has been a 2-1. It's just been a slog back and forth, and I don't think ExoClan are going to give them an easy grand finals. Lest we forget, it might just have to be a bracket reset if they want to change their fate here. As far as we're concerned, even though they've taken out this prolific team in Iceland, they need to win the grand finals. The points alone from second place won't be enough to land them a seat in Yokohama.
Yeah, so
this grand finals will decide everything, Nagi.
Yes, it will, because now for those of you that do not yet know, like, if LDR is, like you said, able to take this away from ExoClan, they will make their trip. They book their ticket to Yokohama. But not just that, ExoClan is the current leaderboard champs for the OC region, which will put Iceland out of Worlds. That is a scary thought. However, I do think we're going to have a look at the points later on down the track. But if ExoClan maintain their spot, they end up taking the regionals and become the champs, then I believe if we go down to the points, Iceland maybe still be the top 2 to go to Worlds. But you know what? All
Nagi,
hands on deck for this one.
Nagi, look at us. Look at us. Did you think we would be? What is going on, man? I was, last year when I came by, I'm like, man, this region's pretty sick. The Pokemon UNITE is lit. It's good times. But Iceland, they're so strong. I wonder who's gonna beat them. And throughout this whole year, it's just been, what is going on? Iceland to the lower bracket. These kids out of nowhere. It's every gamer's worst nightmare. In 2 to 3 years' time, you're just gonna get smoked. And that's exactly what happened. And right now, with the way things have panned out, everything is on the line in these grand finals.
Yeah. And you know what? With that, ladies and gents, let's go take a break because boy, does LDR deserve it. We need that break. And after that break, we are going to head into the grand final. EXO clan going up against LDR. You don't want to miss it, guys.
Yeah, with that being said, of course, it's gonna be none other than OC's very own Kilo and Fu taking you through that journey. That is it for myself and Nagi. We may come back at the end just to tell you how crazy all of it was and you know, just recap on the ride. But that wraps it up for us. It's been an absolute pleasure. And these grand finals are gonna be a kicker. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. We'll see you right after this break.
Boo, do you see everybody's jaws down there? Because I think I may have lost mine.
I definitely can't find mine either. What just happened, Kello?
I have no idea. The fact that LDR were able to take down one of OC's titans is insane. But this is deja vu. We've already been here today. LDR going up against ExoClan. This is the revenge arc.
Yeah, it's definitely the fairy tale story for LDR now, and especially for Iceland as well. They can only watch, ladies and gentlemen, as their placement in the tournament doesn't matter. If EXO beats LDR here, then Iceland may have a chance of making it through, but if LDR continues that hot streak that they're on, they will book their ticket with EXO to Yokohama. I am so excited, Kello. This is the grand freaking finals.
Yes, it is definitely hot in here today, even though it is winter. But just to recap, over on Legends Reappear, we do have a DC, Zavi, Chi-Chi, Icy, and Liz who are ramping things up.
Yeah, on the other side, it is the Titans themselves. Team EXO with a Buster challenged Benko, Jeb, and also Ethos. Oh my god. The stakes have never been higher, ladies and gentlemen. It is all or nothing for this game.
Oh, it is all or nothing indeed. And as you mentioned, I feel like not only are ExoClan carrying the weight on their backs of their teams, but they're kind of carrying that weight to bring Iceland to Worlds with them. So I think, it's a 2-for-1 deal for them, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Iceland is probably hoping EXO has that extra luggage so that they can all fit in that flight to Yokohama. But LDR might have something to say before that. They are Legends Reappear after all.
Well, they have reappeared time and time again. I feel like we need to rename Legends Reappear to Legends Late Gamers, maybe? I don't know, because they just seem to make a comeback right at the last moment and blow our minds away.
Yeah, definitely. That was an insane game beforehand, but it is all about this first game here. Don't forget, guys at home as well, this is going to be a best of 5 grand final here. And if LDR takes out EXO in this first best of 5, it is going to be a bracket reset, meaning that EXO has another chance to take the win here. Now, looking at the bans, Kello, we've got a predictable Lapras and also Delphox ban on the side of EXO.
Look, you do not want to put that in the hands of Zavi at the moment. There is too much on the line. Nonetheless, we do have a Hooper that is being picked up by Icy. We have a Decidueye as well, and the Wigglytuff. I must say, Wigglytuff is definitely a supporter that you do not see very often in this meta. I absolutely love seeing this pink blob being selected.
I think LDR might be taking a page out of Iceland's book from that engagement they had before, taking that Wigglytuff as well, as you said, but more importantly, maybe for the first time today, a possible Glaceon on the side of LDR. Zavi maybe locking that in. Meanwhile, we've got challenged back on the Mew, and Benko with that Blissey as well, probably looking to support that Urshifu picked up by Buster.
Yes, we do get a Glaceon, and I must say, I am a massive fan of all of the evolutions, but wait a minute. Hold the phone, Fu. Ethos on the Zoro arc? Is this the comeback arc for EXO?
Yeah, holding the phone.
Yeah.
Holding the phone indeed. I think he might have picked up my call asking for a Zorak. You know how I love seeing Zorak in the competitive play, but Ethos looking very good with that with that Pokemon. Now, I do have to mention though, Hooper has been such a key component in, I think, Legends Reappears a game. You know, you saw that last game. That's why they can do all that last minute comeback plays, because that Hooper at the end brought all the teammates back healthy and ready to take down that Rayquaza. And so definitely, if you are on the side of EXO, probably need to watch out for Icy on that Hooper.
That's actually a really great point there, Fu. The fact that Hooper can heal up multiple members at once is massive, especially if you get the positioning right, everybody goes back home and then reappears pretty much. But the fact is, Blissey, depending on which build set it ends up going, it can only heal one member at a time with those soft boils. But then also, if it ends up opting for the safeguard move, at least they are able to possibly counter that suppression that LDR will bring.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well. It is a single target support here. Now, I do see that they did, intend to bring that special attack specs, which means they're probably looking to stack up some points early game, to looking to either heal or give that safeguard for that Urshifu or any other player on their team here. But don't forget, there is a Goodra as well on LDR, another Pokemon we're very excited to see, I'm sure of. Maybe will change it up a little bit, bring a bit more sustain to the LDR set.
Yes, the lovable pile of slime, as they do call it. It will definitely be lovable if they are able to bring a win for LDR here. But here we go. Grand Finals of Match 1 for the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series for the OC region. I am super duper excited to see what we have on the table here for this set.
Yeah, it all really comes down to this, isn't it? Here comes the Jigglypuff with that Rowlet at the bottom. Now, we've spoken about how Rowlets could be a little bit weak at the bottom path if they weren't going to the central area, but looks like LDR is looking more to get that Glaceon online as soon as possible to dish out that damage from that backline. And we have a Zora trying to run away, backing off from that Goomy, looking to put in some stacks as well. We've seen that Red Buff Hooper time and time again, able to stun the opposing Pokemon, slow down any advancement from them, and now look at that. No knockouts from either team, both teams doing so well to gain that valuable experience to begin.
Oh, yes, for sure. Just the Astonish, not only does it stun, but then you have that slows combined with it. It's such a great supporter earlier on. But we still have that Jigglypuff and Rowlet still in the bottom path there. They haven't reached their full evolution. Slowbro, though, going in with a huge surf and rolling out that Jigglypuff.
Yeah, that Jigglypuff is still trying to find a microphone to evolve to Wigglytuff with the Sing move, so unfortunately won't be able to do that just of yet. Here comes Urshifu though, another single strike Urshifu on the playing field for EXO here, looking to take out, I think, Liz on that Goomy. Oh my god, can they get that engagement here? Meanwhile, Glaceon is looking to go back to their central area to get that farm up. They really want that level 8 as soon as possible to get that Unite lead.
Yes, it's interesting to see they've actually set the Dartrix into that central lane there. Obviously, it did struggle in that bottom path. It wasn't able to get online. So I think the ability to just switch out and prioritize that is really good, I guess. What's the word there, Fu?
Oh, I mean, talking about Pokemon that need to come online, here comes Blissey just coming online now. So I think both a sigh of relief from both teams, but you are right, definitely, Carlo. We do want to see that Decidueye coming up as soon as possible. But here comes the famed Zora picking off that Sliggoo, saying, no sir, this is my field, this is my pressure I'm putting up in the top lane. And look at that amazing space made by the Urshifu as he backs away here. Can anyone stop Ethos on the Zoroark right now? I don't think so.
Oh, I don't know if anybody can do it. It might be that stunner from that Hooper there, but no, they were able to make a quick escape. They're going to go back, farm one up, and get ready for these objectives that are about to spawn in less than 15 seconds.
Now, I do want to point out as well that it seems like Blissey on the side of EXO has chosen the softball egg set, which means that they're not going to be able to cleanse their Zora from going in against the Sing of the Wigglytuff here. However, that means they can put and, keep feeding the eggs, actually, to EXO-Clan, keeping them, ready and alive in the playing field here. Big Unite move by the Zoroark to take down both the Glaceon and perhaps even the Decidueye here. Oh my god, Ethos is on a rampage, and look at that. Look at how much space they made for Team EXO here, even though they did not manage to, stay in the playing field there. EXO got the bottom Reggie.
Exactly.
That was enough time. The sacrifice was not in vain.
Yes, no, it was not in vain. They were definitely on a rampage there. A sacrifice worth making as they did secure themselves that Reggie rock buff. But thankfully, we do have that hyperspace Hulk teleporting the Wigglytuff up into this top path and just applying this pressure on this Urshifu as it hides in that tall grass.
Yeah, looks like DC is looking to just chip down this Regieleki as soon as possible here. Hooper staying in the playing field by going through the portal, but Wicked Blow comes out maybe a little bit early, gets made space by the Wigglytuff. Oh my god, Glacier managed to get that, but Ethos says it's not over yet. I'm ready to go. Bliss Assistant goes on, stays so good here. The Zoroark keeping them in play as well. Here comes Mew though. Maybe they can have a huge surf on the Wigglytuff. Glaceon. Oh my god, I don't think they will be able to get out here. No, their Unite move so good. Keeping them in, keeping them away from the teammates, being invisible. Oh my god, they're still playing. They're still okay. Oh, Hooper says, nah, Boo, you have complimented this Mew too much. I'm going to take it out of the playing field. And also this Zoroark as well.
Oh my gosh, I must say, there is so much action happening on the field today for this match. They are just fighting in all these little sections that we have. 4 members going up against the Urshifu, a 3 KO streak coming out from DC there.
Yeah, DC saw Ethos with that 5 KO streak beforehand, and it's just saying, I'm just as good as a Decidueye as you, taking down the top goal zone of ExoClan. And look at this. LDR is in the points lead against EXO here. So if they want to keep this iron grip on the lead and potentially take out this first game, they need to make sure that the Hooper is still online here and keep the Grozons online as well.
Yes, definitely they have to keep that iron grip as that Gudra is popping out those Vine Whips and those Dragon Pulses. But look at that, the slow beam food. It ended up
oh my god.
It didn't end up taking anybody down. We do have Zoroark trying to just zip back and forth. They managed to take the Glaceon down with them as they are both sent back home to base.
Yeah, here comes the Regirock in the basement right now. And look at that, Urshifu chipping it down so well. Oh, Wicked Blow. So good, but it was actually the Slowbro out of all of them. Jeb able to secure it from Team EXO here. Big surf on that Wigglytuff. We're going to take it out as well. And here comes maybe a bit of pressure into Legends reappear. Mew is backing away. Mew is very much able to still be playing on the playing field. But Hooper's Ring Bound is out here. They're looking to push. LDR saying, you know what, you guys got the base from Reggie, but I want a piece of this cake. I want to get this bottom goal zone broken as soon as possible.
But is it going to be a piece of cake to take? Because I think EXO-Clan are putting up the defenses. But look at this! Zoroark going in the backline, putting the pressure on that Glaceon once again, taking it down. Also taking along the Decidueye with it. That is a 2 KO streak. He is living a 1 HP and a dream as he makes it on out and leaves it to the rest of EXO-Clan to break that tier 1 pad.
Can I just say, Kello, how is Ethos getting away with all this right now? He goes in, he zips it on 1 HP, leaves the scene. There seems to be no punishment for his engagements. It is insane to watch from Ethos right now.
Look, I must say, Ethos is definitely one of those members to watch. I think it's just their ability to push these Pokemons to the limit. You can see they have that micro down pat, but we do have a Regieleki being secured by Legends Reappear, and that is going to make its way down to Tier 2 pad. We can already see that EXO-Clan are there to answer the call and not let this Regieleki walk on through.
No, definitely not. They definitely would like to take down this Regieleki before the timer ticks down even more here. Looking at the levels though, Kello, very close match. We have a level 13 Glaceon and a level 13 Zoroark. This absolutely could be any team's game here. And you know what? For the first game of the freaking grand finals, what a show it has been, but it all comes down to this final stretch.
I feel like this whole broadcast has just been an absolute show for. They have not disappointed the world at all. OC are here and they want to show what we are made of. But for the moment, it is the calm before the storm as they all wait in the tall grass, waiting to see who is going to get picked off first.
Yeah, here comes Chi-Chi up in the top lane. We've seen them play in that top path so well in that Rayquaza fight before, but Ethos is also there looking to maybe, you know, jump into the back line of Team Legends reappear here, but both teams, you know, are waiting it out a little bit. Now, I'm sure they know that EXO is a little bit ahead, so it is still up to LDR to make a move, but LDR is known from today, waiting till the final moments, Kello, to really ramp it up against EXO.
They really do wait until the final moments, and I guess that's so that they cannot, EXO might not be able to make a comeback, but look at this. It's still almost a minute has passed in this final stretch. No one has really made a move, Fu.
Yeah, everyone is just taking a chill pill right now. Here we go with the final minute. Maybe it's time for LDR to make a move and wake up from this fight. Wigglytuff looking to be close to the Gudra to make some space for the team. Someone needs to predict the Decidueye though. Oh my god, Evan Fist comes out. That's the Decidueye out of the play. That is a huge pick by EXO here. And they're looking to take down this Glaceon as well. Glaceon doing very well just to stay in the backline. But Urshifu, not on a lot of HP. Maybe it'll be knocked out. No, Mew says, don't worry, Urshifu, I got the Glaceon. That's 2 backline attackers taken out of LDR.
Okay, but wait a minute. We have a Mew going in and just broadening that gap even further with a sneaky back cap there. So, LDR, they have to make a move. There is 20 seconds left on the clock. Rayquaza is nowhere in sight. I think LDR may have waited a little bit too long on the clock there and may have just lost that first game.
Yeah, waited a little bit too long indeed. Unfortunately, they cannot bring up that miracle they did against Icon there, unfortunately. And I think that Mew scoring up in that top path really sealed the deal for EXO and just, bringing it back in terms of the belief that EXO has that they are the best of the OC region, and they just showed it to us there.
Yes, that's the thing. The question is, are they the best? This is only the first match after all. And as we have seen time and time again, legends, they do reappear in those last moments. But having a look at that recap, you can just see the dominant performance that EXO Clan had at the end there. They put up the defenses. They did not allow any back caps at all to occur from the side of Legends reappear.
Yeah, I think Urshifu did fantastic in that final fight just to aim at taking down the Decidueye and also the Glaceon, because without the backline attackers, there's not really a lot Legends Reappear could have done to take down that Rayquaza. As we know, as the timer ticks down, Rayquaza's health does get more and more in terms of its HP, so I think they played fantastic. And to be honest, EXO was probably watching that engagement between LDR and Icon. They probably realized the fact that LDR wanted to wait till the last minute, so they definitely played very patient, and I'm very proud to see that they were able to get that first game.
Yes, EXO were definitely taking down notes in their notebooks to prepare for what was about to come. But Fu, can we just highlight Ethos on the Zoroark, 92k damage. But you know what? They did have their trusty Blissey by their side with 87k recovery.
Yes, behind every good Zoroark gamer, there is always an even better Blissey. That's why I believe supporters are so important, as we can saw from that leaderboard before as well, that there is one of the most picked Pokemon.
Yes, well, that was a very, very exciting match that we have just witnessed through. I do not think Legends Reappear are going to give up easily. Now, obviously, there is a lot on the line as we have discussed. What do you think Legends Reappear need to do? Well, before that, we'll look at the highlights and then we can come back to this discussion, I think.
Yeah, let's have a quick recap. I'm very excited to see what has happened in that last game. Now, I think throughout the game, it was really quite close in that early game. I think both teams played very, very well here. Just looking at, this seems to be the replay between Icon and LDR. So I guess we're having a quick replay of how LDR played against Icon here.
Yes, well, I mean, it was quite an exciting match to recap, but as we do get the LDR versus EXO Clan matches highlights underway, let's go back to that discussion. What do LDR need to bring to the table in order to take a match off EXO?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the good thing for LDR right now is it is a best of 5, so they do have some leeway. There's not a lot of pressure. It's not like if they lose the next game, they're out of it all, right? Meanwhile, on EXO's side, they're chilling, right? They have that ability for that bracket reset as well, but it also gives them that opportunity to maybe try out something different or just stick to the plan. Ooh. So I think if I was on the side of LDR, maybe just looking to start the Rayquaza fight a little bit earlier. You know, doing it last minute may have its disadvantages.
Look, I know 2 minutes It may seem like a long time when you're sitting there and waiting, but in reality, 2 minutes is not a very long at all because you still have to allow some time to actually walk over to the goal zones and dunk in those points. So you may have hit the nail on the head there, Fu. We'll obviously have to wait and see. We have the easy job here. We don't actually have to be on the field. We do not have to control these Pokemon. That is the job for these trainers here.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely have the easy jobs here. We just have to watch it unfold. And can I just say, every single match we've watched today, Kello, it's been so exciting. I don't know how any of the teams are playing so well consistently.
Honestly, yeah, just on that note, I feel like all of us, we need to grab our deodorant sticks. We need to grab those handkerchiefs because it's getting sweaty in here.
It definitely is. And talking about, I guess, gamers that have been playing for a while, LDR they haven't stopped today, if you think about it in terms of the broadcast here, because they obviously got, knocked out at the start, and then they had to play Icon at the end, and now they're straight into that EXO match. Surely I'm hoping they're hydrated. I'm hoping they at least ate or something, because it would have been very hard to play on an empty stomach here.
No, that is a very good point, and I think it's important for those folks at home to also hydrate themselves, because I predict it's going to be another sweaty matchup this round.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go into game number 2, everyone at home, hold on to the edge of your seats. This is the ban phase for this game here, and it seems like EXO, Hello, has just committed to taking Delphox away from Zavi.
I'm not gonna lie, this actually kind of makes me sad, Fu. I want to see a Zavi Delphox on the field, okay? Let Zavi free!
Hashtag let Zavi play Delphox. That's gonna be trending. Meanwhile, on the side of LDR, they're saying no to Lapras.
No, and it makes sense. It is such a brawler, even though it is a defender, but you know what? Once again, Slowbro being picked up, one of the top 5 Pokemon that were picked up during yesterday's matches in that group stage. I feel like Slowbro is trending once again.
Yes, Slowbro definitely one of the most favored picks for the defenders right now if Lapras is banned. And we can see, it's Chi-Chi coming in with that Zoroark now. Very fantastic. Now, something to remember in terms of the ban phase and the pick phase is that you don't have to actually ban the Pokemon to stop the opposition from playing it. You can just play it yourself. So if Chi-Chi is confident, and I'm sure they are, on that Zoroark, on that Illusion Pokemon, I can't wait to see what Chi-Chi brings to the table for LDR.
Yes, I feel like today has just been mind games. Just players sniping each other's Pokemon. It's like, you bring this here. No. Let me show you how it's done. But, okay. Interesting pick here. The Scizor. Buster on the Scizor. Now, we know that this Pokemon has quite a fair bit of sustain, especially if it does opt for that Bullet Punch moveset. It is running that attack weight, so it definitely needs to get in those early, smaller dunks to be able to reach its full potential.
I agree. And on the side of Legends Reappear, interestingly as well, there is no defender picked. Rather, they have gone with Wigglytuff, which we know can be that front line for the team. But apart from that, maybe, do we get to see a Water Urshifu? Do we get to see a Rapid Strike Urshifu for that sustain? Or are they going to really go with a Squishy Decidueye, a potentially Squishy Zoroark, and a Single Strike Urshifu?
Well, I mean, there is a Hooper there, Fu. So I think the ability to send their members home, but it all comes down to the timing, doesn't it? The thing is, once you lay down that hyperspace hole, there is that little bit of a timer before it teleports those members away. So the thing is, EXO, they're able to shut down any teleportations at all if they're able to get enough burst damage from their side.
Yes, and of course, if they're going the egg build for Blissey as well, we know egg bombs can also knock people out of the portal. We have the Scizor, whose Unite move, Red Illusion Dive, can push people out of the portal. There is a lot of chances for EXO to stop that Hooper from healing their teammates here. But even though on paper, EXO does seem to have the draft with a little bit more tankiness, we've seen LDR come back. We've seen LDR win without a defender. So who am I to judge LDR's roster here? I just can't wait for the match to start.
No, we can't judge at all. We're not the ones playing it. But as we do head into round 2, EXO Clan versus Legends reappear. This is the grand finals.
Yeah, this is really an important match here because if EXO takes this as well, they're going to be 2-0 up in this grand final here. Meanwhile, if Legends Reappear decide to, you know, step up the game in the final moments, it's going to be 1-1. So it is honestly anyone's game here. It is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen, at home. And we can see here, back at it again. We've got the Jigglypuff and the Rowlet at the bottom against the Slowpoke, and the Mew. Meanwhile, Zora on the side of Chi-Chi now, looking to get some dunks to get that attack wave. But they might be in trouble here. Focus Band is propped right now. The Sylveon on the side of EXO Clan looking to take it out early. Cooper with that red buff, as we've seen before, stopping any engagements. And it is all up to both teams here to see who can actually come online first.
Yes, come online and get those evolutions happening. We still have that Jigglypuff once again that hasn't evolved, soon to tick on over. But there we go, the Magician to take a berry. That does hinder EXO Clan, especially if they try to retreat and heal on up.
Yeah, I love that little thief ability that Hooper has. It says, yonk, hello, I want an extra Citrus Berry from you. But here comes the Swablues and the Altara spawning in, and both teams are looking to soak up some sort of experience here. Blissey coming online, looking like they picked a soft build, but the eggs were not enough for the onslaught of Legends Reappear here. And here comes Chi-Chi, taking that feint attack straight. But look at that, Muse burst damage. That boost attack's gonna knock them out of the park.
Yes, knocked them out of the park. Indeed, they have been sent home, knocked out. But thankfully, earlier on, they only have the short amount of cooldowns. We do have the Yoshifu hiding in that tall grass, going into ambush challenge there. But thankfully, the coaching on the Blissey did save them from getting knocked out.
Wait, did I just see correctly, Keller? Was that a Rapid Strike Urshifu?
It is a Rapid Strike Urshifu, that is correct.
Something different. I think we expected a little bit because they do need that sustain on the side of LDR here. So here we go, EXO Clan with a huge Solar Beam to take out a lot of the Swablues, but both teams are looking quite good to begin with. We do have a level 7 Scyther on the side of EXO Clan, and we thought it was going to be a Sizzle, but they've actually opted for a Scyther.
True, that is a really good point. I actually thought they were going to go with the Sizzle, but I guess they kind of want that speedy bug more online than the tanky bug instead. And look at that, they were able to get some members knocked down, able to empty out some Aegos energy, and now EXO Clan have taken the lead with those points.
Yeah, and I think picking Scyther was a very smart move indeed for EXO here because they know that their opponents are quite squishy. And
yes.
Scyther got so much burst.
I was
so
going to
it's
say,
definitely...
speaking of squishy, Zora Arc is the squishy one that it does have to be careful zipping in and out. We do have DC having to retreat back away from those draining kisses from the Sylveon there. I must say, this is an absolute scramble of a second match through.
Yeah, definitely very aggressive at the start here for EXO. They managed to break the top zone in the top path here, which gives them that huge level lead to begin with before this basement Reggie is contested.
Yes, well, the objectives has fallen. Nobody has touched them yet. You do have that Singer being popped out there from Liz, seeing if they can catch out that slow bro there. But finally, Regirock is receiving some love from this Urshifu and the Decidueye there. But Zavi just throwing those fists around, able to not even knock down anything. But you know what? Zora was still able to slash and dash and get the secure on the Regirock.
Was that a graveyard secure there? Because I swear Zoroark went down or something like that before it united. I'm not too sure, but they did the job. They got that Reggie for Legends Reappear here, which is going to put them back in the game, especially having a level 9 Urshifu with their Unite move ready to go.
Yes, not only the Urshifu, but they also have that Wigglytuff Unite move. They now have that Knock Knock on hand as well. We do have a Jebba just sitting on a pad here, making sure not to let any back caps go on in EXO. They want to hold the points lead. It is a points game after all, Fu.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoever scores the most at the end will be able to take home this game in terms of a win here. And look at that, both teams just looking to do some of that neutral wild Pokemon, getting that levels up, possibly just waiting for all the Unite moves to come up for a proper team fight here. And yet again, seems like no love for that Regieleki up in the top half.
No, and you know what? I guess the fact is it can be stopped. It can be shut down. I think for the moment, these teams, they just want to, I mean, even then, there isn't very much wild Pokemon on the side anyway. It's all bare bones. So it's just waiting for those picks, those moments. Patience is a virtue after as they say.
Yeah, patience is definitely a virtue here. They are looking to maybe wait for a Pokemon on each team to get, you know, out of space. Look at the eggs from the Bemco here, looking to get some sort of vision. They might have had an inkling that someone was hiding in the tall grass over there. And look at that. Possibly a minute of no action here. I think there's definitely a little bit of nerves on both ends, isn't it? This is the grand finals after all, Kello.
Look, I feel like they brought us so much action within that first 5 minutes. They're probably exhausted and are like, let's give these casters a breather, right?
Yeah, they're definitely thinking about us in the grand finals indeed. And here comes the Unite move trade here from the Sylveon against the Urshifu. Urshifu will come out on top. Here comes Zabi yet again. And look at this. What a perfect setup to get a massive overlap up top. Because it was only Sylveon on the side of Exo that was on top. Meanwhile, LDR is also looking to push the bottom goal zone of Exo as well, or just making space to try to get this Regirock in there. Big Unite move coming out from the Wigglytuff, but it was not enough. It was Scyther at the end of the day that was able to secure that for Exo.
Look, Zoroark might be able to slash and dash that first objective, but Scyther is like, I can do exactly the same. But we do have a Regieleki being secured up in that top path, and is that going to walk on in?
Oh!
It does, Fu.
It actually just walks in for free. But I'm not sure whether Legends Reappear will be able to actually make it to the other side of the map here to take advantage of that. But that definitely puts a little bit more pressure on some Exo here. Now, I think if you remember the bracket, LDR is the only team that has actually taken the game off Exo. Exo has been so good throughout the finals today and yesterday as well. So this definitely is showing that LDR has the potential. The points lead isn't that much on the side of Exo.
Oh, 100%. They have the potential. They have shown it to us time and time again, but are they able to keep up their momentum? It's 250 points to 169. We only have less than a minute until that final stretch. Looking at the levels though, we have a level 13 Scyther on the side of ExoClan. I feel like it's a little bit more even on the side of Legends Reappear. Zoroark has actually reached their level 13 as well.
Yeah, LDR definitely sharing the wild Pokemons maybe a little bit more. But, you know, if Scyther is getting these knockouts, I'm pretty sure ExoClan has no problem for it being the highest level on their team.
No, it definitely wants to be able to have those plus movements on hand before this final stretch. We have 20 seconds left, Fu. Not much wild Pokemon hand, but I think they're just gathering. ExoClan are actually getting very early positioning here.
Yeah, I think it's really good on the side of Exo to get that map control early on, especially for this fight. Now, they want this game because that puts them 2-0 up against LDR here. Meanwhile, LDR also having that position ready. They might have more of a retractor statement, but here comes Slowbro though, finding that Urshifu in the tall grass, able to just scramble out just in case they get knocked out here. Here comes the Hoover Portal, so reliable, bringing teammates back in an instant here. And look at that, that Zoroark. I know it says 2 Scythers up there, but Don't be fooled here, ladies and gentlemen. That is a Zoroark up in the top lane, waiting for Buster to make a move here. And here comes Hooper just to check up. Hey, are you good?
It's like, are you the real one?
Are you the real one?
But look at that,
Oh
we do
my
have the
God.
Zoroark giving up their illusion there and trying to scope out where that Scyther was sitting in that top L-bush. Once again, LDR, they're waiting to make a move. They are actually going in a little bit earlier than before to make sure and possibly secure this Rayquaza. But here we go through. Here is the action we have been waiting for. The Unite moves are on hand. Wigglytuff wasn't able to sing and ends up getting sent to sleep. Instead, Zoroark ends up getting caught out by the slow beam, but was able to make an escape. We have DC just popping out. That is Spirit Shackles no more. And Scyther has a KO streak of 3.
Oh my God, Scyther absolutely wiping 3 players on the side of LDR out of the playing field here, but also they also lost some, I guess, members on their side too. So it's actually going to be a reset for this fight, I think. Oh no, but maybe Chi-Chi says, I think this is an opportunity to do this Rayquaza here. It's only Slowbro and Sylveon on that side to actually do anything. Someone needs to keep this Scyther at bay. Scyther's very low. Wigglytuff doing so much, but it is going to be so close. I can't see the APO Rayquaza. Oh my God, it's actually going to go on the side of Legends Reappear.
Flip it, rip it, Zip it, they have locked it in the bag once again. Scoring shields are in hand. They're going in, getting those hundo burgers. 269, I believe it's another Hunji. And hello, Fu, LDR, they have done it once again.
LDR, I think you should rename your name to Last Minute Master right here. They are literally waiting for us to clutch to the edge of our seat till the very last moment. They are literally scoring, Hello, when the 10-second timer is counting down.
Yeah.
How are they getting away with this?
I actually do not know, Fu. I mean, it all comes down to that timing, and I think it's that phrase that we mentioned earlier. Patience is a virtue. You know, they're last-minute gamers, and I think it's just the ability to lock it in at the end and not even allow ExoClan to make, you know, a comeback for that.
Yeah, it really leaves them no time to counter score at all. Looking at the score graph as well, you can see that EXO had that early lead once again. You know, they lost that Reggie at the bottom, but they still managed to have that points lead. It was so close at that Rayquaza, and we literally just had, what, 30-40 seconds of nothing, no action, everyone just waiting in the tall grass, and then bam, Hooper Unite comes out, Kello, and then LDR just went on a rampage, and then Chi-Chi goes, I'm gonna take this Rayquaza down by myself, and then suddenly Rayquaza goes off, and they score, and they win.
Yeah, I feel like these recaps are really a metaphor for what we have been saying today. Today, these teams have a mountain to climb. And I feel like the mountain they are climbing is to secure that Rayquaza because they're able to just zip on up to the top. Xavi, hello, 106k damage. The rapid strike Urshifu coming in clutch.
I know we've talked about how good the single strike Urshifu is today, Kello, but come on, doing nearly 50% of your team's damage. There is no I in team. But it just goes to show, if you put your trust in your teammates, you can do amazing things here coming out of Xavi.
No, there might not be no I in team, but there is a you in Urshifu, and it's you and me. Well, I guess you and them, really. But these matches, they are on fire. I must say, OCE, they are Umbreon.
I love that. I'm still thinking of a pun for my Squirtle pin, but I'm sure it will come to me. But you know what? That means it is one piece each in this best of 5 grand final between Legends Reappear and Exo, Kello.
Look,
who would have thought?
No, I feel like these teams do not want this broadcast to end at all. They want to be able to put on a show, and a show indeed they are showing. That's a lot of shows.
That's a lot of shows indeed, but I hope they keep it up because, you know, we never know who's going to actually come out on top until the final 10 seconds. And I think that's just something so good about Unite, you know what I mean? It's 10 minutes, but it is jam-packed with so many possibilities of what can happen.
Yes, jam-packed full of action. We do have those moments where they do lull, which we have seen. But you know what? I think we need to go and look at these highlights for where all of that action was jam-packed in.
Yeah, we definitely need to. And look at this. This is when we first realized it's actually going to be a Rapid Strike Urshifu. And from the get-go, they were just so good at being in the front line, taking down, you know, the backliners of ExoClan here. We were very surprised to see a Scyther, but we're very relieved when they popped off against that Zoroark as well. But we do have to give kudos or I guess credit where credit is due here, because that Wigglytuff and that Zoroark was so good in the front line for Legends Reappear to stop any engagement from coming out from that Scyther.
Yes, definitely. I know the Scyther there, they definitely did put up a fight, but this Hooper up in your face, just pressuring ExoClan towards the back. That way they could just let Legends Reappear do their thing. The knock-knock coming on out. But, you know what? Scyther, we were just saying they were doing work. They ended up getting the steal.
Yeah, they definitely tried their best as well, and I loved seeing the end of that Rayquaza fight. I think something that's I guess a key component of LDR's gameplay here is using that Hooper portal not really defensively, but a lot of times aggressively to start their engagement. And look at that, even though Jeb tried the best to take down this Zoroark and slow beam it, it managed to stay, you know, in the playing field and get out of the fight and take down this Scyther as well.
Yeah, but you could see the defense that Zavi was doing, just the amount of pressure. I feel like they were bearing a grudge, right? You took game 1 off us. No. We want to take game 2 off you. But here we go, the Ray flip, as we said, the rip, the flip, and the zip to lock it in the bag. I mean, it was just pretty much a blink of the eye and you would have missed who actually secured that. I can't believe it ended up being the Zoroark.
Yeah, I think the Mew was hiding in the tall grass, looking to maybe get a secure on it, but Zoroark so good at the secures right now on the side of Chi-Chi and then did amazing. That gave them the win.
Yes, and now it is 1 apiece for Legends Reappear up against ExoClan. We still have quite the journey ahead. May we see a bracket reset here happening today, Fu?
I mean, my afternoon and evening is free. I don't know about you, Callo. I can be here all day. It's actually been so good casting these matches because the action has just been on and on. It's at a 10 out of 10 for me right now. Can they bring it up to 11, Callo? I'm pretty sure they can.
I feel like they're going to ramp it up to probably 100 out of 10, if that's possible. Because, yeah, as we said, these matches are on fire. They are absolutely spicy. And you know what? As we have said, it is winter in the OC region, so they need to heat things up a bit for us.
Oh, they definitely do. We are now in that winter period of OC. But, you know, talking about fire, do we get to see a Delphox coming back? Please.
Please.
Just entertain us on both sides of the team, please.
I mean, the fact that EXO do have that leeway there, I mean, it is a little bit of a risk. Whether EXO do want to take a bit of that risk, because as we have mentioned, they not only have themselves to carry to Worlds, they have iClad to carry to Worlds.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
That is a hard ask, I feel like.
Yeah, iClad is definitely sitting there watching intently, hoping that EXO may be able to take this away. But I think before that happens, LDR is standing in their way. It's all up to this third game as well. Now, it is a best of 5, but this game is nonetheless as important as the one before. And I think I have bad news for you, Kello. It seems our buddy Delphox will be banned again.
I guess the free the Delphox weren't enough. They didn't hear our call. Another
just have
Pokemon
to cast a bit louder.
that has been shut down and will not be able to make a call is that Lapras once again.
Yeah, and I think what we'll expect probably coming out from Liz is maybe securing the Slowbro. No, they've given up the Slowbro for that Urshifu. Now, I completely agree, because after Zavi's performance last game, why would you want to give this to the opposition team? But it does allow Benko and Jeb to get that Slowbro and Hooper combo, taking away from LDR.
Look, and it just shows how important that supporters and those defenders are. Now, it'll be interesting to see whether Zavi does end up opting for that Rapid Strike Urshifu or whether it'll opt for the Single Strike Urshifu. It does have the potential to keep ExoClan on their toes.
Yeah, it definitely does. And here comes LDR as well, locking in 2 supporters. We've got the Wigglytuff and the Blissey coming out. Now, we did see that Wigglytuff is more of that tanky side of things for LDR. Meanwhile, we've got Alola Ninetales back at it again with Ethos on that Decidueye. So, a very interesting 2 picks for both teams.
Look, 2 blobs are better than 1, right? We have the Wigglytuff and the Blissey eggs. Possibly. Once again, we do have the Zoroark being picked up on the side of Legends Reappear. We have seen, you know, Zoroark is kind of in that mid-range in terms of being picked, but another one that I feel like doesn't get picked at all much is that Venusaur.
Yeah, it's that Venusaur indeed, and with that Slick Spoon and Wise Glasses and Eject Button, you can't help but think that this is probably going to be a Solar Beam Venusaur, which is going to be very good as long as the teammates can keep any engagement coming out from maybe that Buzzwole that Buster has chosen to dive that backline there. So Buzzwole, another Pokemon that we haven't seen too often. It was picked up a couple of times in the games, but Buster does play a very mean Buzzwole, so I'm keen to see how they use that against the Urshifu of LDR.
That is a really good point. It's going to have to really be up in your face, but it's definitely going to have to get those early stacks on that attack weight early on. I feel like it's interesting to see they have swapped out the Mew for the Venusaur. Obviously, Mew also having that Solar Beam, but also the ability to switch up the movesets, have that coaching, have the Electro Ball. I believe it's a 6-in-1, isn't it?
It really is, and I think that's a great call out because Mew definitely does have that mobility over the Venusaur here, because Venusaur, yes, it can Solar Beam, but its other moveset is either Giga Drain or Sludge Bomb. There's no movement ability, whereas Mew, you've got Surf, you've got agility to get out of the way, so it just depends how, I guess, DC plays that Venusaur.
Well, look, I guess there is a little bit of leeway here, so you definitely want to try and switch things up, shake it about, and keep your opponents on your toes. But here we go through round 3 of the grand finals. We have Legends reappear over on the purple side, Exo Clan over on the orange side. I cannot wait to bring these folks at home these matches.
Yeah, I am so excited. Here we go, though, and it looks like the little cub who will be going to the central area here on the side of Legends reappear. Now, we've seen that Jigglypuff in the bottom lane, and now we're going to have a Bulbasaur to go along with it. And also, look at that, Hooper going back to get that red buff as well. Clinical performance by Exo Clan, giving that red buff to that Hooper. And here comes the slap and the punch coming out from the puzzle against the Chansey. That gives them the opportunity for Zora to get that incredible stack, to get those attack damage up with the attack weight up top.
Look, I feel it's Chansey. It might be a small pink blob here, but it is not scared of that giant buff mosquito, as it is just handing out those pounds, those slaps.
Yeah, I think Legends Reappear definitely packed a Buzz Repellent here. They're not scared of the Buzzwole at all, but maybe they should be. Oh, look at that! Did you see? Chi-Chi says, you know what, you're Buzzwole, I can pretend to be Buzzwole too! A bit of cosplay coming out from Legends Reappear. Meanwhile, at the bottom though, Jigglypuff still looking to get that evolution to Wigglytuff, but will be able to knock out by the Alolan Ninetales.
Yes,
now, this could cause a little bit of trouble, eh?
Yes, that is the first knockout of the match, the Jigglypuff. I feel like it's been the first one every single time thus far, but we do have a little bit of action here up in that top half. We have the Zoroark just zipping and dashing backwards and forwards, trying to get some KOs, also get in those much needed attack weight stacks.
Yeah, Urshifu and Zoroark are two Pokemons that become so incredibly hard to go against if they reach that level 5 early, and I think that's something that Legends Reappear did so well this game, to get that Zoroark online, to get that Urshifu online, and you know, there's not much you can really do against those teammates at the start of the game.
No, exactly. 74 to 0 points. I feel like EXO, they are in a little bit of a pickle because a few members of them were stacking as well. The Buzzwole and the Decidueye. But all the meantime, we do have those Swablues and Altaria being taken down within a blink. They are gone.
I know Exo Clan has been so good in this championship, Kello, but have you ever seen them score nothing for the first 2 minutes of the game? I don't think I've ever seen that. And looks like Legends Reappear really are just sending a message saying, you guys might be the Titans, but we are named the Titan Takedowners. That did not sound too good.
The Titan Takedowners. Well, we'll have to see if they're able to live up to that name, because there is still quite the mountain to climb. As we've seen, anything can happen in these 10-minute matches. But once again, Swablues and Altaria's gone within a blink. But up in the top lane, we do have that hyperspace hole, sending 2 members of Exo Clan back home. Buzzwole trying to get a pick here. It ended up missing their move. But Chi-Chi, they are going in, trying to stab them in the back. But no, once again, the hyperspace hole just denying them from those KOs.
Yeah, denying them indeed. And at the bottom path here, we've got the Regirock being chipped down by DC over there. They're trying their best. Now, they are level 7 now, which means they have their Solar Beam, but they probably still need a little bit of help from their team to really take down this Regirock. They are saving that Solar Beam for that secure. Look at that. Fantastic. They were able to take that away from the Spirit Shackle of the Decidueye.
And that is actually really huge for Legends Reappear, because now we have 2 level 9s on the side of them. We do have a Blissey that has reached their level 8. It has its Unite move to help its allies whenever it's needed. Decidueye does have its Unite move, but I think the rest of Exo Clan, they're going to have to catch on up. But look at this. Gigi going into enemy territory here. Ooh, ends up getting caught out by the avalanche of challenge there.
Oh my
And
god!
takes out the Buzzwole along with it.
I'm speechless right now, Keller.
The
The Blissey flew across the entire map there to save the Zorok, and somehow Chi-Chi stays in the playing field here, even after that engagement with the Alola Ninetales and the Buzzwole. Now, if you're on the side of EXO, you must be quivering right now. How did they let that Pokemon get away?
Yeah, it's not a hot sweat in terms of things are getting spicy. I feel like it's that cold sweat, that nervous sweat that Exo Clan must be feeling right now, considering that Legends reappear. They have blocked down another objective. It is left on 14, so it is only a 6 overcap. This is actually really good for the side of Exo because it does mean they have those Indeedis on the side of their map. But look at this. Legends reappear. They are not giving up, going and dunking in their tier 2 pad. All the meantime, Jigglypuff is trying to just defend this goal, but it is no match to that Slowbro and Decidueye matchup.
Yeah, they do leave it on that spicy 1 score in that goal zone at the bottom. So that could actually set up for a really good overcap for Team EXO down here. But at the basement, Reggie will be spawning in about 10 seconds. So far, I am so impressed, Kello, by Legends Reappear's ability to stay so aggressive. Oh, but here comes some scores from EXO though. Maybe to even up a little bit. There's still a 100 points gap between these teams.
Look, nonetheless, even though it was only a little dunk, that is a stack for Buster. I feel like they have very minimal stacks this game. And in order to be a big, powerful swole bug, you want to get those attack weight stacks in. We do have the Registeel being leashed, being reset. We do have members hiding out in the tall glass as those birds do appear. But here we go. Zarvi ends up getting caught out by the slow bee, gets finished off by Buster. They want their revenge.
Yeah, look at that. Buster ejecting. They really want to take this away from them. But Zorak able to secure that Registeel at the bottom, denying EXO from any damage buff and also the experience gain. But this might actually be in the favor of EXO if they can take the Wiggly and Venusaur down.
Yeah, but no, Wiggly and Venusaur, they are not looking to take this fight at all. Instead, back on up, choose your battles, which is smart. Ninetales is able to take down the Blissey. Funnily enough, they haven't actually gone in for the dunk. It is left on 39, so it would have only been a 1 overcap. So, good job for Challenge for doing some quick math there.
Good job for Challenge indeed, but that just doesn't stop the Zorak from taking them down though. Buster trying the best, but Zorak is just too good. Zorak at a level 12, oh my god. A huge arrow coming in from Decidueye. We're going to take them down, giving them a level 12 as well. Now, you can see the whole entire top half is naked on the side of EXO. This gives Legends Reappear the ability to push this Regieleki in if they do manage to score this. So that's probably why EXO has sent up at least 2 of their members, maybe 3 now, to try to take this away from them.
Yes, I think they do not want to try and deny this Regieleki because the longer that Exo Clan wait, the potential for it to be taken down later and, you know, be a threat closer to the Rayquaza. But I guess because Regieleki was super duper low, Legends Reappear did finish up on up. They are going to apply some pressure because Exo Clan, they need to answer to this Regieleki from marching on down.
Yeah, they definitely do. And look at that. Hoopus, Hyperspace, Highway only manages to support them from the base goal to that tier 1 goal off the bottom part here. And so much pressure is putting on by the Blissey and the Wiggly, protecting that Venusaur so that it can fire those beams in the back line. Yes, they say that, you know, EXO, you have your arrows, but I have a green beam that can take down 1, 2, 3 members of your team.
Yes, that is insane. We have 5 seconds left here until the final stretch. Legends Reappear. They do have the lead this time round. So they actually don't need to lie in waiting. Instead, they are going for a flip.
This is incredible scenes. Did you have your watch on, Kello? Because they just took down Rayquaza in like 7 seconds, not giving EXO even a breathing space to actually counter their shred at all. And here goes 70. Here goes 100 though for Wiggly.
They have just
my
taken
God.
away EXO's win condition there. I mean, obviously, the thing is there is still a minute and 30 seconds left on the clock, but 522 to 140 points. EXO, they are definitely going to have to make one final push. We do have Buster being able to dunk in a small dunk there, making to 200 points. But look at this. We still have some Rayquaza shields on hand. They are retreating back to base and preparing their defenses.
Yes, so I think they might have listened to us, Kello, when we said they should probably start that Rayquaza fight a bit early on, but they definitely did it in probably record time in this broadcast that we've seen today. And yes, you are right, there is a minute to go for EXO to come back here, but it is a huge ask for them to try to dunk more than 400 points in order to take this game from them. But it's looking like with 45 seconds to go, this might be a very, very hard task to do with the Wigglytuff Unite coming out, cleansing the entire team. And I think Legends Reappear can actually give up this goal zone. They don't actually need to fight here.
No, they don't need to fight, but they do not want to give it up at all. We have the Solar Beam Venusaur here to just go and knock down the Hooper. You know what? That would have been one very powerful Unite move if it did come on hand. But look at this. Chi-Chi going in and just nailing the nail in the coffin. And
oh my God, that's
got
gotta add insult to injury there with another 50 without the Rayquaza shield being 100 after that double points. Legends Reappear really just sending a message right now.
Yeah, they are sending a message indeed. Oh my goodness. These matches are insane, Fu. Legends Reappear. They know that a spot to Worlds is on the line. They want to send this to a bracket reset.
Absolutely. I know they've played a lot of games today, but they are still on that fire streak here. And it's not just the ticket to Japan. It's also the massive prize pool of $20,000 for the team that wins, and also bragging rights for being the regional champions. And that's what we're here for today.
That is definitely what we are here for today, and I think Legends Reappear, they are making a statement. Look at this commanding lead that they had over EXO Clan. They did not even let EXO overtake them at all, and I feel like that they ended up getting all the objectives there too, Fu.
Yeah, they really just ticked all the boxes for an ideal game here. Not only taking that Regirock, Registeel, Regieleki, but also that Rayquaza in record time. So looking at the damage here, Xavi yet again topping the leaderboard with Chi-Chi as well for that high damage, both doing 30% of the team's damage here. Looking on the side of EXO, we've got Challenge on 92 on that Ninetales as well. We actually haven't seen a lot of Ninetales too much from the side of EXO today, but I'm glad they brought it back, and it was a good choice indeed.
It was a good choice indeed. I mean, yes, it is high damage dealt, but I mean, they didn't bring them a win. One thing I do want to note as well, Fu, is LDR, they didn't actually have any defenders on their side. You did have Icy, you know, having that recovery rate of 98k, also the damage taken, which was 78. Liz was also in that front line there, just taking the damage, singing EXO Clan to sleep. The thing is, you know, it's EXO Clan's dream to go to Worlds, and obviously iClan's dream to go to Worlds. But I feel like Legends Reappear, they want to make their dreams come true for themselves, right?
They definitely do. So let's have a look at the highlights for last game though, because that was some incredible scenes throughout the entire game.
I completely agree. Here we go. Up first, we do have that Regieleki LDR #1 objective ticked off.
So easy. I think that Solar Beam, getting that level 7 on a DC early on was so integral to their success at the end of the game. And you know, even if EXO ever had a chance to break some of the go zones, they were just so quick on the side of LDR to do every single objective. And look at that. They worked so well as a team to take down a possible, I guess, a raid boss coming in from Buster on that Buzzwole. And for them, it was just another enemy, another opposition Pokemon.
Another match, another day, another game, another win. I mean, the thing is, they do have to get a fair few more wins to come on through, but you can see just the amount of pressure that LDR were applying on ExoClan here. The moments to push this tier 1 pad as that Regieleki was heading towards their home base, they knew that not all of their members could be there to defend. But there we go. This is the record time Rayquaza shred for LDR in under 10 seconds. I believe it was 8 seconds in total.
Yeah, it was incredibly quick, and I don't know whether you saw on the mini-map, the CGI was nowhere close to them, so there was no arrow that they were able to shoot in order to take down that Rayquaza and turn this game around. And I think what's so exciting that LDR has brought out, in the broadcast here is they can show us that, yes, they can wait till the last second to get Rayquaza to win the game, but they can also within the first 10.
Yes, I think it's actually really important to note, I guess, for those folks that are only just joining us, legends reappear. They actually don't all speak the same language. So we have discussed how it is a trio and a duo, but look at that, the 100 in the base there to just widen that gap even further.
I believe they have telepathy. That's all I'm saying. They might be the first humans to be able to communicate without being in the same voice core. But whatever they're doing out on runes right now, it is amazing. And I guess it just goes to show how good you can be with the teammates that understand what you're doing. If everyone knows to come to this objective, you don't need to actually say it out loud. Just
No, you
mind
can
waves.
just ping, I've got your back.
Gather here.
There's no in-game pings, okay? I've got your back. Be aggressive. Let's go dunk some goals. So I think they would definitely utilize those in-game comms. I think more of us need to use those in-game comms, right?
Yes, I think if there's a lesson to be learned from watching LDR play is you can play at the highest of level with these pings as well.
Yes, indeed. But as we do gear on up, get ready for round 4. Now, we have seen these teams yoink each other's Pokemon from time and time again. Now, one thing we have mentioned is obviously we want to see that Delphox on the map. Will ExoClan, will they give up? Will they bring it to us? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I feel like they're going to end up yoinking each other's Pokemon once again.
Yeah, they definitely might bring up more mirrors from the games before, but look at that. I had hope when Jeb was on that Snorlax ban for a possible different ban coming for EXO, but they seem to be adamant that they do not want to deal with a Delphox.
Even
about
Zarby,
yeah.
He's hanging over it. He wants it. Give it to Zarby.
Zarby is saying, you know what? You've seen my resume. I played Urshifu incredibly good today. Just give me Delphox. But EXO says, you know what? I'll put up with your Delphox, but it could be a mistake with LDR being 2-1 right now. However, with the same Lapras ban, we will see Jeb picking up that Slowbro for their team.
No, and it makes sense. This is Jeb's bread and butter. I feel like Jeb has been an incredible defender this far. They have definitely showcased their skills there. But you know what? Zarby, once again, on the Urshifu. They want to get that Kung Fu Bear into action along with that Magician of a Hooper.
Yeah, I feel like Zarby is saying, you know what, I can't play Delphox, but if I can keep winning these matches with Urshifu, I'll put up with it. Special attackers, I can play, physical attackers. It doesn't matter what Pokemon you give it to me, I'm going to roll your world. And speaking of Pokemons that are incredibly good right now, we have Ethos back on that Zoroark.
Yeah, not trying to give that to Chi-Chi at all. As I said, when these pick ban phases come and then they switch sides, you definitely, if you cannot ban it, you need to lock it in for yourselves. But interestingly enough, we do have Chi-Chi securing themselves a Blastoise and Lids once again on that Wigglytuff. As I said, they want to make their dreams come true.
Oh my god, a new Pokemon entering the fray of the competitive scene today? It is going to be Buster on that Aegislash. Now, it is a very good Pokemon, I think, in order to slice and dice the competition. However, maybe for the first time, EXO is running only one defender here.
Look, I know that Overlord last year was dubbed the Lord of the Sword. But the question is, can Buster possibly steal that title? But one exciting Pokemon that I absolutely love to see is this Chandelure. What do you think about it?
Yeah, Chandelure, definitely one of my favorites right now to go into that central area, maybe even just rotating into it after the first few minutes. It's because of the move Imprison. Now, if they do choose the move Imprison, Kello, imprisons the opposing Pokemon from using any of their moves. They're only locked into auto attacks. Now, for a Pokemon like Zoroark, that is a nightmare to deal with.
Oh, definitely a nightmare indeed. But the thing is, this Pokemon is a little bit of a glass cannon. It is very, very squishy. So it is definitely going to have to be protected by that front line, Liz, Chi-Chi, and Zabi. They have a tough task to take on right now.
They definitely do, but if it's anyone they can, it is going to be the members of LDR. Now, there is definitely a lot more pressure now mounting for ExoClan if they're thinking of taking this Grand Finals within the first, best of 5, because Legends Reappear are up, right? If Legends Reappear wins this game, they will initiate a bracket reset.
Yeah, it will definitely go to a bracket reset. And we mentioned earlier, LDR, they haven't stopped today, right? They went in, they versed ExoClan up first, and then they had to go and take down iClan. Now they are back once again, the revenge arc against ExoClan. Look, the question is, are they keeping the momentum, or is the fatigue going to set in?
That is the question to be answered, and only answered by Legends Reappear here. But they definitely have that incredible momentum, as you have said, and I'm just hoping they bring it along, because I don't know about you, Kello, I want to cast as many matches for this OC Regional Championships as possible.
Definitely indeed, but here we go. Game 4, ExoClan going up against Legends Reappear for the Grand Finals. We have a solo sorter going up into that top path as that Gossifleur locks down that red buff for themselves.
Yeah, Buster definitely looking to maybe get in some attack weight stacks as early as possible before the onslaught of the Hooper and the Squirtle goes into it. Now they're going to head back here. Meanwhile, the Squirtle looking to get stacks of their own as well. So it's going to be the first one engagement up top. Hooper might be in a bit of trouble here, but the X speed is just too fast. And they steal that Citrus Berry from the side of Exo.
Yeah, the Magician, the passive that Hooper has to just yoink those berries away, heal on up, have a snack. You know what? I think everybody needs a snack at this point, because this match is, these matches are really long.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry in some of these matches, but I'm definitely very, very ready to grab a snack whenever I can. But before that, it is going to be this first engagement up on top. It's going to be a 3v3 in this scenario. Oh my god, the feint attack on Ethos managed just to wipe out that OCP from the playing field. That's a 2 KO streak. Ethos says, it's my time to shine now. I've had enough of you guys playing Zoroark. It is my turn.
Look, the thing is, we did mention that EXO, they were bringing the aggression, and I feel like they are funneling that aggression once again. This is what they need. They need to get that early level lead. They need to get those stacks in. They are so important.
Yeah, I'm sure EXO reassessed last game and realized that they might have played a little bit too passive earlier game. So it is, like you said, very good to see them playing a little bit more aggro here. Now here comes the middle Altarias and Swablues. Look at everyone just collapsing onto it now. It seems like it's only Slowbro and maybe the Soul Beam coming from you to try to take out some of these Altarias in the middle. But yet again, we have that level 7 Urshifu online so early, Kello, in this fight.
Yeah, but you mentioned a level 7 Urshifu. Hello? We have a level 7 Aegislash and a level 7 Zoroark on the side of ExoClan. So that is something we definitely have to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I'm interested to see just before what Aegislash's moveset is, because they can go Sacred Sword and Wide Guard, or they can go with the Shadow Corsair. Looks like it's going to be the Wide Guard and Sacred Sword. That's going to slice and dice the competition here. They're pushing for a little bit more. The birds are back up. Look at that. Ethos able to clear that so quickly, and it's going to be a 3v2 up top. It looks like EXO is saying, you know what, I think we're going to prioritize the bottom half more.
Yes, but thankfully, Legends Reappear, they do have that hyperspace highway open and up, but nobody ended up taking it, as they do have 3 members of LDR pushing up against this solo Zoroark. Are they able to defend it by themselves? We do have a full heal being popped there, making sure that they do not get stunned down. We do have some backup coming in here from the Aegislash and the Elder Boss, but it does allow LDR to possibly have the space to secure down this Regieleki. ExoClan are going and taking taking in some dunks. It is a points game after all. They're going to prioritize that Reggie. Like, can we get a steal? No, Jeb unfortunately wasn't able to steal that away from the secure of the Ishifu.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because today all we've seen is teammates coming down to do that, prioritize that basement Reggie. But in that fight, it seems like Legends Reappear try to change up the game and look to break EXO there, but actually went, not in their favor, because now they not only, lose that top goal, they have to defend against this Regieleki. Even though they got the bottom one, it may not be enough. Here comes some engagement here though. Oh my god, slicing dicing is Buster, looking to take down this Chandelier. Chandelier still trying to stay up. Coup de Grace comes in, tries to take down. Chandelier is still alive, I don't know how, and I think Ethos might be a little bit of trouble here. Pops the Sing on Wigglytuff, trying to take it off. That's going to be a huge overheat coming out from Chandelier. We're going to take them out, and it's Buster trying the best to stay alive with the wide guard, but I don't think they can. Yes, they can, they say. They get out safely.
Oh, Lord of the Sword, possibly. I mean, they are showing some incredible skill right now, handling it. But look at this. We do have a firefighter, Blastos on up to cool us down.
Cool us down indeed. I definitely define my handkerchief because this game is making me sweat, Keller. But looking at the points here, EXO does have the lead as expected from their normal gameplay here. But level-wise, it's actually quite close.
It is actually very close. 2 level 10s on the side of LDR. We do have 3 level 10s on the side of EXOClan. But one thing we definitely have to note is that Hooper. It does have its Unite move. The rings are bound to teleport its members whenever necessary. 17 seconds left to go until that second objective does spawn.
Now, I do want to point out as well that Blastoise has actually opted to go for a Surf moveset instead of the Water Spout. Oh my god, we quickly pan to Ethos, taking down the Hooper, and that's going to spell trouble because Hooper is not going to be down there to help put the teammates down. And here comes a little bit of a chip from LDR, looking to do this Rage Store as good as possible. Beam is a little bit early here. Oh my god, Mew might be able to take it down, but no. It is the trustworthy Surf Hydro Pump Blastoise that gets the secure on it, and they're going to be chasing down this sword. Buster goes down, and it's only a poor little Mew to stop any sort of attack here. No, here comes Ethos. Big Unite move. Chunks down a whole bit of HP on Team Legends Reappear, but it is just overwhelming at the bottom here, and that's going to give them a chance to break that bottom bar.
Move over, Mr. Sandman. Wigglytuff is here to bring these dreams, and you bet it's the cutest thing we have ever seen. Because it is just singing these opponents to sleep and allowing LDR to get these KOs and take down that tier 1 pad.
Yeah, it was important for them to break that bottom goal. This gives them more of a points, I guess, closes the gap for the points difference that there is. Now, there's a little bit of a Mew and Wigglytuff engagement. I don't really think this is going to go too much. Both of them are just trying to get as much wild Pokemon as possible in the central area. Now, Regieleki back on the board for both teams. Are we going to see teams rotating up towards, or are we all going to prepare for that Rayquaza fight?
Well, the thing is, 141 points to 122. As we have mentioned, it is a points game. Regieleki, the ability to go in that goal and get in those automatic dunks is going to be huge. But we do have a Shifu in the front line that does get taken down. We have Zoroark just slashing and dashing. Once again, just showing the power that this Fox can bring.
Yeah, there's not a lot of stun potential on the side of Legends Reappear if they avoid that Wigglytuff Sing. So that really allows Ethos to go in and out. Oh my god, that could be a little bit of a paid actor from the Swablu, stopping that Wiggly from dunking that 40. No, it was successful. Very good dunk. But it just means that they will lose that Regieleki on that top half.
Altaria, a paid actor? I thought it was only the Australians that were the paid actors there. So maybe that Altaria is Australian. But
must be Aussie.
A Reg Ice that has spawned in that bot path. It does look like EXO. They are putting all of their marbles into this bag. They want to secure it. It is going to give them that slight HP buff there and heal them up gradually as that Rayquaza does spawn.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very close fight here. Both teams only differing by around 21 points here. Are we going to see the LDR Classic of waiting till the last minute, Keller? Or are we going to see an engagement, an initiation from the EXOClan?
Well, the thing is, they do have the lead here, so they only have to defend. But look at this. We do have Zora getting caught out by Chi Chi there. It was able to zip on out and is going to teleport back to base, get some healing before it enters back in. We do have the Mew boosted attack starting Ray, angering the beast as he throws down those rocks.
And here we go, look at that, with that Hooper, Rings Unbound coming out. I think this is the LDR special, taking out so much CC on them. They're looking to take down the Slowbro. Slowbro trying to stay up in the fight by uniting the Wigglytuff. Oh my god, that's going to be 1 down. 4 on the side of EXO here. Another 1 down on the EXO. That's 3 down on the side of EXO. And looks like LDR is about to take this Rayquaza. It is only up to Buster and the Mew to try to flip this Rayquaza in their favor.
Oh my gosh, I must say this is a huge moment for LDR. This is their chance to take it to a bracket reset. Are they able to get the secure? Yes, they do. They have those scoring shields. They need to rush to those pads. Just widen that gap even further through. There is still obviously 45 seconds left on the clock, but EXO, they need to defend at first.
I might need to go to the orthodontist because my jaw is absolutely missing right now. Someone needs to reconstruct it because LDR has pulled off another miracle under their, I guess, their players, because how they get away with that. That was just honestly so marvelous to see. As soon as the Hooper unites there, it just stun locked 3 people of 3 members of the EXO clan there, and the rest of Legends Reappear just went in and completely knocked them out.
They definitely knocked them out with only 8 seconds left to go. We do have Eldegoss and we're trying to make a last-minute effort. But you know what? We have the Chandler and the Urshifu here to answer the call and not let any goals in.
This was absolutely unbelievable because this means LDR takes the first matchup 3-1. And you know what that means? That is a bracket reset. But before we talk about that, let's have a look at some of the statistics here. Ethos doing very well on that Zoroark. We knew it was just Zippin and Dyson throughout the field. Same with Buster as well. But Chi-Chi and Zavi, a great duo. I know they didn't choose the conventional Blastoise set, but that Surf, able to force Ethos to use its full heal in the start of that raid fight, was crucial, I think, for them to win that fight as well. Looking at the score graph, so close. We've seen it before.
It was super duper close, but you could see EXOClan, they kind of just flatlined there at the end. Once again, the metaphor, it's appeared for Legends Reappear, the mountain that they do need to climb, and they end up reaching it right at the very end with that Rayquaza. You can see the objectives were kind of shared amongst the teams there. Little dunks going in over the board, over the time, but it's the Ray. It's the Rayquaza.
It is the big dream indeed. And I think LDR has a really good record against that monstrous Pokemon today. I'm pretty sure they've secured, what, 90% or something like that today? Because all the games they've won, they've managed to take down the Green Dragon to give them that Rayquaza buff. Looking at the damage though, we've got, look at that, 72,000 damage and a 69,000 coming on from Challenge and Ethos. But it just wasn't enough in terms of going against the teamwork that LDR had in that game.
Yes, I definitely cannot wait to watch these highlights because I feel like there were lots of key moments during that time. But you were just saying there, a dream, the Green Dragon. Now we have been talking about dreams today. So is Rayquaza able to bring LDR those dreams? I mean, obviously, you know, we do have that Wigglytuff there, but let's have a look at these key moments in that 10-minute segment, Fu.
Yeah, EXOClan definitely started the game with a lot of aggression, and we talked about how this was very important for them to get that early lead. But Legends Reappear did not back down at all. They came back with as much aggression as possible, looking to take down, you know, that Zoroark, those key plays on the side of EXO here, and push back into that goal as well.
Yes, and look at that. You can just see them locking it down, getting that Reggie steal for them, and being able to get some KOs. 3 KOs, and they just go on and continue to push this tier 1 pad altogether.
Yeah, I'm so proud of LDR, really. They literally just embody the word resilient, aren't they? They've had their, you know, hard games, they've had their easy games, but they've just adapted so well. They've been so versatile in their picks. They don't need defenders. They don't need the conventional special attackers. They just know one thing, and it is to win.
Look, that was actually one of the key moments that I was talking about, Fu. If you actually saw that the Wigglytuff used their Starlight Recital and the amount of shields that it provided, paired up with the Buddy Barrier, allowed LDR to just sustain that fight and take them down and secure themselves that raid. And I know Buddy Barrier isn't usually an item that we see being equipped as much these days, but I feel like pair that up with a Wigglytuff, those shields, they can be quite unstoppable.
Yeah, and it could be the game changer, and it definitely was the game changer for LDR there. But what's exciting is that, yeah, now we have a bracket reset, which means more
Woo!
games.
Yes, more games indeed. Your prayers have been answered, Fu. That is what you wanted. But let's have a look at the bracket here. We can see ExoClan. They held their spot in the winners. They have moved their way through, but I think LDR, they're causing some upsets right now.
They definitely are, and I think LDR have such great momentum right now. But it is not over yet for EXO. We know they've been the titan of this regional championship so far. This could just be a little bit step. This might just be a test for them. You know, testing the waters, seeing how Legends Reappear play, and then they might bring out the big guns for the grand final reset.
Yes, testing the waters indeed. I feel like ExoClan, they are the fish out of water right now. This is probably not what they were expecting at all. But I think this just goes to show what the OC region is made of. We just have so many talented players in our region, and I'm so glad that we get to showcase these teams and these players to you folks at home.
Yeah, absolutely. So many great stories coming out from these brackets here, but the story we're most, I guess, appreciative and most admire right now is the story of Legends Reappear against the absolute titan, EXO.
Yes, well, we have said EXO's motto is to exist to excel. The matter of fact is, are they going to be able to meet that motto? I mean, it is a bracket reset. They still have that second chance. They can come back with a massive revenge arc. But before that revenge arc, I think we need to take a breather, hydrate. You folks at home, grab those snacks because I feel like this is going to be one long run.
Definitely. I am very excited to see. So don't miss out on this. This is the grand final reset, ladies and gentlemen. They've given us everything we've hoped for. It all comes down to this.
Be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here for day 2 of the regional finals. The OC region has definitely put on a show today. Bracket reset, Fu, would you have imagined?
No, but it just goes to show what a fairy tale run the LDRs has had right now. And I don't think EXO has ever been shaken up like this the entire season. They've been so good, so consistent, and just having a look at the Unite Championship bracket here, you can see even throughout the finals, EXO has been really clean sweeping until they've met their match with Legends Reappear. Although they have taken the first matchup 2-1, Legends Reappear have come back with a vengeance. They've beaten Icland, they're back, and they've taken the first matchup 3-1 in that grand final, sending us into that grand final reset.
They are definitely here, back with a vengeance, and here to show us what they're made of. Now, fun fact, Fu, with Legends Reappear, now they have made it into the top 8 every single month, but the furthest that they've ever actually made it is top 4. So this is the furthest that Legends Reappear have come. Now, the thing is, EXO Clan, they are one of the most consistent teams in the OC region. The fact that they either have come first or second every single month, obviously having the most championship points on hand. It's quite the story.
It really is. And also, speaking about championship points, everyone wants that ticket to Yokohama, Japan for the Worlds, right? There are 2 spots available. One is if you have the most amount of championship points, and the other one is if you win regionals. Now, Icland, having knocked out of the bracket from the losers, they are hoping that EXO takes this because that's going to be their only chance of making it to Worlds. Because if LDR takes this, Kello, that means it's going to be LDR and EXO.
Yes, that is definitely, possibly LDR EXO. We can see that 2,500 championship points are up for grabs. But as we said, the point discrepancy, Icland can still potentially have that spot to Worlds if EXO do win.
Yeah, they're definitely praying from the seats right now as well. You can see there were also points awarded to the other teams as well, like Zenith, Heart Attack, Hard Hackers, Ghostly, Peg, Pigeon Overtime. But right now, the story is between EXO and LDR.
Well, you just said Heart Attack. I feel like that's what's all happening to us right now, right? We are all just clenching onto our seats and just not knowing what to expect. Our jaws are gone. We're having heart attacks. What is the OC region doing to us today?
I can't. This is why I'm so excited to have a broadcast, because of stuff like this. But we're gonna go straight into this grand final reset. Now, for those folks at home that just joined us as well, this is the final best of 5. This matchup.
Wait. Do we get a Delphox? Do we get a Delphox? I think we may get a Delphox. Urshifu and Lapras have been banned.
You're right. They've changed plans. All the rules are out the window, Kello. EXO has actually decided, you know what, Zavi, you can take a Delphox, and we don't want to deal with your Urshifu anymore. That is an incredible observation. Thank you for bringing this up. But on the side of EXO, they will be able to lock in both the Slowbro and the Blastoise as well. So 2 very good defenders on their side, along with Challenge on the Mew.
Yes, definitely 2 great defenders. We know Blastoise can be that defender or even act as an attacker. But on the side of LDR, Liz locking in their Wigglytuff, I must say they have really showcased their skills they have put on a show with those things.
Yeah, 100%. And I think these teams just show us how good they are in terms of not only the gameplay, but also the mind games in the pick phase. You can see that Chi-Chi locking that Buzzwole so that Buster can't have it, right? Zavi getting that Delphox immediately because Urshifu is banned, and DC looking to take that Sylveon away from Team EXO as well.
Yeah, I must say these are very interesting picks from both sides. I don't think, was it Chi-Chi that picked up the Buzzwole earlier? No, I think it might have been EXO, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Buster on the Buzzwole, so this is gonna be interesting to see. I don't think we've watched too much Chi-Chi on the Buzzwole, but if it's any like if it's like any other Pokemon they play, I'm sure it's gonna be fantastic. Now, don't forget, Buzzwole able to pick up opponents and slam them into other opponents. That's gonna be a sight to see for sure.
I think it's not only the ability to pick up the opponents and slam them down, but it's also the ability to pick up that wild Pokemon and possibly get some KOs there. It's kind of comedic in a sense, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemons where it's very exciting to watch because you never know what their next move is going to be. They might superpower you or a Pokemon. We just have to wait to find out. But a lot on the line here as we go into the first game of the Grand Final reset between EXO Clan and Legends Reappear.
Now, I definitely did hydrate during that breakthrough. I hope you did, because I feel like our vocal cords, they're only just getting started.
Don't forget, I do have a Squirtle pin. So there's my, I guess, pun of the day for my pin here, trying to include it into the games. But no, I'm very excited. I had a good break, and I hope the folks at home are also ready, because it's all or nothing right now. This is the game of their lives.
I think they're all just excited as we are here, all in this caster's box. I know, speaking to Nuggy and Perma there during the break, they were mind blown just as much as we were. But here we go, as you said, game one of the brackets reset.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. So during the break as well, I was told that Titan Slayer is probably a better name than Titan Takedowners. So I'm just going to go with that. It is going to be EXO Clan against LDR here. And look at this. For the first time today, I think we get to see Zavi on that Fennekin in the central area. What a sight for us.
Yes, but the thing is, I feel like there is a lot of pressure there for them to deliver. I feel like we've held very, very high hopes for them. But you can see that DC is getting zoned on back by that Mew Electro Ball, having to get some healing. But the power of the Buzzwole to just put this pressure on the Squirtle. Now, look, I know for you obviously have that Squirtle pin, so you want to see Buster succeed, right?
Yeah, 100%. I put on the pin for Buster. That's exactly why I have a Squirtle pin today. And here we go. On the bottom path, both the Slowpoke and the Jigglypuff looking to get that early evolution as soon as possible. It seems like the central laner for EXO, the Dartrix, will be heading down into that bot path. Meanwhile, we have the Braixen hiding in the tall grass for the Altaris to spawn to help out with that engagement.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a split push here. Those birds are getting taken down in both paths, gone within a blink of an eye. Funnily enough, it is 0-all on the board, so no stacks at all.
Yeah, that's a great observation, actually. Looks like, I don't know whether it's nerves or a change of plans, but teams are playing a little bit safer here. No one really going for dunk. Everyone wants those ball Pokemons on their side just to get that level. But here comes an possible engagement here. Looks like Chi-Chi is looking to be a little bit aggressive here. Sylveon just managed not to score that goal, but they will be able to be saved by the Hooper. Yes, they will. And here comes Sylveon back very healthy. And Buzzwole is left to scramble to maintain their level lead.
I must say, I absolutely love seeing a Mystical Fire draining his Sylveon. It is the more tankier build of the two because it is able to get that healing back from that draining kiss. So you can definitely expect DC to be up there in the front lines with the Buzzwole and the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, definitely. And with each Mystical Fire, it also has a bit of lifesteal as well in terms of a spell vamp.
Oh.
So that's going to keep them alive as well.
Wait,
Down the
my
bottom
mistake, Fu. It's actually Calm Mind Sylveon.
Oh!
Yeah.
Well, that's going to increase the damage for sure then. So they're looking to pack a punch with every Mystical Fire hitting them. Now, don't forget as well, Calm Mind Plus, allowing them to negate one of the damage coming out from the moves on the opposing team. Meanwhile, at the bottom, we do have Wigglytuff online now as well. Buzzwole, looking to make a statement against this War Portal, but that's going to be pushed out.
Ooh.
Oh my god,
What?
The arrow from the other side of the map nearly taking down 3 teammates.
The power of the hyperspace hole to just send all 3 of them back, come back full HP and take on these birds. We were talking about timing, and I think that timing was absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, it was definitely a very well timed hyperspace hole. Talking about Pokemons that have just been spawned in the bot lane, it's going to be a Regirock here. Mew looking to start to chip it down with its Electro Ball, but it really might not be enough on the onslaught of both the Wigglytuff and the Sylveon. Wow, what an enticing kill on that Mew on that Sylveon there. That leaves enough time for Exoclan to maybe make their way down to the bot path, with Regirock being leashed and now full HP as well. It all depends what Xavi with the Delphox level 9 can do with their Unite move at the bottom here, Kello.
Yes, while we are talking about Xavi with their Unite move, we did have that knockoff coming out from Ethos to just try and create some space. But look at that, the Fantical Fireworks locking in the Regirock for Legends up here. They are definitely heating on up, bringing those mystical fires.
Yeah, definitely. Look at that Mystical Fire duo there between the Sylveon and the Delphox, looking to just make so much space and possibly break that bottom goal. Slowbro here says, no, actually. Jeb says, oh, no, this is not where you want to be. I'm going to try to surf you out of here. And it looks like both teams are just backing away now, getting some. While Pokemon, no, they're looking to dump a little bit more at the bottom here. Wartortle's still up top, looking to evolve to Blastoise. They have options for that surf again, Hello, which means we're not going to see a Spinstoise, if I'm correct.
The thing is, Bemco is actually running special attack specs for, so it definitely wanted to get in that 11 dunk. It was obviously trying with all of its might. It ended up getting it taken in, but Xavi is caught all alone here. Is Eldegoss going to be that Elder Boss to take it down? It does!
Elder Boss indeed, and that's going to give them level 10 and has that a Unite move as well for this push, but it's going to be a tough ask for a Wartortle and an Eldegoss to do anything here without their backliners Mew and Decidueye to do something about it. Hyperspace Highway brings people at the bottom to defend against that Slowbro, but I think the action is going to be up top here for this Regieleki.
Yes, the action is what we are all waiting to see. We have Liz here hiding in that tall grass, waiting for the perfect opportunity to go in with the Sing. Sylveon here is here with some backup, calming that mind before going in for the engage.
Look at that Eldegoss taking down the Delphox before, looking for more, but we'll be able to knock out in the central area of Legends reappear here. There's a numbers advantage on the side of LDR. They're going to look to shred this as quickly as possible. It is only up to Ethos to try to steal this from the team LDR here, but I don't think they can without... Yes, the Mew! Out of nowhere, we were so focused on Ethos here that the Mew comes out of nowhere and takes that away from LDR.
Oh my gosh, it is the legendary Pokemon after all. The ability to just snipe on through, also get a KO with that boosted attack. But look at that, Ethos with a 2 KO streak. There we go, a third.
Wow, Ethos, remembering what they did against the other team beforehand, looking for that 3 KO. Well done at the bottom lane as well. So, I guess as a refresh, when we meet that 3 minutes 40 mark, we've got level 12 Delphox, even though they only have scored 8 points.
Yeah, it's 150 lead that EXO have right now, but we do have those rings bound coming out from the Hooper to just teleport these members down here. Once again, we have wild Pokemon flying up about with that Buzzwole. Blastoise trying to get into the back line, but we do have those Spirit Shackles also coming out, trying to get picked, but the slow beam to stop Sylveon. It ends up getting knocked down. Vertical Fireworks plays perfectly to just create some space here. Elder Boss once again at it, getting a 2 KO streak, but its reign is over.
Oh, here comes Chi-Chi though with that KO streak of 2. Now, it seems like to be more of an even fight. However, I did see a Blastoise and a Slowbro unite around the 3-minute mark. Now, the question stands here, Kilo, is whether they will actually be able to get it back for the Rayquaza fight.
Well, that is actually a good point because Buster doesn't have energy amp on hand, so it will take that little bit longer for its Unite move to come back up. Xavi, on the other hand, does have that energy amp. They are amping it up. They want to get as many Unite moves out as possible.
Oh, absolutely. I think Xavi also will be looking to get that level 13 as well on the Delphox in preparation for this Rayquaza fight. This is the first game of the Grand Final reset, and both teams want this so bad.
They definitely want this so bad. You can see that EXO, they are plausibly clenching their teeth right now, not knowing what Legends Reappear are going to do. Sometimes they wait to the last minute. Sometimes they go in with the Shredder, but it looks like they are going to wait and not go in with the shred as they hide in the tall grass.
Yeah, I think Legends Reappear really needs to take down this Mew and Decidueye if they want to stand a chance. Meanwhile, they need to protect Xavi from any engagement coming out from EXO. So it's going to be a tough ask for both. Seoran has to pop the Unite to save themselves, but is it enough? Yes, they managed to get out. Hooper rings Unbound, comes out, tries to make so much space for the team, locking out the Decidueye from coming to center. But is anyone even doing Rayquaza? Is the space wasted here from the Hooper? Because they're going to turn back into a normal Hooper right now. And yeah, we're back to a reset here. No one has really knocked out anyone on both sides.
Can I just say the restraint that these two teams are demonstrating to us right now, even though they did go in for a bit of an engage, they didn't expel all of their Unite moves. They are waiting for that second engagement. The Solar Beam from the Mew almost got LDR there, but they were able to escape it by going through that hyperspace hole.
Yeah, but don't forget, this is up to Legends Reappear to make a move once again. We've seen it time and time before. It just depends on when they call. Yep, team, let's start the rip on the Rayquaza. It might be now, Kello. It looks like Delphox and Buzzwole maybe to look at an impact here. Big beam coming out of Mew. Oh my god, Slow Beam picks off the Delphox. Oh, he ejects to get out of the way. What a fantastic play by Xavi here. They know they're the most important player to be kept alive in this fight. Phantom Firework comes out. Everyone is solo. A massive beam coming out of Mew. Will be knocked out too. There is only Wigglytuff left on Team Legends Reappear to do anything. And that's going to be a team wipe from the side of LDR for EXO. And then Eldegoss, a supporter Pokemon, getting the KO streak of 3.
We said it before. LD Boss is coming. They are here to play and demonstrate. Look, I may be a supporter, but I can also bring in the damage. Scoring shields in hand. We have EXO-Clan making their way towards that home pad. So many highlights during that match, Fu.
Oh my god, supporter reigns supreme here. I know Challenge gets the MVP here. They did very well with the beam, but let's not forget Bemco on that Eldegoss, taking out Xavi in the mid game and then getting a KO streak of 3. I freaking love to see that.
Yes, I absolutely love to see that as well. You can obviously see here at the beginning, up until that 4-minute mark, there were very minimal points going on in. But EXO-Clan, they were able to climb their way slowly up to the top, once again securing themselves that Rayquaza. When there's a Ray, there's a way. You know, you got to take away that win condition from LDR. I feel like, you know, LDR, they did make a valiant effort to try and secure that, but it just wasn't enough this time around.
Yeah, it wasn't enough indeed, but that's going to be a message sent right back to LDR here from EXO. Let's look at the damage numbers here. Look at that. Bemco, 55,000 as an Eldegoss. Holy moly. That really outdamaged a lot of the teammates on the side of LDR as well. It just goes to show, though, supporters should not be underestimated.
No, not underestimated as well. It's not only the damage dealt, but it's the damage taken as well. 63k and also the recovery 67. It's really, I feel like this is an all-rounder more than a supporter, isn't it?
Yeah, let me clean my glasses. Are there 3 defenders on the side of EXO? My glasses are a bit blurry. I can't see.
I do not know, but you know what? The thing is, we got what we wanted. We saw Xavi on the Delphox, and I must say they did definitely put on a display. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. So whether EXO-Clan, they are going to let Xavi play it again in this next round, or whether they're going to end up sticking with that Urshifu ban. But you know what, Fu? I think we need to go and look at these highlights and see what happened during that match.
We definitely do. Now, for the folks at home, let's watch the highlights for that game number 1 of the grand final reset here. We had a huge engagement from bottom. Xavi, you know, moving left and right to get that Reggie at the bottom here. It was really, you know, all on Xavi for a lot of the games. We were wondering, you know, now they get to play Delphox, how they're going to do. They did fantastic, but I think EXO did even better in order to, you know, take down the Regieleki, putting pressure in both paths, and, you know, ultimately winning that Rayquaza fight.
Oh, look at that Hydro Typhoon from Buster there to just proc up 2 members and allow Eldegoss to get those KOs. Here is the moment, the final stretch. You can see they were trying to push their way back, but I guess the benefit is EXO-Clan, they did have all of those pads. They were able to retreat, get some HP, get some shields as they take them on. There we go for 2 KO streak for the side of Mew. This was their chance. It was a team wipe. such an incredible sight to see.
Yeah, it's always a relief as well for the teams when they do get a team wipe, because there's no one that can actually stand in the way of securing that Rayquaza from you. And I think, you know, is LDR's momentum shaken now? Can they still bring the heat, Kello? Or will EXO show us why they actually are the Titans of the OC region?
Well, the thing is, they haven't stopped at all today, so the fatigue might be setting in. But I think a really important moment during that final stretch as well was Jeb. Jeb, we have known to be such an incredible defender. I think the ability to restrain your slow beam and wait it on out. They actually ended up catching Xavi on the Delphox as they were about to unite and ended up shutting it down, setting it to a reset. I think that was a huge moment for EXO there.
Yeah, definitely. Even though Xavi was able to get out with an eject after the slow beam, that definitely cost them time. And, you know, not being able to use Delphox Unite, one of the best Unites in the game, arguably, that really set LDR down a path of, you know, losing that game.
Yeah, but you know what, Fu? It isn't over yet, because after all, these are a best of 5. So there is still that leeway to go. LDR, they have shown us time and time again the comebacks that they are able to make. Are they going to be able to live up to their name and reappear once again?
If it's anyone, it is them. It's in their name to reappear, but I think what they need to do now is maybe, you know, decide whether Delphox is the play, because they've won every single game when Delphox has been banned. So I'm keen to see whether, like you said, EXO will continue banning the Urshifu, or they're going to go back to banning the Delphox.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen some surprise picks here and there. We've had a Beamersaur, we've had a Buzzwole. I guess, is there anything besides Xavi's Delphox that you would absolutely love to see?
Well, not necessarily from Xavi, but possibly the Pokemon Greedent. Now, I am not a fan of Greedent at all, but maybe just to throw it, you know, all out the window, they bring in a Greedent to invade EXO, because I don't think EXO has entirely been invaded today.
Well, that's the thing. Throw it out the window. Well, I know there are some amazing Greedent players out there, but I don't know if any of these members actually have mastered the skill that Greedent needs to possess.
Yeah, this is why I'm in the caster seat and not in the coaching seat, Kello. They are definitely not going to listen to me after that. What about you? Are there any Pokemons that you are looking to maybe see in the game from EXO and LDR?
Look, we have seen a Sylveon and we have seen a Glaceon, but I don't think we've seen an Espeon being picked up through. I definitely do love the evolutions, and I know last season Espeon was such a popular pick, and I guess it's a little bit sad to see it go to sleep and not get the love anymore, right?
Yeah, I think Espeon is definitely in a tough spot right now, not being able to get out of a lot of the engagements. It doesn't have that mobility that, you know, Mew that we see. However, another Pokemon that doesn't have a lot of mobility is Alolan Ninetales, but it's been one of the most picked Pokemon in the competitive scene right now. So perhaps they listen to you and not me and bringing a Espeon. But could you imagine if they bringing a Greedent and an Espeon on the same team? That I would go wild.
The thing is, there is a lot on the line. As we have mentioned, it's not only that ticket to Worlds, it's not only that $20,000 prize, but it's those bragging rights, the title. They want to be able to take the name Regional Champions for the OC region.
Yeah, and just a reminder to everyone at home as well, there are 3 teams in contest for those 2 tickets to Yokohama in Japan. So far, EXO has solidified their ticket to Japan, but it is all up to LDR in terms of whether they can take down EXO to send themselves to Japan, or if EXO takes down LDR, Icon might have a chance. But without, you know, further ado, here comes the game number 2 of the grand final reset here, and yeah, Urshifu ban again.
Look, Urshifu ban again. We see Xavi also hovering over that Delphox, so I think they might end up locking it in straight away as their first pick.
Yeah, definitely would be a smart move here though. There we go, Xavi on that Delphox. I mean, they might be just warming up. They've been playing physical attackers all day, Kello, so maybe just takes the game and we might see Xavi absolutely pop up in this game. Meanwhile, on the side of EXO though, we've got that classic dynamic between the Hooper and the Slowbro here. Oh, wait, Challenge. Maybe considering something else here, Buster will be able to come in and lock in that last choice.
Look, the double defender, it has worked well for them last game, so why not lock it in once again? We do have Icy once again securing themselves that Hooper DC on the mute, so going to have such poke from that backline.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'm surprised that EXO hasn't really prioritized Hooper at all. They've just let Legends Reappear get away with getting Hooper for most of the part. Now, I think from just watching and casting these games, it seems to be like Hooper is the main, I guess, initiate in terms of a lot of the team fights, especially at the Rayquaza. So maybe EXO understands this and will just wait out the Rings Unbound like they did last game, wait out the duration and then go for the refight and then win that refight. Speaking of other Pokemons though, we got Chi-Chi now on the Aegislash.
No way. We already had one sword being picked up earlier on. I believe it was by Buster. And now
Yes.
Chi-Chi is bringing it to the table. Possibly, once again. It's pretty much, today's just been games where players are just showing each other, they can play it better or something like that.
Do you think they put Pokemon names in a hat and then draw it out one by one? That's why we're seeing the exact same Pokemon. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but I'm sure Chi-Chi will put up a great fight as an Aegislash. But interestingly though, there is no attack weight on the sword. It is pure damage items with that crit Razor Claw as well, so they don't actually have to there's no pressure for them to go up in the top lane and get those dunks in. They can just focus on getting that level 5 by taking down the wild Pokemon.
I think that's a really good point to make, Fu. There's no stacking items at all on the side of Legends Reappear. So I feel like earlier on they're going to be putting up their defenses because we do have the stacking items on Bemco, who is the Eldegoss, and the attack weight on Ethos. So I guess, as you said, it's a little bit less pressure. They're just going to focus on securing themselves that wild Pokemon rather than, as you say, into for stacks.
Yes, and I think having that Hooper there as well, the onus is really on EXO to try to break some of that goal zone early on so that they can't use that Hooper Hyperspace Highway to the maxed advantage there. But yeah, a lot on the line again for this second game here. EXO definitely has clawback some of the momentum back. I think Legends Reappear need to play a little bit tighter at that Rayquaza fight, maybe protect their backline a little bit more in order to win that fight here.
Look, anything can happen. It all comes down to how that first 8 minutes goes, whether they're able to get those levels, whether they're able to get that points lead. But time will tell as we do begin game 2 of the bracket reset for the regional finals in the OC region. Here we go, another solo sword up in the top path.
Yeah, look at that. They're not going in for the stacks. They're looking to just secure this away from them. But Buster says, actually, my Squirtle secure is better than yours. I'm going to drown this Bunnelby and in order to get that for myself. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Sylveon already level 4, looking to push into that Mew and Jigglypuff. Now, something great about evolutions, I think, is that they come online so early on. All they need is a level 4. And look, it gives the ability for Eldegoss, who also evolves at level 4, to take that red buff and, apply a lot of pressure in the top half.
Now, this is the same old song and dance that we saw previous game. We have that Braxton heading up into the top path. We have 3 members of EXO Clan down in the bot path. Challenge waiting in that tall grass for those Swablues and Altaria to spawn. I predict these are going to be gone within a flash.
Absolutely, but looks like both teams are looking for more of an engagement here. Wigglytuff on half HP, still in the fight. Mew doing very well just to stay in the back line. Meanwhile, it seems like Buster is potentially going to be able to secure this for a 5. No, they won't. It won't tick them over. Meanwhile, we already have a Doublade online as well. Look at this. What is this collapse of EXO Clan on the side of LDR here? They're just demolishing that red buff and they're just going to back away because they're so healthy.
Look, EXO Clan are just trying to show Legends Reappear who is boss, who is the LD boss, alongside that aggression from that Sylveon that we have seen time and time again from Challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I'm a very big fan of invasion strategies against an opposition that may not have the best communication privileges here. So that definitely disrupts the gameplay a little bit. They do want to keep Xavi at bay. They don't want a level 11 Delphox with that resetting Mystical Fire to come online too early.
Early bird gets the worm there. Ethos was the only one there in time for those Swablu's and Alteria, leeching them to a level 7. So very close to their Unite moves. We still have a little bit of time until those objectives do spawn though.
Yeah, I think probably the goal of LDR here is to get Xavi on that level 9 at least, to get that Unite move ready to go. And here comes Eldegoss looking to dunk some in, but that gets taken out by the dual blade up top, and all the birds just go out in a second at the bottom. I think LDR got most of that soaking up in, and look at that level 8 Delphox about to hit that level 9. Unless the Sylveon challenge has something to say about it here.
Well, look, 3 members of LDR are here to answer to that call of the Sylveon. They do pop their XP to try and get away. Are they going to get cut off by that Hooper? Grab themselves 1 berry, 2 berry, and look at that. They end up getting away by the skin of their teeth.
And it also allowed Buster to get that Wartortle evolution, as well as getting that level 7, which means they will have their second move ready to go. Meanwhile, at the bottom though, Legends Reappear will be able to take out that Basement Reggie and dunk a massive 40 at the bottom as well. Potentially more if they take out the Eldegoss. Oh my god, here comes Jeb, the only person able to defend this goal zone. I don't think they're going to be able to do it, because that goes another 30 by the Wigglytuff, but the goal zone is still up with 10 remaining.
Yes, 10 remaining. We do have that Starlight Recital to just give some shield to their allies and themselves. They are backing away from this fight now that Exo Clan are there to defend it.
Yeah, it's definitely a very close game here. I know that LDR has that level lead on Delphox, but both teams still have both the tier 1 goal zones up. So it might be a game of overcaps here. Oh my god, Bempo might be caught out in a bit of trouble here. Gets sliced and diced by Chi-Chi on that sword up top. And we still don't have a Blastoise though, but I'm sure they're working on it. Big stuff to come through. Oh my god, the Hooper portal yet again, saving Chi-Chi away from any trouble there. They do come back though. Chi-Chi is playing so aggressive right now.
Yes, but you know what? You've just got to answer aggression with aggression, right? Challenge has been up in their face, up in their territory, and Chi-Chi is like, well, I can do the same because I am a sword. But we do have a Reggie Alecki being chunked on down. The Aegis Slash is able to secure it. Hooper does go home, and the boosted orders are just putting the pressure on that Eldegoss. Oh.
Yeah, here comes that Delphox Unite move again. So good to see Joe goes on here. Challenge not able to do too much from the backline with this Mystical Fire. Hooper keeps sending people back. But there might be a defense opportunity here if the sword cannot slice and dice. Oh, but yes, they can though. That's a 1 KO. But Buster coming in to save the day. Look at how close the Reggie Alecki is going in. Buster's Water Gun and Hydroponic combo able to stop that from going in.
Knock, knock, knock. Let me in, says the Reggie Alecki. But no. It didn't
But no.
end up opening the door. It ended up getting shut down. All the meantime, we do have a Reggie Steel that has popped on up. We have 2 members of Exo Clan here. And thankfully, with that Hyperspace Highway, Xavi is also here to possibly get some KOs. But no, Slowbeam ends up catching him out. Another Starlight Recital to just provide some shield to that team. Liz is just being such a great tag in the front line, but unfortunately ends up getting knocked down. We do have the Rings Unbound to apply some pressure onto Exo Clan here, as the rest of Legends Reappear are trying to take down this Reggie Steel, but it's getting leashed on out.
Yeah, Xavi's so good with the Unite move, just playing it on cooldown here. And I think something great that Chi-Chi did was when Xavi was caught by that slow beam, it was able to slice and dice and stun any Pokemon looking to take Xavi down. And Xavi looking very healthy right now. They might be looking for another push here, depending on whether they think they can take Jab down over here. Eldegoss is back to help. Here comes Buster as well. Oh my god, Mew is dunking on top. Oh, big Unite from Buster, but I think they will be chunked down by that Mystical Fire. of Xavi. Xavi so good on that Delphox. And look at that, whether it's pushing a goal or defending, they are not missing the mystical fires at all.
They are not missing a beat at all as they are moving around with those flame fire charge, mystical fire combos. But I must say, you definitely hit a gold mine up in that top path. Did you see how much Eos energy was lying around on that ground?
Yeah, Mew definitely won the lottery up top. I think it just had a great time. It was just like, hey, you know, you guys can deal with bottom. Xavi, you got it right. I'm just dunk it. Get the MVP for scoring. I'm good up top. Don't worry about me. And there you go. A huge pick on Eldegoss as well on top. I must say, though, LDR looking very strong. I know they didn't win that last game, but they come back swinging in the second game.
Oh, they are swinging indeed, and very strong because Xavi is at a hefty level 14, Fu.
Holy moly. And it's not even the 2-minute mark yet. This is why Xavi is one of the best Delphox players of the OC regions, ladies and gentlemen. And they're putting on a show right now. They also managed to get that Regieleki as well. So, approaching this raid fight, fellow, it seems like LDR definitely has that advantage. But, oh my god, Exo, they do manage to pick up that Wigglytuff though. Will they be able to come back in time?
Well, they do have some time to make it on back, and especially because they do have that Hooper. The Ring's unbound to teleport all of your team members into one spot. But we do have a fight that is setting up early here. There is no hiding in the tall grass today. But look at that, we do have a KO on the sword. They are out of action for now as members are scrambling around trying to see what their next moves are going to be.
Now the good news for LDR is that the slow beam was actually used on the sword and not the Delphox here. Here comes Rings Unbound from the Hooper looking to stun and initiate the fight for them. Big serve engagement, making some space. Blasto knocks up 2 people up. Are they hitting the Rayquaza? I cannot see, but Delphox is still very healthy. Eldegoss looking to take down Delphox here. Big beam by the Mew. Oh my god, Rayquaza with half HP. They're taking teammates of Exo down one by one.
My
That's
gosh.
another one down. That's going to be a team like big time players make big time plays on the side of LDR. What a secure.
No flippin' way. They just went and flipped that Ray, got a team waifu, secured themselves some shields, and they have just taken away ExoClan's win condition here. 602 to 88 points. ExoClan, they have a mountain to climb. I don't know if they're going to be able to reach that peak though.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge mountain right now. Look at that, especially with another 3 KOs on the side of LDR on ExoClan here. It's over, I think, if I can say that, because they're scoring another 42, another 44, and another 2 by Chi-Chi at the bottom. It just goes to show. Hello, Xavi on the Delphox, Chi-Chi on the sword. That's a duo that we need to see more often.
That is definitely a duo we need to see more often. Once again, it is pretty much a team where Eldegoss has given up. They are just going to wait in base. There's only 11 seconds left on the clock at the moment. You just want to have those stats, get in as many points as possible as you can. Pop some Unite moves while you're at it. They have just sealed the deal for the second game of the bracket reset for LDR have reappeared.
My heart is beating so hard right now. What an commanding lead I think LDR had the entire game here. Let's have a look at the statistics here. 10 KOs on the side of Chi-Chi, 7 KOs on the side of Xavi, but look at that. So many assists from the rest of the team. Like you said, there's no iron team. I think LDR did fantastic as a group of players there just to support each other, making sure that they keep everyone safe from any engagement there. Look at that. Purple line on top of that orange line the whole way through.
Can you just see that final stretch time? All of those dunks that just rained on in. It rains, it pours. That's all of the Eos energy in those goals. That doesn't rhyme, but that's okay.
It's alright, we made an attempt here, but definitely a very good showing by LDR here. And it is so good to see, oh my god, 133,000 coming out from Xavi here. Like I said before, Kello, that first game, that was just Xavi's warm-up. This is the real deal now. This really...
I completely agree. 131k damage. I think this is the highest damage dealt we have seen thus far in the regional finals for the OC region. But that is not to discredit the rest of the team. Chi-Chi, 83k damage dealt on the Aegis Slash, and you can see Icy with the 57k recovery. Everybody was doing their job. They, as you said, it's that cooperation. I know that these teams is split up into a trio and a duo because of that language barrier, but they are just demonstrating we don't need comms, we have that intuition.
Yeah, it was actually quite an incredible match to watch, and it really just, I guess, throws a bone in the mix, right, for EXO, because they've realized that banning Urshifu might be good from that first game, but then now Xavi's coming out with a Delphox that's so incredible as well. Who are they going to ban next? So let's have a look at the highlights of that game, because I want to watch it back.
I definitely want to watch it back too. Let's have a squiz at these highlights, Fu. You can just see this is at the beginning as they just went in and chose aggression. Who needs Swablues in Ulterior? No. We want to try and get some KOs.
They definitely woke up and chose to win in this game today. Look at that. And I think one thing that was so good on Side LDR is they got Xavi up online very early on. I need a counter for how many times Delphox actually united that game, because I think it was quite a lot.
I think maybe we could try and do that next game if the Delphox ends up being set free again. I feel like it's going to get locked up after this game, but we'll have to wait and see. But you can see those Spirit Shackles trying to chunk out that damage, but unfortunately, in content, like those hyperspace holes to just send the members back. You know, even if you chunk it out, I'm able to heal on up.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think all throughout this game, LDR just had that level and also points lead as well. It was definitely a tough ask for EXO to really come back from this game, and Rayquaza was that opportunity, but Xavi's so good, and the fact that I think the Slobo had to unite the Chi-Chi on the sword there to save themselves really gave Xavi the opportunity to just pop off.
Oh, they popped off indeed. Like, they were just moving around. LDR were looking slick. But you can see another objective being secured. And you know what? I just feel like there was just so much happening in such a short time span.
Oh, definitely as well. Here is the Rayquaza fight for those people that missed it. Look at that Knock Knock coming out to try to start shredding it. However, it was just LDR's game here with that big Hooper Unite. Even the Blastoise Hydro Typhoon could not stop that onslaught.
No, it couldn't stop that onslaught. And once again, I feel like Wigglytuff is really working out for LDR right now. The fact that they're able to use their Starlight Recital paired up with the Buddy Barrier, once again, it provided the team the shields to just sustain that fight, to get that team wipe. Fu, how do we say? It was chef's kiss.
It was definitely chef's kiss indeed, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of good dishes coming in for us, because it's not over yet, right? It is going to be a one apiece, right, for this best of 5. There's still so many games coming along. I just can't wait to see how the teams actually juggle all this new information, all this new intel they've gotten from playing each other so many times.
You're talking about dishes, Fu. Now, I feel like we need to bring a spoon to the table because we are eating up these matches. I know, obviously, Slick Spoon is quite the popular item choice on the side of special attackers, wouldn't you say?
Yes, absolutely. And I think these players are definitely feeding us very well. I think these matches have been an honest treat. I am trying to push this pun way too far there, Kello. Someone's going to stop me here.
No.
But no, definitely such a good match over and over again.
Look, we're talking about treats. We've talked about cake. We've talked about popcorn. You know, just bring all of the food to the table.
Please. And, you know, maybe we'll get to see some chef holowares coming out. Maybe from a Snorlax.
Well,
from a Mr. Mime. We don't know. They might surprise
like
us.
These teams, they have been cooking. I mean, they have been cooking all season, Fu. This is their moment to shine. This is what they have been training for. Now, I know on the side of EXO, they have actually picked up a new coach as well to help them along the way, Own Beagle. So, you know what? The thing is, it's a team effort, but it's not just them. I feel like there's also that backline, that background that we don't get to see.
Yeah, definitely. I think behind every good team is just a really good support system as well. Like you said, if there's a coach or an analyst on your team, it definitely makes the job a little bit easier and allows the players to really just focus on what they do best, which is play and, you know, put up such a good show for us. Let's go into the ban phase, though, for this game number 3. Now, the question is, right, Hello, are they going to ban Urshifu? Are they going to ban Delphox? Or are they going to ban neither?
Whoa, double defender ban here. Lapras and Slowbro. We have seen, obviously, Jeb on the Slowbro make their mark. But I think for them to actually go and decide to ban it, I'm interested to see what Jeb picks up this time round. We do have Buster locking in that Urshifu. The bear is set free, but once again, Delphox, it hasn't been banned on out, so LDR, they're going to lock that Pokemon down for themselves.
Yeah, I think this is actually really good for LDR. They did a really smart ban on the Lapras here because that's 2 of the best defenders out of the play. And we know Legends Reappear, they don't really need defenders in their gameplay, right? They can win without it. Whereas ExoClan has been known to maybe run more than often 2 defenders on their team. But this really, I guess, whittles it down to how many defenders you can actually play on the side of EXO. They do lock in that Snorlax and the Mew. Meanwhile, we've seen time and time again a Liz on that Wigglytuff as well, and Icy picking up that Hooper for their team.
Because Slowbro was out, Snorlax, if I know Jeb well enough, we might end up seeing a potential invade here. Maybe.
I know it's not a Greedent, but it is an invade, and it could be good enough. But we also have Ethos considering the Zoroark into that team. Now, there is a Wigglytuff, but they do also have Bemco on that Blissey, which, like you said before, has that ability to either use the Safeguard moveset or the Softball Egg to either heal or cleanse their teammates from any stuns.
Yes, cleanse their teammates, but look at that. Chi-Chi on the Aegis Slash once again. I must say they definitely demonstrated their power on this Excalibur of a sword. Not stacking once again on the side of Legends Reappear. We do have Buster and Ethos who do have those attack weight stacks. And Bemco as well with the special attack specs. So a little bit more riskier for the side of ExoClan. It's all about the early game for this team.
Yeah, talking about the items as well, we can see Chi-Chi actually rocking a potion here. Now, potion is one of those items that is not too common in the competitive scene, but I can understand where Chi-Chi is coming from because they don't really have that conventional tank or defender as we talked about. They do need that additional sustain, and we know that Wide Guard allows you to heal yourself a little bit with the boosters, but I think the potion is just there just in case you mess up, giving them a little bit more, I guess, ability to stay in the fight a little bit longer.
Yes, indeed. As you said, you pair that up with those boosted autos to heal yourself up. Hopefully it will be enough and in time for Icy to possibly send them home, but it's all going to come down to that synergy, the collaboration, the team effort as we call it. But here we go, round 3, ExoClan versus Legends Reappear. We are here for the grand final reset for the OC region, possibly the ticket to Worlds, you know?
Yeah, very exciting stuff here. And just when we thought XO took back the momentum, holy moly, LDR comes flying back. So this is a huge clash between the Titan of OC and the Titan Slayers. What an exciting time we're going to have. I can't wait to witness what's about to unfold in this match.
No, I can't wait to witness it. You can't wait to witness it. I feel like the whole world can't wait to witness what is about to happen. But look at this. We do have Jeb. I'm waiting to see if they're going to go in for an invade. But we were talking about bringing things to the table. Look at that snazzy Chef Holowerefu.
Yeah, Jeb is definitely cooking with that outfit here. They've got the XP share, looking to enable that Mew to get that level 5 as soon as possible. We've seen time and time again that Rowlet at the bottom as well. Meanwhile, we got Chi-Chi and the Hooper up top looking to disrupt play here. Maybe they'll be able to pick off this Zoroark, which is trying to get their stacks. That would be a great start for LDR here. They do manage to pick off it, and it's just a poor Chansey trying to XP it away. Can they get out of here? The focus ban allows them to.
Well, shut them down early. As we said, those stacks are very pivotal for the side of ExoClan. LDR, they can at least play it a little bit more safe. They do not need to int for stacks, but as we have a look in that top path, Hooper trying to get the yoink with the Astonish, but it was the Blissey that did get the secure and has now evolved.
Yeah, and here comes the Urshifu though. Buster looking to really do some mad damage with the Wicker Blow here. Takes down most of that Swablu, but this also allows the Honage to evolve to Double, and they're going to have a 1v1 at all. And no, here comes Ethos though, looking to maybe get a pick off. He's so low, and the Hooper Portal not managed to pick him off. So they're going to stay safe, and I think on the side of EXO, they actually won that top engagement by taking off that Wiggly Top.
Look, the thing is, they are safe for now. And that is the important thing, is they're able to go back and get those buffs, get that experience, because at the moment, the levels, LDR are ahead of EXO, I think. Woo,
Yeah, they definitely
take it
are.
over.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
take over. Say that.
Yeah, it always seems to happen when we cast these things, isn't it? But with experience now spawning in the middle in the form of Swablu and Taria, all the teams are collapsing on this big solar beam coming from Mew. I think Mew is a fantastic Pokemon just to get these wild Pokemons low for the team. But that gives Zavi level 7 after taking down that Altaria. So that means they will be able to have that Flame Charge combo with their Mystic Fire.
Yes, definitely. That enables them to move around, but another move in movement is that hyperspace hole to send 2 members of Legends reappear into this bottom path to take on those who hide in the tall grass.
Yeah, hiding in the tall grass are 3 members of EXO Clan looking just to wait this Altaria spawn out here. Meanwhile, there are 2 members of EXO Clan on top looking to go up against a Doublade and a Hooper. Oh my god, what a engagement by the Doublade, but managed to get out. I think they want to become Aegis now before they fight. Meanwhile, at the bottom though, Ethos getting a huge KO streak of 2 and stacks as well, to be honest.
Yes, as we have said, stacks are important. We do have Buster there, or Ethos there, trying to get their level 9 as the objectives have spawned. No Unite moves on the side of either teams just of yet. But once again, you would just say the power of the Wicked Blow. Charge it up, punch him down. Zavi is out of action for now.
Yeah, definitely EXO going back to its roots with the Wicked Blow. They managed to secure a lot of objectives with this Pokemon. And look at that, a huge 30 over cap at the bottom. That's going to break it really early on. And Hooper only able to use its hyper space highway for just the top half and the second tier. So that's going to leave the Regirock uncontested for EXO. They're going to get that buff. They're going to get some valuable experience. But talking about experience though, Delphox now level 9.
Yes, level 9, but the Airborne Fist does come on out and shut that sword down. They began that Regieleki, but Urshifu, they're like, no, this is mine. I will secure it. A close Spirit Shackle there from the Decidueye, but you know what? It's a little bit of a battle of who's the better securer here.
Yeah, really, it all comes down to this, doesn't it? Here comes a big heavy slam by Jeb. Jeb is so good to isolate the opposition for the team to take it down, and I think Zavi has some work to do here to take down this Regieleki. Look at Chi-Chi though, right back at you, he says, and slices and dices the Chef Snorlax out of the way. Big Unite from Ethos, we're going to take down the sword as well. And look at this, pressure is still on. Regieleki is on 1 HP. They do manage to take it down, but that gives them enough time. Oh, Ethos cooking something huge with that big KO, but gives them enough time to score and break that top goal.
Look, I know we said that Chi-Chi there was slicing and dicing, but I feel like Ethos just won that cook-off.
They definitely did. I think both teams are looking to see who can, I guess, make the best meal for the for us casters here. And it seems like EXO definitely has the lead in terms of points and also levels.
I know, a huge level 12 on the side of that Zoroark. That is actually massive, especially at the 4-minute and 45-second mark.
I completely agree, and it's just, these games are just so close, right? One game, LDR is up, you know, in front and aggressive at the start of the game. Now it's EXO's turn. It just all depends how teams play. If they are at a disadvantage, how they can come back and claw the momentum their way.
Well, that's the thing. There are comeback mechanics in the game, right? You do have those objectives that you could contest. You also have the wild Pokemon that do spawn when those those tier 1 pads get broken. But let's put a pause on that as we have some action happening here in the bot path. Regice just ended up getting deleted, secured by the Delphox, and now the pressure is on LDR as EXO. They're trying to answer back and possibly get some revenge.
Yeah, both teams looking quite healthy here. No knockouts yet. Oh my god. Sword here. Urshifu managed to take down Aegis Slash. Oh, big Blissey assistant on Zora, keeping them healthy. They're up to look at trying to take down this Wigglytuff. But then they're like, ooh, there is the Decidueye in the backline. Maybe that is not the smartest thing. But I think in the terms of LDR here, they really made so much space. Actually didn't have a chance to get that bottom Reggie.
No. Well, that's the thing. I feel like even though Legends Reappear did secure that basement Reggie, I think the fact that ExoClan were able to get some KOs, they were able to at least even up the experience points there. But on the note of points, 226 to 58 points currently in favor of ExoClan.
Yes, absolutely. But we've seen LDR come back from this. I think they really enjoy I guess not enjoy being on the back foot, but they dealt with being on the back foot so many times that it is not something new for them, and they know if they stick together in that final fight, they can take this back, just like they took this Blissey out of the playing field for a little bit, sending it back to Blaze. That is going to be a very good pick, because it gives the Aegis Slash level 12.
Ooh, look at Ethos hiding in that tall grass, ends up getting shut down by Xavi, and you can definitely see why this Pokemon was banned time and time again.
Yeah, that's gonna tick them over to 13 as well. So it might be the mistake on Ethos to actually push that Delphox there. But with 30 seconds to go and no love for the Regieleki, I'm interested to see which strat EXO comes up here for that Rayquaza fight. Are they gonna even try to do this Regieleki, or are they gonna prioritize setting up for that Rayquaza fight?
Look, I think before we do go into that Rayquaza fight, we were talking about comebacks. Legends Reappear, they have actually caught up in experience here. The field is pretty even as we move into this final stretch.
Indeed, but the points are still differing here. EXO does have a nearly 160 points gap on top of them. So LDR yet again in the same position, looking to make a move here. But if I know anything, they're going to be waiting for Icy to start the Rings Unbound in order to start the engagement. They're just poking because they know, I can just dip back home. I'll come back in no time.
Look, poke the bear, as they say. But the one bear up in that top path there, Urshifu is not getting poked at.
No, indeed, it's not. And we've got Chi-Chi as well in the top path. I'm not sure whether Urshifu actually saw them. Maybe they just gave some vision without meaning to. And look at that. Oh my god, Xavi in a lot of trouble right now. That is a massive beam. But unfortunately, no one on ExoClan could actually take advantage of that opportunity. It's about to hit a minute. The clock is ticking, Kello. LDR needs to make something, and here we go. Hooper Unite starts it off for Team LDR here. Big heavy slam. The Unite move of Double come through. They're going to try to pick off the defender, which is the Snorlax. There we go. That's one down for EXO here. Legends Reappear looking to do even more. But Ethos has something else to say about it, though. Blissey Unite on it to keep them so alive. Oh my god, Ethos gets 1. Ethos gets 2. Ethos gets 3. Ethos gets 4. And will Ethos get 5? Yes, they will!
Oh my gosh, Fu, you can count! But that is a 5 KO streak, a team wipe on the sides of Legends Reappear. This is ExoClan's moment to secure themselves some Rayquaza shields, make their way to the pad, and just broaden that gap in points even further.
Holy moly. Oh my god. Is that an unofficial KO streak of 6, Kello? Does it count? Somebody let me know.
Well, it counts in our books, right?
And that's what matters. And look at that. With the timer ticking down, this seems like unarguably a win for EXO here in this third match, which is going to bring them 2-1. But Ethos, Penta on Decidueye, a KO streak of 5 on Zoroark. Are they just going through the Pokemon and seeing what they can do? Are they limit testing in the regional championships?
I mean,
What is going on?
I guess so. They are just demonstrating the skill. Now, fun fact here for Ethos Fu. This is actually Ethos's first UCS season. And this is a quote that I actually got from their coach. He is looking to take his team to new heights with his incredible skill. I feel like he is definitely demonstrating that to us today.
Yeah, new heights indeed. Look at that commanding lead that EXO had throughout the game against Legend Reappear, with that huge peak, people scoring over 400 points at the end after securing that Rayquaza. I mean, like, as a Zoroark, it is not the most tanky Pokemon, but being able to be enabled by the Blissey Unite to just go in, take down the entire team, like, That is not something easy to do.
No, it's definitely not something easy to do, but you know what? The thing is, I feel like ExoClean, once again, they were just playing for time. They were waiting for LDR to make that move in that final stretch. But look at these stats. Challenge 70k, Ethos 70k, Buster 49k, 62k recovery on the Blissey, and 44k damage taken on the side of Urshifu. They have worked together this round, but the thing is, it's not over yet, Fu.
No, it indeed isn't. There is still more games to come between ExoClan and Legends Reappear, because this is, at the end of the day, a best of 5. And I'm very grateful that it is a best of 5, because if not, the games will be over and I want to cast more games. It has been so exciting today to watch the clash between EXO and LDR.
I know we are having lots of fun here casting these games, and I do hope those folks that are watching and cheering on for their teams are also having a lot of fun. But here we go. That was a 2 KO streak for Ethos there, and you know what? It didn't stop there as they kept on pressuring LDR.
Yeah, there was just so much aggression coming out from ExoClan, and I think it is really, I guess, rewarding for them as well to know that they've been aggressive and it actually paid off at the end, because throughout the game, LDR was playing catch-up the entire way through, with Ethos just running in, the Blissey keeping them in the playing field. Look at that, just zipping in and out, left and right, up and down. They're just everywhere all at once.
Yes, everywhere all at once, but you know what else makes team members everywhere all at once? Is that hyperspace hole. Oh, well, actually, the ring's unbound. As we can see in these highlights, the Hooper is such an incredible supporter to just apply that pressure, teleport their team members, but unfortunately, it was just no match to the slash and dash of Ethos, especially with some egg assistance.
Yeah, look at that, a huge feint attack from that last burst coming out from Zorak, and that's going to seal them the team wipe. And the Rayquaza as well. So it's really cool to see whenever there are team wipes, because that means that the team work together, you know, in order to keep everyone in the playing field and take out all 5 members of the opposite team.
Look, we mentioned this yesterday, the little song and dance that we did. Stick together, stay together. And that is definitely what ExoClan did during that final stretch. And they just zoned them away. They were running for their lives there. They're like, no, we do not want to be in this pit right now. It is too dangerous.
It really was for LDR there. And you know what? Now LDR is back to the drawing board here, because they need to win the next game. If not, EXO takes it all. And like we said, it's not just the 20,000 that you get for winning. It's not just the ticket to Yokohama in Japan. It's also being the regional champion for your region. Now, that is something massive, and I think not to be understated.
No, definitely not to be understated at all. The fact that EXO have so much on the line, you know, they have come first in the cups before. Right, so I guess coming first, taking the title is nothing new to them. But the thing is, Legends Reappear, they've never actually won any of the cups in this season. So if they're actually, you know, possibly going to cause an upset, that would be huge for us.
Yeah, and I'm sure Iceland is also on the edge of the seat here, because their ticket to Japan will also depend on the outcome of the next few matches here. It's just so intense now, right? It's just like I said before, it's ramping up every single game. And, you know, as the stakes get higher and higher, teams are playing better and better. And it's just marvelous to see.
Yes, it's marvelous to see. But the thing is, this is going to be round 4. Game 4 of the bracket reset. The thing is, if ExoClan do actually take this next game, it's game over for LDR, right? But the thing is, if Legends Reappear, if they do manage to win this next game, then it is going to come down to that final match. Will we be able to see it happen, or are ExoClan just looking to shut this down?
In my opinion, I want to see as many games as possible. I already said this. So, LDR, if you win this game, it will go to that distance, that 5th and final game here. But I think there is definitely more pressure on LDR here in order to, you know, stop EXO from winning the entire championship.
Well, here we go, Fu. Once again, something we are familiar with is this ban phase. We don't actually know what is going to be locked on in. We see Pokemon being hovered over. LDR look to be securing in a Lapras ban. Ooh, this is a first, I think. A Hooper ban this time round.
Yeah, I think finally they're looking to stop Legends Reappear from using that, portals that Hooper can provide here. And, oh, that is so interesting, isn't it? I was just going to say, what is Zavi going to pick? Because they do have that first pick and that choice between Delphox and Urshifu. But it seems like Zavi is going back to the physical attack this time. It is time to bring back the Urshifu.
Yes, but the thing is, will ExoClan steal the Delphox away from Zavi? Or are they just not going to see any Delphox at all? But we do have Mew being picked up. Once again, the trusty defender that Slowbro is, especially in the hands of Jeb. They are looking to, catch LDR out.
Wait, how did Legends Reappear get away with picking both Urshifu and Delphox here, Kello? It seems like EXO just said, you know what, I know I've been banning Urshifu, I know I've been banning Delphox, but you know what, for this fourth game, you can have both of them. We've got this with Clefable.
Yes, I absolutely love this pick. Clefable is another supporter that we don't really see very often, but whether it is going to go that gravity, moonlight healing, the ability to just heal up your team, especially when you have Hooper out for the count. You want to be able to heal up your members all together, but we do have Chi-Chi picking up that Sylveon Liz once again on that Wigglytuff. But hello, the muscles are here. They are definitely going to be kissing those biceps, Buster.
Yeah, Buster locking in that Machamp here. I was just going to say, on the point of healing as well, we do know that Delphox's Unite is an anti-heal, so I think that's going to cause some trouble for Bemco on that Clefable, because if they are using Moonlight, which is a very common move, that's going to be just shut down straight away. They're not going to be able to heal anybody on their team if Delphox just says, here you go, here's some fireworks, no healing for you.
Look, let it burn, as they would say. I feel like that is what Zavi wants to do. They want to bring the fire to this match. But here we go. As we mentioned, if ExoClan do win this next match, it's game over for LDR. So there is a lot on the line for Legends Reappear.
Yeah, it really all comes down to this. EXO definitely wants to finish this regional championship as the winners, and as soon as possible, they have let LDR come and win that first grand finals, going to a reset. But I think maybe it's time to shut it down, I think, if you're EXO, right? But Legends Reappear saying, hold on, we played a lot of games today, we can fit in 2 more, we've got this. So definitely a very exciting matchup.
Look, more games for them, more games for us. It has been quite a long show today, but we are not ready to give on up. We are here, as we have said it time and time again, for the regional finals for the OC region. First broadcast for our whole season, and I feel like OC, they are not disappointing.
They are not disappointing indeed. I hope the folks at home have been loving the action brought by these teams. Not only LDR and EXO today, but also from Icon as well. But here is the focus. Look at this. We have a Fennekin in the top half there. They're letting the Cupfu get that level 5 early from going to the central area. Now, I'm keen to see there how Fennekin fends off against the Machop of Buster.
Look, I feel like they're probably just going to play it safe here. Buster trying to get in those early stacks, as you would expect. You want to, pump those weights and get big and strong early on.
Yeah, definitely. I think Machop is looking for those stacks up top. And Fennekin actually secured that Bumblebee in the middle there, giving them much needed experience as well. But they need to be careful though. Fennekin doesn't really have a way to get out. So Chansey definitely needs to babysit this until they evolve into a Delphox.
Yes, babysit indeed. And you know who else is another babysitter? This Sylveon too, this Jigglypuff. As they do put the pressure on, DC is able to successfully unload their Aeos energy into that tier 1 pad. Points are really close, but Jeb is now a Slowbro.
Yeah, being a slowbo is so crucial down there against a Jigglypuff that hasn't evolved. That gives them the ability to soak up some of the experience, just like what is happening up top. But here comes Shifu, though, looking to make a difference. Big Eject has to get out of there because Buster was looking like it was going to knock him out.
Yes, definitely play it safe. You do not want to give any early KOs as of yet. The levels are fairly even. We still have a Jigglypuff that hasn't evolved. Oh, wait, there we go. Once again, it's the curse. Boo. Talk about it and it happens.
It's the caster's curse indeed. And both teams are here just looking to wait for any more Pokemons to come as well. But it is good to see Pokemons that evolve early on, like level 4. They've all gotten online now. This is going to be quite a fair fight in the middle here. Oh my god, this Blissey is... Someone needs to pay this Blissey. They're keeping this Urshifu in the playing field a lot of the time, saving them from any trouble coming in from that Machoke.
Well, you know what they could pay that Blissey with? A share of 20,000 buckaroonies.
Oh, absolutely. And with that being said as well, both teams looking to soak up the middle Ataris here, but here comes Machoke. And I think one thing like Machoke or a Machamp player can do is to jump in front of that Delphox and stun them and potentially knocking them out.
Yes, look, you can throw Fist, Urshifu, but I can also throw Fist too, as we do have that Machoke trying to defend, but there's some Eos energy left on the floor, allowing Chi-Chi to get in some extra attack weight stats.
Yeah, absolutely, and I hope both teams have gotten some stacks in because the bottom Reggie is about to spawn here. Now here comes the Birds, big Slowbro looking to try to take out as many as possible. It's quite an even fight at the bottom, I would have to say. Now, Delphox not level 9 yet. They do have level 7, which is good enough because they were in the top path, but we're still waiting for someone to reach that level 9 on the side of EXO.
Now, the thing is, there is no Hooper on the field, so everybody actually has to use their legs to make it on down into the top half if they do want to secure this basement Reggie, which is a Reg Ice. Wait a minute, that is a Fire Spin food.
That is a great observation. Yes, it is indeed a Fire Spin. That's going to cause a lot of trouble, I think, for EXO if they can't get out of that stun lock here. Meanwhile, both teams looking to chip down this Regice here. Who will be able to get it? Let's see. We've got Ethos ready with the arrow, probably with the Mew as well. And it's anyone's Regice right now. It is going to go on the side of EXO Clan. Now, speaking about the Delphox Fire Spin as well, this might be good to stop, I guess, the Machamp, sorry, from doing anything to the Delphox because, you know, they're spinning around in their circle and not being able to go anywhere.
No, exactly. Definitely just the crowd control that the Fire Spin does provide, considering, you know, on the side of EXO, they don't really have much to answer to that since none of them are actually running full heals.
No, they're not, and that's an incredible pick out as well. I think EXO is just waiting for Buster to hit that level 9. He's playing a little bit aggressive here, looking to go back. But I think he really just wants to evolve here. He really wants to grow those 2 other arms. And there we go, standing mighty and tall is Buster on a Machamp now, ready with his Unite move.
Look, 4 muscles are better than 2. Right? So you definitely want to grow big and strong, pump up that attack weight, waiting in that tall grass for a pick here. The Spirit Shackles are coming on out, trying to chunk out some damage, but Liz wasn't able to put that Clefable to sleep there.
No, they weren't, and Fire Spin looking to chase down Bemco on the Clefairy. I think it's so funny when players run away from the Fire Spin. It's like, no, don't get me, please.
No, it's definitely such a pain to be spun around. You do not want to get caught out in it because it just opens up the possibilities to get KO'd. But another thing that might get KO'd very, very soon is this Reggie Alecki, the secret 6th member, but Barrage Blow has been activated. We do have the Machamp going into the backline, but it wasn't able to make any hits at all. But the trusty Decidueye Spirit Shackles has secured themselves another objective.
Yeah, it was kind of a waste of that Machamp Unite move, but it did create enough time and space for that Decidueye to shred it down, and now Legends Reappear have to do something about that Regieleki on top. Meanwhile, the basement Reggie has spawned now, and it's only up to Chi-Chi, sorry, at the bottom here to look at maybe defending the goal from this, didn't get to see it, from defending that goal zone at the bottom.
Yes, Reggie Alecki is up there trying to apply that pressure, and it's delaying from Legends Reappear to use their legs to walk on down to this bottom objective. At the moment, they are just playing for time. This less than 2 minutes left to go until that final stretch.
Yeah, the most important 2 minutes probably for both of these teams here. It is definitely a Lettuce Day because people are needing to walk down here. Blissey's still up top though. Delphox is in the middle, maybe in a little bit of trouble here. We don't really get to see, but here comes Wigglytuff and Shifu looking to try to shred down the bottom Reggie here. Clefable doing very well to delay the Delphox from coming down. It's saying, no sir, you don't have the ticket to the Regice here. Please don't come down because my team are about to get this Regice.
Oh, I don't know. It's at half HP. We have Buster here who's on super duper low, but ends up popping their Mirage Blow to take down the Delphox. But Sylveon was able to trade it off. Slowbeam does catch out the Urshifu. Is able to get on out and uses the Ebon Fist to take down the Secura for Exo Clan, the Decidueye. Whoa, the fly! Where did Clefable go? It went up into the air and landed down.
Yeah, Clefable definitely getting a great gacha move there from the Wonder Wish getting fly and just, you know, sprouted wings or something and went up in the air. But that's going to be a great secure for Exo at the bottom here. With 44 seconds to go from the final stretch, both teams are probably just looking to take down as much wild Pokemon as possible, getting as much level as possible. I know Delphox probably wants that level 13 along with that Urshifu.
Yes, that's the thing. At level 13, they do have both of their plus moves on hand. Just the power spikes that you get at level 13 for a lot of these Pokemon is pretty decent. We do have a Decidueye, though, that has reached that level 13. So I feel like these Spirit Shackles, they are going to be quite the problem for Legends.
Yeah, quite the problem indeed. And look at this. It's very uncharacteristic, I think, of Legends actually pushing a little bit at the start of this raid fight. They're not really in position here. They're all just clumped up together. But maybe they're just looking for a rip here. Maybe they're saying, you know what? This is the fourth game of the Grand Finals reset. I'm going to see who gets the Rayquaza. Let's just flip this. Let's see what happens. Big Evan Fist coming out. Takes down the Decidueye. That is massive.
Wait,
but it's going to be the
Oh my gosh, Drew. Look. I feel like Legends reappear, they really definitely keep us on our toes. Sometimes they wait, sometimes they rip. We saw another rip. They risked it for the biscuit. Well, the Eos biscuit. Well, I guess the cookie. But they managed to get themselves those Ray Shields. It's 400 points to 13, Foo. Hello, are we going to get a round 5 situation here? Obviously, there's still a minute left to go, but you can just see the Sylveon pushing on through, along with the Delphox just widening that gap even further.
The smile on my face is so wide right now. I can't believe it. Legends reappear really putting up a clinical show at that Rayquaza fight. Sometimes the best thing can do is flip, but I do have to say though, they didn't just blindly flip that Rayquaza. That Urshifu did not look to secure. They went actually to unite the Decidueye because Decidueye is the biggest secure apart from Mew on the opposition team. So they actually took out Ethos there, meaning that Ethos had no arrows for the raid, and Xavi on that Delphox, so reliable as we've seen, secured it for the win.
Look, 30 seconds left. We see Exo Clan trying to scramble around, possibly getting some last-minute dunks, but even then, looking at the points that they have on hand, I don't think there's enough. We do have a Liz, their moment to shine once again with that Starlight Recital to provide shields to their teams as they get a few more KOs.
Yeah, I think the Fire Spin was definitely a good pick as well. Look at that spinning like a Clefable around. It's like that song, right? You spin my head.
Right round.
I just like, you know, a breath of fresh air, different moveset, and it really just paid the way here because Legends have reappeared. They do get the 4th game on their under their belt. It is going to go to a 5th, and look at that, with a 708 to a 13. It seems like EXO could only just get stacks in, and they didn't really have an opportunity to score.
No, they didn't have an opportunity to score at all. We do have Chi-Chi there, the MVP for sure. As you mentioned, the ability, instead of actually going and using their Wicked Blow to secure, they applied the pressure on EXO. They divided and conquered. But look at that, the mountain at the end, all of those hundo burgers during that final stretch. Wowee.
Yeah, that is a lot of points, and with a 708, nearly, 700 points difference, that definitely showed them, you know, as soon as you get Rayquaza, everyone's so healthy, everyone gets a piece of that a ham, what was it? A hundo burger? Hundo burger. They definitely were left satisfied.
I think we're possibly a little bit hungry here, but oh my gosh. Can you look? I think the Clefable was actually a pretty decent pick for the side of EXO. You can see the amount of recovery and the damage taken that it did provide. Ethos there in the back line. But I think EXO Clan, they just ended up getting caught out by the flip. They weren't expecting it. And I feel like this is the thing. Legends reappear. They go in with one strat and then choose a completely different strat the next game. Like, they are just absolutely kept on their toes. They are making EXO Clan sweat.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I think I love how what you said about, you know, how adaptable LDR is. You know, EXO's been trying different things. They've been banning Delphox, they've been banning Urshifu, but when they don't ban anything, LDR actually picks them both up and says, you know what, it's an absolute treat for me. I'm gonna use both. But let's have a look at the highlights for that game, because that Rayquaza fight went so fast.
It definitely went so fast, but here we go at the beginning of the match. Just a little dance off in the tall grass as those Swablues and Altaria do spawn, and you can see the pressure that LDR were trying to provide early on. Just shut them down early. Have that level lead, have that points lead, you know, and take away their win condition. There's not much that EXO can do, but you can definitely see they did put up a huge fight. They had that persistence, which we have said is key.
Yeah, definitely. I think both teams put up a very good fight, but LDR just so good. Once they have the lead, they never seem to actually let go of it. They just said, you know what, it's the fourth game. I know we're under a lot of pressure, but we're going to do something that may be a bit risky, but it ended up paying it off, right? Like, even if Slowbro unites the Urshifu, there is teammates. And look at that. I think something that LDR did so well is the use of the Unite move from that single strike Urshifu, being able to lock onto the back line of EXO Clan and just take them out.
Yes, take them out indeed, along with a Reg Ice to go along with it. And here we go through the Rayquaza. It was just flip the Rayquaza, and it was very, very risky because all of EXO Clan were actually still up at this moment. You could see the solar beam from you. It was just a tad too early paired with that light screen. I feel like if it was timed a second later, it might have got the steal, but such a risky move from Legends Reappear.
Yeah, definitely a tough thing to call whether, you know, ripping it will actually pay off for you guys. But I think at the end of the day, when you catch teams off guard, yes, they have Mew secure. Yes, they have Decidueye secure. But if you get Decidueye out of the way and Mew's there having so much pressure, right? Like, imagine the team going, you gotta secure Mew. And they just miss out. That's going to be a little bit hard. But it also definitely, like, LDR definitely was so happy that we managed to get that Rayquaza.
No, definitely. And I think this just goes to show how much trust that these members have in each other. You know, we've talked about it. They have played together since the beginning of the season. They have had a few roster changes here and there, but I think there is that core four there. Zavi, Chi-Chi, Icy, Liz. I know there were a few switch-arounds during season, but it all comes just down to that trust.
Yes.
That intuition, as we have been talking about. And honestly, I would have never imagined that we would actually be in this moment right now to see Legends reappear, take on, and make one of OC's Titans sweat.
Absolutely, and I think they have been sweating all day, and it's up to EXO now to sweat the same amount, because LDR have been playing, I feel like they've been playing all day. Like, when did we start? From 2 p.m? They've just been on so well, playing so many games here, and maybe this is just a sign that their momentum just keeps going and going and going, and they're about to steamroll EXO. We don't know what will happen, but it is one final game left to go, Kello.
Look, if I know anything about the OC players, is that they grind out ranked for hours on end. I may be guilty of that myself. So I feel like even though these games, yes, they are rough, I feel like it's nothing new to them.
No, they probably practice so much, and it really goes to show as well, both the teams the reason why these games are so close is the amount of work and effort that all these team members from EXO and LDR have put in, you know, scrimming, playing rank ladder, taking my elo in when I play ranked, you know, they've just done so much, and it all comes down to this. It could go literally either way.
I completely agree. It could literally go either way, Fu. But as we do gear on up, it is going to be the final match here, Fu. It is round 5 of the grand finals bracket reset. It is do or die right now.
It really is do or die, and I wonder again, you know, whether there are going to be any surprising picks. You know, sometimes surprises are good. But there is that pressure, right, on EXO. EXO wants this. They want to cement themselves as the best team in OC because they have been so consistent throughout. But LDR, on the other hand, I mean, they want to keep this fairy tale going. They want to be that team that says, hey, yo, we've been top 8 all throughout the season, not really first or second, but when it mattered the most, Kello, we're going to topple the best team in OC.
Yes, well, I don't know. It's going to definitely be a tough mountain to climb through as we head on into the final kick band phase. Hello? Excuse me? Decidueye? Knock, knock. It is out of action. It is gone. I must say, this is a very, very surprising pick.
Yeah, this is definitely very interesting. It seems like they might have thought Decidueye is more of a problem. Maybe they're scared that Legends Reappear will flip that Rayquaza again, and they don't want the easiest secure Pokemon in the game because they are taking that Urshifu. But that also gives Zaudi Delphox back and also DC the Mew.
Yes, it does give a DC the Mew, stealing it away from Challenge there. Looks like Jeb is going to lock in their bread and butter on the Slowbro, but you know what? This does mean Hooper is here to play once again.
Yeah, it's be interesting to see whether LDR actually chooses a defender for this. It seems like they are opting for that Blastoise. Or maybe not. Let's see. I would love to see a Dodrio. No, they're really waiting for the last few seconds to show us. It's going to be Chi-Chi back on that Zoroark. Now, on paper though, 1 Blissey and 3 squishy Pokemons, they might need a little bit of a tanky pick for Liz at the end. Meanwhile, we've got Ethos and Challenge considering which Pokemon to pick here. It is going to be...
No way. Do we get to see a Chandelure and a Dodrio on the same team?
We do indeed, and I don't think there's a lot of Pokemon that can stop this Dodrio apart from the possibility of a Sing Wigglytuff.
Yes, Sing Wigglytuff, or possibly a Fire Spin Delphox.
Yeah, that will be pretty cool. I think, like you said, that is a good counting into that Dodrio. But Dodrio also has 2 movesets, right? They have that Drill Peck, but they also have Tri-Attack, which really lets them get out of a lot of the stuns and lockdown potential provided by LDR here. So, I love it. It's a breath of fresh air with that Dodrio. We haven't really seen it too much. This could be it. And they have to throw everything in here. This is the final game, Killer.
They are throwing all of their eggs into this basket right now, Fu. But the matter of fact is there's only eggs on one team, which is held by Icy, the Blissey. So they do hold it in their pockets. Are they going to be able to hang on to them and not let them crack?
Yeah, maybe Dodrio has some eggs as well. We don't know about it, but they definitely has 3 heads, and you know, they need all the minds, all the brain power they can have. This is like you said, do or die. This is all or nothing.
It's all or nothing, Fu. Here is the final match. We have the grand finals bracket reset, match 5, EXO Clan versus Legends Reappear. We are here today for the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. We are just amping to go.
Folks at home, I hope you still have popcorn in your cup. I hope your drinks are refilled, because I know it's 10 minutes, but this 10 minutes is the most important 10 minutes of today's broadcast.
Oh, definitely the most important 10 minutes of the day, because, as you mentioned, Yokohama, Japan, that ticket, that $20,000 first prize, they see the light at the end of the tunnel. The question is, who is going to reach it first?
Yeah, also the bragging rights as well. They can probably literally see it at the end of the tunnel, as you say, as both teams are engaging now in that early game. We got Doduo looking to get some attack weight stacks in. We got Zora, in the jungle or the central area of Legends reappear here. Now, I am keen to see how each team pans out here in terms of the lane or the path that they choose for that initial attack. We have a Litwick at the bottom here. I think you're very excited to see Chandelure in this game. I hope that they can get online early.
I think it's, definitely going to be interesting to see. We've seen matches where they have brought the aggression. We've seen matches where they've been a little bit more passive, but we do have some successful dunks here coming in from the Mew and the Wigglytuff there. None of them are stacking. It's just getting those points up and running.
Yeah, don't forget, ExoClan does have that Booper as well, so Legendary Appeal definitely would like to break as many goal zones as possible. Meanwhile, on top, a huge Wicked Blow coming out from ExoClan will be able to take down most of those Wild Blues as well. And yeah, it seems like teams, they might be nervous, but they are playing very aggressive.
Look, I think they are not the only ones that are nervous. I'm nervous, Fu. I feel like everybody that is rooting for these teams right now are nervous. But we do have 3 heads on that bird. It is looking for some prey. Is it going to be able to eat today?
Oh my god, look at that DC trying to disrupt play by invading, but that might have cost them here. They might be in a little bit of trouble against a challenge on that Dodrio, but Blissey, so good time and time again to keep their teammates in the playing field here on Thea Sky Ruins, just so that, you know, they're healthy. And like you said, with all the eggs that Blissey can provide, this might be the pivotal moment.
Yes, but you do not want to scramble those eggs. Maybe they want to fry them. I do not know. All I know is that they are soft-boiled at the moment, providing some heals wherever it is needed. Zoroark did just use their illusion. That is a fake Urshifu.
I wonder whether we'll get a sneak. Actually, I was surprised that I was gonna say I don't remember having an Urshifu on Legends reappear there, so it actually took me a little bit. We're gonna be careful, especially if you're on the side of ExoClan here, just in case you see an Urshifu in your backline. It might not be your teammate.
No, it definitely the wrong game here. It's not Among Us. It's Pokemon Unite. But here we go. We do have a little bit of an engage here, trying to secure that experience for themselves. We do have a level 8 Delphox on the side of Legends reappear, but slashing and dashing once again, able to knock down that Urshifu before going back into the hyperspace hole.
Yeah, the fact that Zoroark was able to knock out that Urshifu means that not only is Delphox level 8, they're also level 8 as well. So definitely a very aggressive start coming out from Legends reappear. It's very good to see, I think, if you're part of their team, because they have that advantage here. And it looks like Chandelure is looking to chip down this Regice. Here comes the fanciful fireworks. That's going to make so much space down here. It's only up to the Urshifu to do anything, but it just melts in that fanciful firework.
Oh, they are bringing the fireworks indeed, and these are the fireworks that you want to see at the end of the match. But I must say, that placement there, just to the side of the Regice, to just, you know, damage ExoClan and get the secure was beautiful. All the meantime, the pressure is still up in that top half. We have Zoroark dunking in 40, dunking in some more, trying to get those attack weight stacks in.
Yeah, and I think when you compare the central laner of both Exo and Legends reappear, it really paints a picture for this match right now. We have that Urshifu, only that level 8 right now, with Chandelure level 9, but a level 10 Delphox and a level 10 Zoroark. You have to be excited if you're on the side of LDR here, because they've done so well to get those early knockouts, to get those wild Pokemon, to gain that level lead, and they have to keep a grip on this if they want to win this game.
Well, that's the thing. Yes, they do have to keep a grip because it is still early days here. We can see the Chandelure there were trying to just pump out those overheats with all of their might. Hooper here, surprise, peekaboo. No, you are not getting any more dunks. I do not want you to break this goal because I want to be able to utilize it and teleport up and down.
Yeah, and look at this. Urshifu trying to pick out this Zorak here. Oh my god, Zorak survives with 1 HP, managed to take out challenge. Meanwhile, Delphox will take out that Chandelier as well. I think a way to really describe this match is between two very good cooks, right? Like you said, both having fire moves here. Big Unite coming out from Zorak. Will be able to take down the Urshifu once again, and Hooper is left scrambling. They do not have the Unite move here, Kello. They cannot summon the team here.
Look at that, 32 overcap on the top half of the sides of Legends reappear, 227 to 25, and now Legends, they have the space to secure this Regia. All the meantime, we do have EXO making sure to soak up all of those Indidis on the side that is going to give them the experience they need to catch on up.
Yeah, something on the back of Exo Clan's mind is probably, was it a worthwhile idea giving both Zorak and Delphox to Xavi and Chi-Chi here, because they're really on a roll together with the dynamic duo with support from the Wigglytuff as well. And look at that, they just do Regi so quickly. Slowbro tried to come in, Urshifu was there. Yes, it's Wickerboy Urshifu, but if they're not at the objective, Kello, they can't secure it at all.
No, exactly. I must say, Legends, they are looking mighty powerful right now, but we know there are some comeback mechanics to the game, so it isn't over yet. The Rings Unbound has popped on out. It looks like EXO-Clan, they want to take this top tier 1 pad. We do have the telekinesis chucking Blissey up in the air, but it is still up, trying to heal up their members as they deal out that damage. Once again, the Starlight Recital comes on out, providing some much needed shielding for LDR, and look at that. LDR do not get taken down at all. They have not missed a beat.
Yeah, Exo Clan trying to claw back the momentum, but Legends reappear just says, no, this is my game to win. It's been 6 minutes of absolute map control from us, and we are not giving this up. No way. We won that prize money. We won the bragging rights. We won that ticket to Yokohama, Japan, Kello.
Yes, they definitely do want that ticket to Yokohama, Japan, because the matter of the fact is, if EXO win, that means they go and iClan go. But you know what? Less than a minute to go till that final stretch. I'll be interested to see which strategy Legends Reappear are going to use this time round.
Yeah, definitely. And look at that, a 200 points lead ahead of Exo Clans here. For once again, Exo Clan could be on the back foot here. They need a miracle right now, Kello, to turn this around. But with their Quasar spawning in less than 30 seconds as well, and that Regieleki possible for themselves, it could still be anyone's game.
Yes, they are definitely singing to themselves, I need a miracle. As the Regieleki gets secured, is marching its way down to that tier 2 pad. 17 seconds left. You can see Legends, they are getting their positioning. They want to have all corners covered in this legendary pit before that Rayquaza does spawn.
Yeah, look at that Wigglytuff and Mew playing so aggressive in that tall grass on the side of Exo Clans here. They want this really badly, but so does Exo, with a challenge possibly getting in 100 dunk on the top goal here, putting maybe a bit more of points on their side, giving them a little bit more of a breathing space to win this fight here.
But the thing is it enough breathing space, because 247 to 91, they definitely have a tough mountain to climb here. Challenge has managed to pick up some more AOS energy, going in with another 80 into that tier 2 pad. But Zoroark, they ended up retreating back and are going to possibly take down a triple-headed bird.
Yeah, both teams still wandering around here. I think a little bit nervous as well. There's so much at stake right now, Kello, on this green dragon here. Neither team really wants to start it, but here might come the engagement here. Unite popped out from Mew to really just escape. They want to keep on playing here. Big slow beam on the Zoroark. We'll be able to stun them for a little bit. And here comes the rip on Rayquaza. Fanciful fireworks coming out. Hooper is there. Everyone's engaging.
Oh my gosh.
Who took the Rayquaza?
No way.
Oh! It is challenged.
The triple bird brain with the big brains to get this secured and going in for the dunks. They are rushing towards their scores. But look at that. Legends reappear. You may have the scoring shield, but we are just going to answer back with some goals of our own. Despite that, Legends are still in the lead, Fu.
Don't forget though, Benko still has a Rayquaza shield killer, so if they can get enough points in this last 30 seconds, they just need to score over 170 points. Can they do it? Mew is there saying, no, you can't come to this bottom goal. This is going to come down to the wire.
Oh my gosh, I know they say, Ray, when there is a Ray, there is a way. But I don't know if that ray was going to be enough. We have the airborne fist trying to catch him out, but Urshifu ends up getting taken down. You can just see the backline damage coming out from Zavi as their frontliners are trying to defend this fight with only 1 point. Boo!
Hello, I think Legends Reappear has actually disappeared. They have slayed the Titan of the OC region. They have done everything they can in this championship, going through the winners bracket, going through the losers bracket. They have just done the impossible. They have
really
just beaten
have.
EXO.
Holy
Ladies and gentlemen,
macaroni!
these are your regional champions.
Look at those KOs, those assists for Chi-Chi with the MVP there, I must say. Definitely very much well-deserved, but you can see it was a team effort. The supporters there with those assists. There's no I in team for sure. The commanding lead that Legends Reappeared just held over EXO Clan. This wrap-up is bananas, as Dupe Snacks would say.
It is absolutely bananas right now. I have to say though, Legends Reappear, they have done so well by being able to not only win the grand finals and pushing for a reset, and then, you know, being behind in the games. EXO was just 1 game away. They must be kicking themselves because Legends Reappear has just come back with that redemption play, swung the bat and taken off this cup for the regional finals.
Yes, they have swung the bat indeed. That is a goal. Oh my goodness. Like, looking at these stats, you can definitely see that EXO, they were struggling a bit. You do see Ethos there with the 60k damage, but all around, they weren't able to get those picks, especially with Zavi and DC, those backliners just dishing out that damage. Chi-Chi also being up in your face. I think we need to go look at some highlights, Fu.
I think we do, and ladies and gentlemen, this was the final game of the regional championship for OC, and from the get-go, Legends Reappear just said, you know what, it is time to play aggressive. We're going to commit to this play because this is going to win us the game, and it really showed here. We can see, you know, Chi-Chi on that Zorak doing so well. We've got Blissey keeping them in with those heals as well. It was just clinical by them. I think EXO never had a chance.
It was spectacular. And you can just see how well they worked in tandem together, sticking together, the shielding, the healing. It was beautiful, but you know what? These are the fireworks that LDR are going to be seeing right now as they are celebrating in their chairs.
Yeah, they must be just leaping with joy right now. I think they played exceptional, and EXO Clan put up such a good fight as well. But, you know, even with challenge, getting that Rayquaza secure, it was just not enough. There just too many people knocked out on their side, not managing to score that. And yeah, with those scores at the bottom here, Hooper trying to make a play, it just wasn't enough. And it was all LDR's game.
No, it was definitely all of LDR's game. It was, you know, a valiant effort at the end. They did have the Urshifu Unite, but it ended up just getting shut on down. Whew, we can breathe, Fu. As I said, holy macaroni, what just happened in the OC region today?
I am so glad that this was broadcasted because it just goes to show OC region brings the fireworks to the region.
Definitely bringing the fireworks, but you know what? I think we need to bring back Nuggy D and Permasneeze here to gather their thoughts on this whole set. Nuggy D, Permasneeze. I see Perma checking his glasses. Is that correct? Perma, what are your thoughts?
What? Who came up with this script? Who
Oh, we've lost
did
Perm.
this?
Perma, you're muted if you are,
I
sir.
feel like he's lost his voice. He's lost for words.
No,
here.
no.
Perma.
They can
Do you
hear
want to
me.
notch
He's
up
lost
the
his
volume
voice.
They can
there?
hear
He's got
me.
no
They
words.
can hear me. You can't. They can hear me. But what I said is, who wrote this script? Who did this? Who gave Legends Reappear this power? They in their name it says Legends Reappear. We've never seen them before. Who reincarnated in the body of these kids to bring the Pokemon Unite power through them, channeling the most anime arc of Pokemon Unite OC has ever seen? What is going on?
I feel like they're sort of like a phoenix, a Moltres there, rising from the ashes. There was just so much firepower. But Nuggy D, what about you? What are your thoughts on this final set?
Look, with the last 20 seconds or so, I was just clapping for LDR there throughout the whole time. It was amazing to see how much tenacity and mental fortitude that they pulled off. We called them the Titan Slayers. And you know what? Well deserved to be able to Titan Slay not just one, but two of them. And we talked about how LDR were the underdogs. This is the biggest upset we've ever seen. And they are just such well-deserved winners to be put into a spot to play game after game after game and to come out on top. I mean, I think Fu said it earlier, EXO's never been put in this position throughout the entire regionals. And that may have been the deciding factor because LDR was on a high.
Yes, the mountain, they have reached that peak. They had the light at the end of the tunnel. They rushed, they raced, and they eventually made it. But I think we need to have a look at this bracket to see just the story that LDR had today. Fu, walk us through.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a quick recap as well. It's been an incredible day. You can see that it's all started off with EXO against LDR here. EXO having that clean sweep across the winner's bracket, but then taking down LDR, going into that grand final with a lot of confidence. LDR, though, coming through from the bottom in the losers finals, beating out another Titan of OC, Icon, and then coming back, not only winning the grand final 3-1, they also went the distance, Kello, and beat out EXO Clan in the grand final reset 3-2.
They definitely knocked the ball out of the park there. As you said, they went the distance. They ran the whole 9 miles. That was insane. But let's go have a look at the results there as well before we move on forward.
Yeah, looking at the pricing as well, here we go. This is where the money is at, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Legend Reappear taking home a huge $20,000 here. EXO getting $10,000 as well with Icon, Zenith, and Heart Hackers taking home some money too. Meanwhile, Ghost Sleep, Team Peg, and Degen Overtime taking well above 1,500.
Well,
I can't even math anymore. My brain is fried.
No, that's a thing. Top 8, at least they do take home a share of that prize money, a share of that cash. You know what? Not bad for a day's work of Pokemon Unite, wouldn't you say?
Not bad indeed. I would love to make some money playing in Thea Sky Ruins. What a fantastic way for them to finish the day.
But Nuggy, please, let's have a look at these championship points.
Yeah, Kels, look, not only does LDR take home the bacon, they do manage to get a hold of themselves these 2,500 championship points. But you know what? That doesn't matter for them because this was the game that just catapulted them straight to Yokohama, and well deserved. What's very interesting that we're going to see in the next few moments is the points distribution here between EXO Clan and iClan, because these were the two titans. Will we see an absolute upset in the final overall points? And I think if anything, I'm very afraid to see this.
Drum roll, please. Perma, wrap it up for us.
Okay, so I mean, EXO Clan, just like the start of today, they're still at the top. They're at 9,700 CP. But don't let these standings fool you. As you can see, rank 1 from the CP are the only team that are making it from CP alone. The other ticket to Yokohama belongs rightfully to our champions for today, and that is Legends Reappear. Unfortunately, that means iClan sadly having to watch from the sidelines, missing their chance to hold their fate in their own hands. The defending, I guess, regional champions bow out with a bit of a whimper.
Yeah, I know. Definitely a surprising result indeed, but definitely a big congratulations to EXO Clan and Legends Reappear. There were so many highlights of today. It is definitely going to be hard to pinpoint just one, but I do have to ask you, is there anything in particular you want to highlight?
It's definitely very difficult. I just want to say though, big shout out to all the teams that played over this weekend. Like without you guys putting on such a show, we can't cast such exciting events. So that's, I guess the overall bundle is going to be my highlight. I've enjoyed every single minute of this experience.
Yes, definitely enjoyed every single moment. But Nuggy, any highlights for you?
Look, even though EXO Clan lost, I'm going to give a shout out to Ethos. He did not only 5 KOs, but 2 on 2 different characters that in a single setting of just being able to play these matches. Now that is definitely a feat to be applauded for. They played brilliantly, but just today, LDR they just had that hunger for it, guys. They just had that passion to show. You know what? They should really rename themselves to just Legends Appear. I don't know where this reappear came from. Maybe that could be next year's title, but these are legends indeed.
A passion to win and a passion for fashion. Perma, obviously you have the passion for fashion. Tell me your highlights. What are your thoughts?
Yes, fashion is definitely one of my passions, but my other passion is watching great Pokemon Unite. When I first, got the chance to cover this region again, I was thrilled. I think I said it at the start of the show. There's so many things I could possibly, sign off with here, but if I did have to say one thing, it's very similar to what Fu has already said. Every single one of these teams, whether they finished in the top 3, whether they ended up being in Yokohama or not, wherever they placed, the final CP, the money, all of that doesn't matter because OC finally got a broadcast. It was the time to show what the region's pride was all about in Pokemon Unite. I know all 3 of you feel exactly that way as well, being from OC, and just as an outsider and someone who was given the privilege to join you guys, I'm so grateful for all the games and all the players. Everyone played with their heart on their sleeves, and there's really nothing more we can ask for.
No, I completely agree with you, Perma. A highlight for me, I guess, was just to see the smile on your faces, but also to see everybody at home using their emos to just cheer on their teams. The amount of support that you have shown the OC region, it honestly just warms my heart. But you know what? We didn't want it to end today, Fu, but it must come to an end. But we obviously, once again, want to say a big congratulations to Legends Reappear. They are your Pokemon UNITE Championship Series Regional Finals winners for the OC region. But a big congratulations to EXO Clan as well, because both of them have booked their tickets to Yokohama, Japan. All right, well, I think that's it for today. So thank you once again, everybody, for tuning on in to the broadcast. Big thank you once again to It's Me Fu, Nuggy D, and Permasneeze for joining me, Kellosaurus, and of course, the backup crew, the broadcast team, for making this happen. Please do tune in later on in the evening tonight, because it isn't over yet for the championship series, as EU will be broadcasted a little bit later. But I think for now, guys, we do have to sign off and say goodbye. So once again, a big thank yous. Ta-ta for now, but not forever.
Bye-bye.